an exclusive show match that we will be getting into shortly before we get into our first games of the day. This is also going to give you plenty of time to make sure that you have finished your pick'ems powered by AWS. This is the last chance for you to lock in your predictions, give us those thoughts, and maybe even win some additional treasure tokens and cosmetics if you remember to do your pick'ems over the last 2 days. So yeah, only available until that first game lock-in. I'm so excited to be here for this show match alongside Makes, CLE, and of course our special guest, Matt Dunn, one of the set designers for Space Gods. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Yeah, excited.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like you get away with it. Clement and Celia, they start the same, so, but we appreciate you.
I really tried hard, and then I heard it come out of my mouth, and I went, oh, I did start saying the wrong name. You caught me.
He complains all the time that our names start the same because he can't ever find his own name on things. Anyway,
At least I didn't
fine.
call you Klee.
That's I appreciate it. I do. I appreciate it. That's great. Today's going to be awesome in so many different ways. Obviously, the show match is going to be fantastic, but also we get to crown a champion and celebrate set 16 and get ready for what is to come.
Matt, this is the Frune's first big look at what set 17 has to offer. So what has been one thing that you've been really excited to show people since you started working on this set?
Oh man, I think there's so much in the set that we are excited about, but more than anything, it's got to be the Realm of the Gods. It's the big new thing with this set. It's, I believe the word is out now, it is replacing the carousel rounds, and we'll get to see it in action here in this show match. Really looking forward to that.
Wait,
yeah.
where is Carousel? It's gone, but like, where did it go?
Oh, it's just on a little break. Just
Okay.
taking a little break.
I think it got pulled into a black hole, is what somebody told me. So it's got to travel through a wormhole, and then we'll get it later.
I think Roger stole it, to be honest with you guys. I think we found the culprit on that one, but let's take a look at this amazing artwork. I love it so much, and it looks so good.
I am so excited because remember hearing about Soraka being one of the very first origins of the idea of the space gods. And so can you tell us a little bit more about why did you pick Soraka? And then how did that actually help you decide the rest of the process?
Yeah, that's a great question. So it's true, Soraka was actually sort of the first proof of concept that like we could do this. The idea being, can we take these characters from our League of Legends universe, or rather the various universes we have throughout all our different skin lines, and find ones that we could transform into a sort of divine role. So in this case, Soraka, in her Star Guardian skin, takes on the role of the God of the Stars. And, you know, it was a bold bet there, and our art team did an amazing job reimagining the look on some of these people. And when that first Soraka art came back, that we knew, like, oh, this could work. This looks great.
Oh my gosh. In the dev drop, I loved being able to hear about the design process for Echo to join the God rank. We're so excited to be able to showcase even more features about set 17. But before that, I think one of the things that we've all been eager to learn more about is what was Hwamie going to get as an augment in-game to commemorate his win at the TFT Paris Open. You guys created a special prismatic augment, given that that was his second major TFT win. And so tell us a little bit about this, the Baron's Lair.
Yeah, absolutely. So this one was cooked up by Kent Wu. Some of you more familiar may know Kent's work already on the game. He did a great job here.
I know him for Lilia, but
I was going to say, I'm surprised
But I know
Lilia is not in this one.
Oh man, no, this is Hwamie's augment, not Kent. But so as we all know, in Hwamie's amazing Paris Open victory, the Baron played a pretty significant role in that exciting moment where he found it. And the thing I love about the Open is in that moment you can just hear the crowd exploding with excitement. So we really wanted to capture like the essence of Baron with this augment. And one of the most unique things about Baron's kit in Lore and Legends is how he can bring the whole fight into the void. You know, that special effect goes out, makes the whole thing look really cool. So we wanted to capture that and immortalize it with this augment. Now on top of that, there's an extra little bit there where it gives you a tank item. This is actually a nod to the fact that some of the unique choices that Hwamie made throughout the day, in this case it was he really had an extreme priority for tank items in that final game. And not only is that a nod to that, but it also synergizes very well with the Baron effect to create this total cohesive package where you have your tank items, you stall out for the Baron effect to go on, and then you just wrap it up through the power of the Baron.
Wow, I cannot wait to be able to see this augment in action, and we get to do that maybe shortly if any of our players for the show match ended up picking it. Let's get started, everybody. Your first look at Space Gods, set 17. Now, Matt, you have actually been one of the big voices for our TikToks and our social posts. Do you mind doing the honors to introduce us to the show match?
Oh, well, sure, I shall do my best. Welcome, everyone. Very happy to have you here. And without further ado, welcome to Space Gods.
Wow.
I love it. I got chills. Ah, I can't wait.
I believe I saw our gods this game may have been, I caught a glimpse of, I think, Thresh and Echo.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, wonderful.
That's what I saw too, and I see on a bench we have Anima already being picked up by Sean's. Tell us a little bit about Anima. I know it's a little bit of the high-risk trait this set.
That is correct. So Anima, we saw Anima last in set 14, Cyber City. This time, we wanted to see if we could do a slightly different take on the theme of having those animal weapons, and in this case, it is the high-risk trait for the set. You build up tech. When you reach certain tech thresholds, you get a chance to turn that tech into weapons, or to store it away, keep building for higher-tier weapons. Now, one of the cool things with Anima is that the higher tier weapons can actually be used by anyone. So if you reach one of those higher cash outs and you think, oh, I got this weapon, I could use it with this other characters, not even Anima Squad characters, just other character in the set, you can have some of that fun of pivoting to that character after your big cash out.
I'm really excited about all the new trades, and I feel like they're so flavorful, but I kind of want to tap back a little bit to yesterday, because you told me Thresh is your favorite of the 9 gods, of Space Gods, because he can tempt you with a pool of variety from the other gods. So how keen do you think our show match players are going to be to maybe click on Thresh?
Well, that's a good question. Yes, I mean,
Ooh.
oh, look at this.
Hey, Prismatics to start adding a little bit of chaos, maybe some more extra resources to make something crazy happen in this game.
Oh.
I like to see that Forged in Strength is still in the game.
Yep. It's another nod to one of the great wins in the history. We love having that kind of legacy built into the game. You know, remembering the players, the moments that make the game what it is.
Yeah, that's been one of my most exciting additions, I think, when I've seen that come into the game. And I'm already starting to think like, well, we're going to crown another champion today. So
Yes.
you're going to have to go back to the books and make another one.
Crown the next legend.
Well, I want to know if somebody picked up Baron Slayer, because
Me too.
it is a prismatic, of course. I clicked it in the playtest, but I somehow wasn't able to channel my inner Juan Mi, unfortunately. Did not end up with a win for me.
Ooh, I like this Dark Star trait. Now, I've got to be honest, I got walloped a couple of times by a Dark Star Mordekaiser, and so I'm kind of wondering, is this a trait that you expect people to have a lot of fun with? Was that something that you had in mind when actually creating the Dark Star trait, the entertainment factor?
Oh, definitely. Like, we definitely believe that the spectacle of having people just sucked into the black hole on the side would be a lot of fun to see. So, you know, that you get that right off the bat, like it's unlocked at the very first tier, and you just start to have fun seeing people pulled to their demise.
And looking at Lukeware's current spot on the board, playing going long, being able to have a strong board early, I think this is obviously a great setup in any set. And now looking at an early upgrade here for that Mordekaiser specifically, I'm pretty sure this is one of those units that has those 3 traits, and so it's kind of like the glue to a lot of boards.
That's correct, yeah. It's in addition to Darkstar, which is a solid splash all on its own, you have Channeler, which is one of our new caster traits, and of course, he's a Vanguard up in the front, a nice tank trait.
And not only that, he also has his own hero augment. I believe it's called Heat Death. And it has a really, really cool way it works. Would you mind explaining that one?
Sure, absolutely. So, yeah, that one is very straightforward, but at the same time, it is fun to watch. It starts as just an AoE around Mordekaiser, and that just keeps growing.
That's so sick.
Yeah, it does damage. When you cast, it has moments of doing even more damage, but yeah, eventually it can just envelop the entire battlefield.
Necro. Do you see what I see? It's Vigar
Yeah!
He did that too.
He even has a radiant death cap! That's awesome.
Nice. Yeah, Viger, one of our meeples. They're the trait that have little meeple buddies that help them with their spells. They're a lot of fun to watch.
Ooh, here we are. The god coming in.
There's that random boon. Could be anything.
Also a spatula, so 2 pretty high variance gods here.
Wow, so random boon. What is in the pool for the random boons?
So that pulls from any of the other gods' offerings. So you can get just anything that they could offer, plus a little gold on top. Of course, the risk is you don't know what you're getting. It might not be suited to what you're trying to do. But, you know, you get a little bit more raw power for that. So are you willing to take the risk? Are you feeling flexible? Do you need to take a chance? You know, I mean, knowing when you are in a position in which you need to create the opportunity to get lucky, that's a skill all its own.
That's true. I like that you can also see what people have picked if you look at the little pedestal on the bottom right of somebody's board.
Yeah.
I can see, okay, a couple people favored Echo. I know Makes you were kind of wondering, who do you think people will pick?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I feel like on the playtest, people really enjoyed sticking to one of the 2 gods. And it does matter to an extent because later in the game, there is basically a treasure round where your god of choosing then gives you something extra. And so the one you picked 2 times will decide what you get in your treasure round, which people should maybe be a little bit aware of. Would you recommend that people tend to just like pick God A and then pick God B to then see for the 3rd one where they want to go? Or is it more like a
Legion?
You can end up wherever you want. If you want to go Echo all the way, that's also super viable.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of good viable approaches to that. I myself tend to just go in the moment. What does each of these blessings give me that I'm looking for? But if you want to plan around the big payoff at the end, I think that's also perfectly fine.
We're also currently seeing a trait on screen that I'm super interested in. I was reading about it last night, Arbiter. It reminded me of Admin, which was one of my favorite traits in the past. Can you tell me about the design of this trait?
Absolutely, that is correct. Great call out to catch Admin there from the past. Admin from set 8. Arbiter, in a very similar way, lets you sort of create your own trait from these little building blocks. We present you with some options that are inputs and outputs, causes and effects. And you choose one cause and one effect, and that will build your Arbiter effect, essentially. So, for example, you might have every 3 attacks as your cause, and maybe get AP is a very simple one as your output. And you would have someone that, as they attack a lot, builds up a lot of AP. That would actually be pretty solid for someone like, say, LeBlanc. But there are some wilder outputs out there as well, and some interesting inputs to build around.
I played a set of Arbiter, or a game of Arbiter in the new set, and I believe I clicked on for every star level that you get extra attack speed. As a reroll fiend, you know, I was really having a grand old time making my entire board golden, and it worked out pretty well. So that was super fun.
Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed that. That's exactly the sort of, like, have a few of those in there that, like, oh, this could be a fun little build around with my Arbiter trait. So, yeah. Oh, I think we're seeing our new unit there. That's Meepsy in the middle.
Yes. Ooh. Tell us about Meepsy.
So Meepsy is a little meep piloting an asteroid golem. They are
So cute.
a new unit for the Meeple trait. They're a 2-cost tank. And yeah, we are very happy to have gotten them in here.
Wait, so how did that even come about? You know, were you just like, oh, we're really excited to build the Meeple trait and we want to keep creating new champions that kind of fit into the convergence?
Yeah, so in a way, like, it's, we knew we needed a tank. Like, that was the hole we needed to fill. We were looking through some of our options. And so one of the astronaut skins is Ivern. And Ivern, of course, has the Daisy summon. And so we were looking at what it looked like in that skin, and we saw the little meep piloting the golem. Like,
Guau, ahora sí.
that's so cute. Can we just make that a unit by itself?
I love it.
5 minuticos en lo que siguen viendo el show
It has
match.
its own splash art and everything, crafted again by our wonderful artists. It is a very cute addition to the roster.
Seeing the little meep in there just like vibing, just
Yeah.
moving around is hilarious. I love it.
I love it. I actually, wow, first off, I'm looking at this feeling lucky, and I'm like, okay.
Yep.
People like to, oh,
Oh,
no.
stop that. Ooh.
What? Where's all these
Ooh.
pants coming from?
Having the Tactician's Cape, obviously great for these boards. Meeple is one of the big verticals in this set. How do you get to that 10 trait?
Well, it's not easy.
Okay.
You will need some emblems to get there, but yeah, it's the payout. Should someone get there, is a fun spectacle to watch.
Another thing that's super fun to watch that we're just seeing Manuta put on his board here is he unlocked Shepherd 3, which is another one of these chase traits that you're mentioning here, CLE. And I love this one because it's another new character you guys added into the game. And not only is it a new character, it develops the more you put. So Baya and Bajan. Bia and Bajan is the name of the summoned Shepherd.
Yes, Bia and Bayan. They are our new summon unit for this set. Yeah, so Shepherd is the summon trait. An interesting note with Shepherd is this time around, it is more of a class than an origin, which means it's not tied to any specific skin line. A lot of times in the past, our summon trait has been like, well, we'll take this skin line, turn it into the summon trait, so forth and so on. So it gave us a lot of freedom with what to do with the look and feel of this summon. And so, again, our great art narrative team, all that, like came together and said, okay, we can craft something from whole cloth, make something entirely new for TFT. What can we do? And they came up with this pair of the little baby beast, Bia, and then the big mom beast that comes in at the higher tiers, Bayan, and then at the highest, they work together as a unit. And
So
yeah,
cool.
I love that.
a lot of fun to watch. Bia is very cute, and Bayan does some pretty sweet stuff.
And they don't take up a board slot, right?
Oh yeah, that is correct. As a summon, they're just a bonus unit there for you to have.
We are going to be going into our next carousel round, so I kind of want to take that as a pickup because there's been a lot of confusion around the gods and the catch-up mechanic. Yes, I'm calling you out specifically, chat. A lot of people don't understand how exactly the catch-up here works because, of course, carousel used to offer 5 costs, 4 costs to those players that are lower in standings first. So could you elaborate, maybe for everybody that is still a little bit confused, how exactly does it work for Pengu to cut you up?
Sure. Okay. So, yeah, Pengu is one of the things that are working as part of our catch-up mechanic. Because as you noted, one of the things that Carousel does do is allow for a bit of a catch-up for if you are a little farther down. You have a chance to get back in the game by having first dibs on what's going on in the carousel there. In this realm of the gods, after your major gods have given you their offerings, you've made your choice, we also have the third god there, Pengu. Pengu is the god in the set. He offers you another set of options you can choose from. He'll always help you no matter who you're aligned with. He's always got your back. But if you are doing a little worse, your options are just a smidge better from what Pengu offers you. We're talking like maybe a gold or two a difference, something like that. You know, I mean, much the same way that like the range of units you would see on a given carousel might be between like 1 and 3 costs early and then a little higher later on.
Exactly. So here on stage 3, we saw 4 costs offered to a duck who would be, first pick on the carousel, which would be, hey, there's 3 of those-ish on the carousel. There was 3 options there for him. So seems very, very similar, if not almost the same. Except maybe the components, come with it are a little bit different because of how the gods work.
Yeah, it's there is another subtler catch-up thing built into some of how the PvE rounds work right now. It's basically some of your components may be replaced with anvils instead, giving a little bit more selection. Not more components total, just a little bit more selection when you're placed a little farther down.
We have it. The Baron's Lair is here.
Oh yeah?
No way.
so
On
cool.
board for Hollythoth.
Nice.
Oh, and we got augmented power, so it looks like we're going to be seeing gold or silver augments for the final one. But wow, I can't wait to see this particular augment in action. And also, he's using a trait that I would love to know a bit more about. That's the Time Breaker trait. I remember the dev drop talking about this a little bit in terms of it being able to give you some additional rewards. So what are those breakpoints? What do they look like?
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah, so Timebreaker is pretty straightforward. The 2-piece, that's what opens up the sort of econ aspect of the trait, I suppose you could say, where on a loss, you get rerolls. On a win, you get XP. And much like older traits, like say, I believe Exalted did something like this. The XP is stored in a little thingy on your board that you can then sell when you're ready to get that XP. But yeah, losing also gets you the rerolls. So it gives you like whichever direction you're going, like you get a little extra stuff on top. At the 3 and the 4, it becomes more of a combat boost. You get some bonus attack speed, very straightforward stuff. Perhaps the interesting part about Timebreaker is its one cost. Ezreal is a special scaling one cost in this set, whereas he builds up more takedowns. You might be able to see him in action here. With more takedowns, yeah, you see a little barrage of lasers from his drone backup.
He's similar to, well, not exactly the same, but similar to Kayle was in previous set where she ramps up, so he can do the same thing, right?
Exactly, a similar kind of goal. Have this one cost that has a dream of scaling throughout the game.
One cost reroll is back. Let's go.
Ezreal 2020.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh, Twisted Fate also I've seen be a fun reroll to play as well. But I want to call out that we see either 2 Timebreaker on this board that's going fast 8. It's a very good splashable thing. It kind of reminds me of Bard from the current set.
Bingo. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, it is a nice little bit of extra boost that you can splash in if you'd like.
One thing I want to call out because one of people's favorite things about set 16 is the flexibility of it.
Yes.
Talk to me about Kayn and Redeemer. That's his only trait.
So Kayn is a pretty interesting one.
Or is it Rost? Which one is it?
This one's Frost, I think.
It is Rost, yes,
Okay,
you're right.
thank you.
Rost, yes. So Rost is a tank in the set, has the Redeemer traits.
Para el
that's his
showmatch,
only trait.
yo no iba a entender
Rost is
absolutamente
sort of an
nada
invitation to a different play
porque
style.
ayer no vi los personajes. O sea, sé que ayer comenzaron a montar
For each trait you have active. So you're trying to, like,
la infografía de todos los personajes
and so by having
del
that
juego,
built into a unit,
el
as
siguiente
opposed
set,
to an augment, we give
pero
it
yo
a
nunca la
way
leí.
to present this mini game to you. Here, here's this other direction going. Now, it's interesting in that, like, that is
Ya
not the key
exploraremos a
itself.
fondo
It is
el
not
nuevo
a
set
really
cuando lo metan en el
flexible
PvE.
unit, in the sense that, like, you can't just throw him in. You have to, like, build around what he's doing.
Y van a haber
But when you
muchos
get him,
streams de
he
mi
has the
parte en el
opportunity to
PvE.
launch you on a different path
Ya tengo
for
todo
your unit, and
listo
in
para
that
el
way,
PvE.
we're hoping can encourage some of that flexibility. Like, I was doing this thing, but now I got Ross. Maybe I'm not going to do this other thing now.
Very cool. So did you kind of envision him then to be sort of like Bronze for Life, or?
Yes, yeah, exactly. That kind
Yes.
of, like, we're going to get as many traits active as we can and benefit from that.
Okay, I have another quick question for you. How did you get
The
Rammus
cinco,
back in
Chen.
the set? Yes. Who did you convince to get this back in the
Ramos
set?
es un
Well,
Miple y Bastión debe ser un tanque también
It
porque
was
tiene Bastión.
exactly the right unit for the job. We wanted another good tank for Maple. Rammus looks very tanky, and I believe we gave him a spell that looked pretty cool. Which
He
was,
looks very meeple.
yeah.
Very.
Yeah, you can see when he gets the Maple going, I believe they all sort of hang out on his
Hace la
shell
espada
there,
de Chen.
and help buff up his defense.
We did see Trisha just roll down a little bit, and a lot of the legendaries were popping up in her shop. We have Shen on the board as well. I know, Cieli, you were really excited to see some of those favorites kind of return.
La estrella
a lot of
oscura,
legendaries
que
for
tiene
the
Leduc.
first time being chosen to be one. How do you decide which unit gets to be
Ooh.
legendary in a set?
Oh, that is a really good question. It's a number of factors. I mean, we are certainly aware of like which units have not yet had a chance to be one. Although
Llegará el momento
really the
justo en que
question
manden a
was,
alguien top 8.
do we feel there is something we can do with
No
this
vi
unit
quiénes
that
quedaban vivos, la
would
verdad.
feel legendary that would fit in this set, all that sort of thing.
Leduc tiene
So
estrellas
in this case,
oscuras.
we did find ones that we felt like would work for, Shen, Vex, all the Graves, I believe is another one.
Yeah.
No recuerdo
that
si
full cast.
el estrellas oscuras del set 3 tenía ese
And then
icono.
hopefully people that are big fans of those champions will get to enjoy those 5 costs.
Well, I'm
De
seeing one.
Cerveicara.
Jin. Why is this so
Jugando
big?
So that, I believe, yes, they have 6 Darkstar.
Onda espacial.
So with 6
Pues también son
Darkstar, one
Meeples.
of your Darkstar units becomes super massive, and in this case, I believe it is Jin because he is quite large. It also gives you 2 little, like smaller black holes to place on the board. You can see one right there, which in addition to like helping absorb a little damage in your front line there, I believe they also do.
No
damage on
entiendo
that,
nada.
as a black hole there. But yeah, it gives you a little more stalling power for your big supermassive unit in this case.
Ey,
Jin.
esto es el carrusel,
to
lo
shut
que es
down
ahora Elección de
Also,
diosa.
what are we calling this now? Because Minx last time called it carousel. That is not what's happening.
Fair.
The realm of the gods?
Yep, that is
Okay.
what I
Alright.
call it. Yeah.
My bad. Good catch.
It'll
The
take a-
realm of the gods.
It'll take a little bit of a
Click on
practice.
fresh. Come on, I dare you.
Roll the dice.
Yeah.
Yay! Latak is a real one.
Ooh, 5-cost Graves being an option here. He does take it. This is a unit that I'm very excited to play. I didn't get a chance to yet. Tell me more about the design behind this unit. and how
Bloodware lleva
flexible it
racha de
is.
victoria.
Okay, so Graves is.
Venis y Manut están ahí. Holy Todd ni idea.
An entire tech tree you build.
César Baker es el nuevo
There
colchoncito.
are a series of upgrades. Basically, each round you get offered an upgrade. It starts off pretty quick, so you have a chance to get a few upgrades right away, and then it slows down over time. But
Más
each of those
fuerte
upgrades
el audio
is
del
going to
video,
set
¿no?
them down
Creo,
a
pues.
different
No, yo lo bajé.
path, a different tech tree of what you're trying to build. So you might have a more traditional backline carry. You might go a more castery route. You might go for a more like mid-range fighter type of upgrade path. But there's a lot of different
¿Qué
ways
son esas estrellas
to
oscuras?
slot him into your comp and whatever
Están
rounds you
alrededor
have
del
flying around
Caín y
there.
de
It's
ese
easier to
Rek'Sai,
find
¿no?
a home
Supongo.
on
Sí,
Graves.
Rek'Sai.
It also gives them a big scaling fantasy. I believe all in all there are something like 30 different upgrades available for him.
That's crazy.
Even more if you count like the different levels of some of the upgrades. Like some have like upgrade 1, upgrade 2 of like the similar thing, but they're stronger. But yeah, there's a lot you can do with that unit, and I think people will have fun experimenting with all the different options.
Is this something that you looked at, like Rise, for example,
Es
from this
fuertecito,
set,
estoy
and you
oscura,
said,
¿no?
well, people love being able to kind of flex around with Rise, make those spells.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Having some of those.
Ahí medio leí la
units in
pasiva
there,
de
I'm
Jhin.
like, oh, here's what can I do with this? You know, what
Y
can
creo
what can I
que
build with this?
cierto
Yeah,
ítem
exactly.
llamado Guinzo le
I'm freaking
caería
out.
de
I saw the
perlas
UFO
a ese
on
personaje.
Cesar's board here, and I want to see it again. He's playing around those meeples, and he has
Thresh
Bard,
Blessing.
which summons that little
Cada
extra.
ronda
But here's
lanza un dado, ¿qué?
our treasure round happening right now. So we can see Thresh's Blessing. What exactly is that?
So Thresh's Blessing, I believe, will
Un
each round
momento
roll a die
más.
for you and give you a different upgrade based on that die roll.
Echo's
Wow.
A
Blessing.
little more chance.
Ganó una
of
anomalía.
moving
Coño,
up.
pero dejen leer los que están
Oh
jugando.
yes, so Echo's Blessing. Echo gives you a bit of a blast from the past. It's an anomaly item that you put on one of your units, and depending on what the roll is, it will mimic the anomaly effect, one of the anomalies from set 13.
And this,
El Maokai,
I'm so excited to see this happen.
¿cómo se llama?
But
Maokai
so
me
the
hace
treasure
recordar
rounds,
a
though,
Groot.
those rewards are going to be the same based on the allegiance that you had towards a god at the end of it. There's no like power scaling for your allegiance to them, like if you pick them 3 times, for example.
No, yeah, it's the payout should be the same.
El
whether you
Boulder
did 2 or 3
Holder,
times,
¿qué?
whichever one you
Eh,
aligned with the most. I believe there's one exception with Yasuo.
añadiendo unos
where
efectos adicionales, eso
because
acabo de leer
Yasuo
en
powers
el...
up your the hexes that he gives. Yasuo gives you special hexes. If you only chose them twice and you only have 2 hexes, to kind of make you feel a little
En lo
better,
del
you don't want
Ebron.
to feel like, oh, I have one less hex. It's just worse for me. We give you a little gold as compensation. Something I also wanted to note, you'll see over on the right side of the screen
Challenger,
there, you can actually see some of this
Arbiter,
after the second round. But
Peleador,
once people
luchador,
have aligned
Nova.
with a particular god, you can see which
Que
god
Nova,
people
o son
aligned
2 o
with
son
next
5.
to their portrait there. So after round 2, anyone who had chosen the same god twice, you would have seen that image next to their scoreboard name there.
Which is pretty cool.
Es
Because if I
Leblanc, ¿no?
know the rest of the lobby is going to go into a Thresh gotcha moment, I can still catch up if I haven't aligned myself and also go down that route to
Leblanc.
kind of follow the lobby tempo a little bit.
Yeah, and it's also fun just to see, like, hey, what
Here's
do
a
we all
Graves
do?
upgrade.
Oh yes, there you go. So you can see, here's all the different upgrade options you have. There's a gold cost for some of them on the bottom. Of course, some of them are also just, hey, free. And we'll see what happens when you pick one.
Look
Whoa!
at that. Wow.
Your
He got
brand new Graves.
delivered.
Yep,
So cool.
factory new.
Wait, so what
Los
is this bench
Mips,
slot
los
that,
Mips,
Ram
los
is
Meeples
Okay,
duplican
so,
campeones,
Meeple,
tengo entendido.
At the higher tier there, can create this, the cloning facility on your bench. These little meeps hang out and clone whatever you need to put in there. It works very much like if you remember set 11.
Wait.
Wait.
Wait, yeah,
Yep.
exactly. After enough rounds equal to the cost, you get a new copy of the thing. So once you get to that gold level,
Otro con anomalía, pero en tanque. Tanque es un coste 4, ¿no? Tengo entendido.
I'll bet that has an anomaly. Yep.
Yep, sure does. Also, we see Aurelian Soul. I know he's a god in this set, but he's also a unit.
So yes, most of the units that are gods do not appear in the set. Aurelian Soul is one tiny exception because in this case, it's a mech Aurelian Soul. We figured it made some sense that, like, sure, in this world, why wouldn't someone make a mech that looks like this god? You know?
The Mighty
It
Match.
makes sense, actually, especially if you like worship Aurelian Soul, then maybe you would actually make a mech out of him.
Yeah, and that did give us the opportunity to. So the mech trait allows you to transform your mechs between two different modes, and two different forms, that is. And so the form that Aurelian Soul transforms into is the jet form, the spacecraft form, which then operates much like the old Set 3 Aurelian Soul, the battle cruiser flying around, launching fighters.
So cool. I know there's a board tax that comes with that, though, right? If you change it to the other, change a mecha unit to the other form, it takes it 2 board slots?
That is correct, yeah. When you change your mech to the other form, it then becomes
No tengo idea de qué está pasando.
a 2-slot unit. And you can switch it back. There's a controller to switch them back and forth as you want. The idea there was we wanted to have sort of an opt-in dragon type of
Bueno,
thing.
se le duplicó el ramo. Entonces, ese hexágono, donde está Vex ahorita, me imagino que te dan una copia de un campeón dependiendo del número de turnos en donde ese campeón está dentro del hexágono, equivalente al nivel del personaje.
I think that was forged.
Oh, okay. I was shocked. I was like, what? All right, yes.
Yeah.
That's a lot more reasonable.
As wild as Thresh's payouts can be, I don't believe it's that.
Y Aurelion es un
What do
coste
you
4.
think is the best payout?
Yo
that
desperté hace un
Thresh
buen
can
rato.
give?
Vaya a mimir.
From the rolls,
Que te
boy,
caiga el
it's a tough one.
dropcito.
I mean, it's a good split. It's a lot of minor ones that
Oye,
can
hay
help over
un
time.
tercer
Sometimes you
emote.
get some stats, sometimes you get some goals, sometimes you get some rewards.
Que no lo puse al
You don't
inicio
really
del
see that
stream,
to see
de hecho.
I think
Se me olvidó.
you know, a pleasant little surprise it gives you there.
I like it.
One of the things that players are theorizing, and I'm sure a lot of the players that are highly engaged in the competitive scene are thinking about, is how do these gods impact the playstyle of the game? Does something like Thresh, can you only play it from ahead where you have some HP? Is there thought about that when we're designing these things?
There is a little bit of that in that. So generally, the idea is that
No,
each god
Holy Todd.
should have
Se fue Holy Todd.
the context of
Ya
your
aún se
gameplay
ríe.
should matter, and if it influences
Chen
the
Do.
choice of which god you make.
Con
that is
espátula de matón.
If you were always like in this game, for example, if
Jugando
you came
6
in like, well,
matones.
you're always supposed to take Thresh 100% of the time.
Con Darstar, que
So
serían
the idea
Cho'Gath
is
y
certain
Jhin en este
context,
caso.
this kind of board might benefit more from this sort of thing. This kind of situation might benefit
Bastiones,
more
que
from
no
this kind of
tengo
thing.
fruta idea. Sé que un bastión
For
es
we
el
create
coma.
the opportunity for each
El
god to
coma,
have
que el
its own
ramo.
shine. One thing that interesting
El
that
otro
kind
ni
of
idea
helps
quién
with
es.
that a little bit is you may notice in the Realm of the Gods moments, in addition to the blessing, the offering that they get, each god is also offering you a particular component.
Right.
So even if you're looking at like, these two are close, normally I would go this one, but this one over here has this component that I kind of really want to build this other
Listo.
item. Do I
Son
take the
6
one
bolas
that
de carne
to
para que el
build
Jhin
the other
pegue.
one?
Jhin y
Take the other
Grey.
one that's, I favor a little bit more, but I might build it to item I don't quite want as much. You have to weigh all the different combinations there with your choice.
And just to follow up
Manuto
on
se
that,
fue
the
top
components
6.
are random. It's not that
Cesar
Soraka
Baker sigue
always
siendo el
gives you a
colchoncito.
belt, but it's just it can be any of those components. And is it also random between the different players in the lobby, or are we all getting the same component from
Cesar
one god?
Baker
So
lo
it's the
hace
same
otra
random component
vez.
for everyone. So basically,
Alright.
everyone seeing the Soraka offering will see, here's this offering plus this specific component. Like, if it's a belt, we're all seeing a belt.
Okay.
But it could be a belt, it could be a tier. And hilariously enough, I think at one point, I think we still have this.
Es un marksman attacker,
So you could get,
pero tiene un hexágono. El Chen tiene que ir front,
Fancy.
famosamente.
All right, I'm seeing a couple of people really starting to lock in on the endgame boards now.
Ya vi que
now that we're
LeBlanc
in
es un
stage
coste
6,
4.
We're seeing a lot more legendaries getting picked. Everyone seems to have favored the anomaly from what I've seen as well. But what does Sona do? I see this
Commands.
yeah, and everything.
Nuno es
Yeah,
otro
Sona's
coste
a new
4.
one. Sona creates these command mods that you attach to units. Basically, they give you a little bonus for a few fights. They stick around for a couple of fights, and they're just a little enhancement that can, give a special effect to the unit, like, letting their attacks burn or sunder or whatever the case may be.
¿Saben también que no he hecho
Stun, maybe,
tampoco?
give it a temporary item for a few turns. A lot of variety there. So each turn, each
Ayer fue un día desastroso.
Okay, what do I want to do with this? Where do I put it? That sort of thing.
Wow, we got our top
our
four.
top
Oh,
four.
you kept the top
Esta
four
cosa,
graphic.
Oh, yeah.
subirlo,
Absolutely. No, I mean,
cortar,
it's such a fun
Claro.
moment to celebrate that, having that
Ahí está.
remain, it's great.
That was something that I was
Exportar
so
el
excited
día
to
ayer a
see get
YouTube.
released in
Jejeje.
KO Coliseum because it feels like
Ya, eso lo
I
hace
actually
automático Twitch.
celebrate the top
Gracias.
four more.
Yeah, okay, that's the hope, exactly. Like, one of the things with TFT, sometimes it feels like players may
Tú
not
sin saber
realize
qué
that,
hace
like, doing top
el,
four is good. Like,
Yeah.
it's not that, like, people are like, well, I didn't win. It's okay, but top four is still, you
la
did
espada
kinda
de
win.
Chen.
That's your,
You got
the top half.
LP.
LP go up.
Right, yeah. So for celebrating that moment a little bit more, so you feel like, oh, I did it. Yeah.
Debería estar en el Divine Duelist, ¿no? Creo.
Blitzcrank also
En el,
being
en el,
featured as a
en el
two-star.
aumento, en el
This is
trade
a damage dealer?
de Divine
Yes,
Duelist.
this is
Si pudiera leerlo.
fightery,
Bueno, puedo ir a la
brawly,
infografía y leerlo,
Blitzcrank here.
la verdad.
So he's part of the Space Crew trade, and he will
Daniel.
uppercut people into disco balls, creating big old disco explosions.
I love it.
Tech Resupply.
Awesome.
Oh, we're getting to see an Anima Squad cash out here.
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
What do we got here?
Prototype.
Eso.
Okay, so this is one of the cheaper ones.
Okay.
Gana un 20% de escudo. Y una en la Wii.
A spread of different tiers of anima payouts. Again, your highest tier ones can go on any unit. There's a middle tier which are particularly useful on certain anima units. So if you're sticking with, like, I want to play, like, this anima unit, you might find the item that pairs very well with them and use that. And then we have our very cheap tier that's like, okay, I'm still getting some payouts. I can maybe find a use for this thing.
This is also Fiora's first time being a 5-cost. We just saw her
right.
not quite make it through this fight. But tell me about Fiora and what she does.
All right, so Fiora is the Divine Duelist. Some of the damage you deal, some of the player damage that is, gets healed back to you. But also she has this little thing that, as the greatest duelist in the land, she's on a one-on-one.
Cesar Baker sigue vivo.
Hold on, what is this? Why is there a dragon on our board,
What?
Matt?
Okay, so as you may know, Bard can abduct, the UFO that Bard summons can abduct units.
Uh-huh.
If you have Bard,
He abducted
Ese
Really?
that is correct.
We also
Dragon?
3-star Corky, which
Oh.
is 4-cost, by the way.
Nice.
So we can place dragon on our board. Just to like
Y ese Elder
reiterate,
Dragon.
that is the case.
Yes, that is.
What?
Yeah, that is something we want to be possible. Like, it's
No
funny,
entra,
when it
pues
came
no
out,
creo
we
que
were
sea
like,
como el
okay,
Galio
what
actual
if
de
we could do
Demacia.
this, though? What if we
Sí.
could get away with letting players, because it's
That's
fun. It
so
feels like
fun.
you're getting away with something. Like, I abducted the dragon, I get to play the dragon. We do want it to land in the spot where it's like the dragon feels
Tiene
like
un Corky
a
coste
reasonable
3.
unit
Corky
to
que
have on
tiene.
your board. But yeah,
And it costs 2 slots, I assume, because it's big? Or is it 1 slot?
I believe it's just one.
Wow.
That's so funny. Does that mean, like, if somebody unlocked Zed through their augment, that they could actually abduct Zed? Does it show up in your shop if you've abducted him?
Oh, I don't believe so. No, the only way to get Zed to show up in your shop is
The
through the
augment? Okay. All right.
Oh.
Oh, I can't.
Rolling down
Damn
for
it.
Graves 3.
Wait.
Ho, ho, ho.
Can he do it? Selling board, trying very hard, but
Oh,
not
man.
enough time,
No.
Sean.
Que yo creo que hay alguien más con
Unfortunately,
Grace, ¿no?
Thumbs up and a valiant effort.
Hold on, I saw a request in chat. You know, these are
Ok, Baker, lo mata obviamente, pues se puso ultra débil buscando el Grace 3. Pero no sé contra quién se enfrentó Lugwer. Ah, contra la copia de
Someone's going to roll for
the town.
Blitzcrank, actually. Hang on.
3-2, maybe?
Wait, let's see. Luke Ware and Cesar Baker, the final 2 players in
Come
the lobby.
on. Two more Blitzcranks. Come on.
Luke, what actually is time to do it too because you're rolling on the PvE round.
One more.
Hey,
He only
he's holding
needs
Bard.
one.
Oh, no, we sold Bard. Okay, good.
No. He's got 7 blitz.
We have time. We have
He's got
time.
8 blitzkrieg.
Come on.
Please.
Would this be your first 3-star 5 cost?
Wait, does this count for pick'ems?
No, I think that's already done.
Sorry about that, Seal. Okay, he has
Come
to
on,
do
come on,
it.
roll.
Please. Maybe Thresh can give us something really good? Okay, not quite. Just more gold. We need gold. Oh, wait, we're one off here, too.
Bard 3, maybe Bard 3?
Wait. I know he has this UFO. We have so much gold we just sold, so now we can continue to roll.
He saw a Blitzcrank in his shop. There's the Blitzcrank! Blitzcrank 3 on Luker's board, no? Is it not?
Maybe? I didn't see the 3-star.
I
Oh,
didn't see the
Bard 3!
3-star! Oh my god!
Wow.
Let's go!
Wow!
I did not expect to see this today.
Wait, look at all the UFOs. Oh,
Who
two
could
off.
win? Oh
Wait,
no.
what happened?
Los Blitzcrank le salieron a Luke, pero...
What
Cast come
does
through?
you- Oh my god!
¿Qué es eso?
Dude, the giant UFO!
That is one way to win a show match for sure.
Yeah, that is quite a spectacle.
What a fantastic showing of the new set.
I'm so glad you folks got to see that. That is really a very fun.
César Baker sacando una legendaria al 3 en el
I
show
also may have
match
gotten
del
a
del set que
compilation
viene.
of some of these, and I think it steals every unit that was on the opponent's board.
I think so.
That's incredible.
Wow.
That's so
I
incredible.
mean, you know, it's at that point you've kind of already won the game. Sure, we'll
Ego.
give it to you.
Ese-
Hey, that's so fun. Wow. Okay, so I'm already super excited to see the set launch, and we got to cover a lot within the show match. But Matt, is there anything else that you did not get a chance to see in game that you're really excited for players to discover when they get their hands on this set?
Oh man, really, there's so much of it here that I'm just looking forward to everything. Like seeing you folks experience this. Definitely, I'd love what we saw here today with the Bard 3. Really fun. There are other great spectacles, both with the prismatic trait and the 3-star 5 costs. Looking forward to seeing some of those, discovering those. But yeah, just everything in the set. We really are looking forward to you folks enjoying this new set, the Realm of the Gods, everything that went into it. Yeah, thank you so much.
Can we talk about that artwork really fast?
Oh, absolutely.
Because that was something that I think we were all oohing and awing at while watching this game play out, is clearly the care and detail that went into actually crafting the gods, but also the music and the sounds and the feelings of when you actually use these champions.
Yeah, it's a big guiding light here was, again, we wanted to make sure that this time, this space set felt distinct in that it was a very fantasy style of space. So everything from like the look of the gods, making them feel very mystical, very divine. The look of the realm when you first load into the realm of the gods, like it does feel spacey, but it doesn't. You know, there aren't a bunch of machines around or anything. It's very like mystical space. And then there's the gods on the thrones glowing, or their altars rather, and you see them like right away, right first thing you load in. So yeah, getting to see all that. And you mentioned the music. The music, I think, does a great job of like riding that line between sounding sci-fi, having great epic moments as well, but also embracing some of the lightheartedness and silliness that like traits like the meeples, for example. Like TFT always has a bit of lightheartedness to it, and I think it's the fact that we got to keep that while also keeping these grandiose gods is wonderful.
As soon as I saw the meeps, I just typed in the chat of the
Bro,
preview
wanna
thing, I was
feeling
like,
lucky.
2020.
Esta es la tirada de moneda que vi en...
Yeah.
So
I
good.
got obliterated by somebody that hit the Meeple Prismatic.
Oh, really?
Oh, you got to see it.
I did get to see it. So can I spoil? No, I don't want to spoil,
okay,
actually.
okay.
I don't want to spoil. But all I have to say is that if you get a chance to actually hit the Meeple Prismatic in game, you will enjoy it just as much as I enjoyed getting destroyed by it. It was very cool.
Yeah. Please do experience it for yourself or see it. Yeah, like having us describe it to you, I do feel like would be sadly a criminal underselling.
You're right.
But yeah, I'm glad you got to see it though. That is a fun one.
It is super cool. Well, Matt, thank you so much for joining us in Spain to give us more insight on what's to come in Set 17 Space Gods. Any final words that you want to say to the fans of TFT that are looking forward to seeing this on April 15th?
Oh, yes. I was just thank you very much for having me here. And thank everyone for taking the time to watch this show match. And as always, for just playing our game, sticking with us all these years. We're really excited to have you see this next new set, Space Gods, Set 17. And yes, thank you so much for always being a part of TFT, making it what it is, keeping it the game that it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matt, once again for joining us and for also, of course, putting this amazing set together. Set 17 is going to launch on April 15th, so make sure that you stay tuned to play the next set. We are going to be going to a
Bueno, el
break,
PvE debería ser este miércoles.
Back, we will be starting with the Tactician's Crown Grand Finals.
Día 1, día 2.
See you all soon.
No sé si PvE es martes o PvE es miércoles.
To make like the last lobby day 3, because like this set in EU competitions I made every day 3 so far.
Elia has always balanced an analytical mind with the heart of a true tactician, but his journey got hit with a heavy blow: relegation.
Elia is gone as well. We've had a bloodbath and we're down to our top 4.
For a player that wears his heart on his sleeves, unafraid to show the joy of a win and the frustration of defeat, it was a moment that would have broken anyone. Elia turned the ladder into his proving ground, claiming the #1 snapshot points in EMEA. He played with a singular vision, a master of Fast 9, pushing the limits in every lobby.
Again, Leah, congratulations. You are a EMEA champion for Lore and Legends. We look forward to seeing what you can do at the Crown.
From Tier 2 to EMEA regional winner, and now in the Grand Finals of Lore and Legends Tactician Crown. Elia, you've shown us that being a champion isn't about never failing, it's about how you rise.
That guy has such an insane greed. We prepped for the entire thing together. I was so down last set after my performance. They believed in me this set, and now making worlds with him together, a final lobby. It's surreal. It's surreal.
And as you step into this final lobby, remember, you're not climbing alone.
What? 2 frauds in final lobby? Only one more thing to do. Bring it home. Easy snack.
Hey, Dasik and Elio. I know one of you guys is gonna bring it home tomorrow. So good luck. You guys got this.
Good luck, Elia and Dasik. You guys are the GOATs.
Let's go, Uncle Elia!
Let's go, Elia! Let's go, Dasik!
Elia and Dasik, you got this. GG.
Wishing my good friends Elia and Dasik the best of luck at the World Finals tomorrow. Let's go!
Hello, Dasik and Elia. Good luck today. I hope you guys do very well, and one of you guys win Worlds.
Let's go, Elia. I hope you win. Dasik, I hope you win as well. Yeah, I hope you win as well.
I'm sitting here in my Elia cosplay, ready to watch the bro take the crown. Let's go!
I could not think of a better way to get us ready to go for our Tactician's Crown Grand Finals.
Qué bonito es cuando toda una comunidad te apoya.
For Elia and Dasik as they get ready to take the stage representing EMEA.
The entire Cooking Brownies were there to show the support for these 2 players who've made to the Grand Finals.
Yeah, it's been such a long time for EMEA. Of course, we still have Revan and Darthnub in those positions, coming in from the West as well. Tamino doesn't have to sit alone this time.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting battle today because for the Grand Finals, we only have 8 competitors remaining that get to vie for the Tactician's Crown and the World Champion title for Lore and Legends. Elia and Dasik are just 2 of the competitors taking to the stage today, and I also want to take a moment to actually talk about Darthnub because from the Americas, last set, they were not here in the Grand Finals for KO Coliseum, so that was definitely a little sad, but Darthnub does stand as the last competitor from the Americas that we can cheer behind.
And he's a player that has a very
Best friends forever.
Sometimes not what you expect to see in a
No había caído en la imagen de fondo del presentador.
I have a lot of comfort playing around Galio Rise, for example, these really high cap comps.
Me imagino que el primer match es en media hora. ¿No?
And he also has a damage calculator that is going to be selling like hotcakes.
First game.
I've always just heard good things about Darthnub, just as like a person as well, not only
Countdown estará a las 2:30, ok.
figure, as you're saying,
Big
but
Show.
also just
a
how
las
he
3:30.
supports the rest of his study group. I feel
Primer
like
partido
when it
comienza a
comes to
las
TFT,
4.
we always say it takes the solo player to actually play the game, but it takes the whole team to try to get the win. And so you could hear that not just from the support that Aaliyah and Daisy are getting, but
Teóricamente
of course
empieza
the way that Dartnub helps to build
en
up his friends in the process.
And he's a player that has played very little or
en
no
una
reroll,
hora.
weirdly enough, in the first 2 days when reroll has been
No
so dominant.
creo.
Look at someone like Revan, for example, with 7 games of Darius reroll. So I'm curious to see how these different game plans and styles will clash on this
PDT,
Grand Final. It's so
aguanta.
interesting in a checkmate format especially.
But someone that's also very interesting is Saya.
Son las
saw this
4
player
Pacífico, ¿no?
take a
Ok.
Kiana 3 Ishtal
Sí,
Kasha
según esto, el primer partido debería comenzar ya.
the game. But he's also done some really other very unusual things in this tournament.
Saya is the player to beat coming into the finals.
Que
Just
con el
think
cambio de
about
horario
the
se me
records
fue
he has
el
already
tiempo.
rewritten.
Ujú.
78 points in the group stage, the most dominant that we've had in TAC round history. If you look back to his regional performance, he has not gone 8th place for 30 straight games. Even his run yesterday, 46 bomb day 2, another record, and then not actually going into the 8th place at all. The scariest thing, he's actually the youngest competitor with no previous competitive history, so this is a great opening chapter for him.
Well, we're getting info on some of our players. We are very excited to be joined by special guest Ibai, and we're so excited not just
Ibai.
to have you to kind of talk to us a little bit about what's going on
Special
on
West.
Movistar
Con razón
Poli,
Ibai
but also
prendió
how
temprano.
excited are you to see Revan as a part of this Grand Finals today?
Yeah, we are so excited because for us it's unbelievable. Reven is our friend and he's playing very good. He's playing a lot of Darius, but we are confident for today. So let's go, Reven. We are with you, no?
We're cheering.
Yeah, we are cheering.
We support our friend because it's like he had the idea to set up this roster with Odessa, Safo, and Alisson.
Yeah.
And actually, we were pretty sad when he lost the tier 1 place. Yeah. But he recovered in the best play to do it. So we are extremely proud of him. So we just want to let him enjoy today. And if he becomes the champion, we are even more proud. But for us, he already won. So it's just a party day for us.
It's been awesome watching Revan's tournament run to reclaim that spot in the TFT Pro Circuit. And I want to ask you a little bit about how it's been to watch from the community perspective. Revan was saying he had 15K viewers watching his tournament yesterday. And how has the community reacted to Movistar Koi's success in TFT?
Yeah, the Spanish community is insane. Reven has a lot of experience on Twitch and YouTube. He's a big streamer a lot of years ago, and he's playing very good. So the Spanish and Latin American community is so huge, Quentin.
It's supporting him a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, the community didn't lose a single tournament from him. Even he's on Spanish tournament, European qualifier. Of course, when he got the world's spot, but actually, big day for him. He was working like for several months for, I don't know, maybe 15 hours per day because he streamed a lot. Then he studied the comms, he studied the lobbies he had to play with, and well, he deserved everything he got. And of course, the community supporting him. Even we have a community who is like really troll sometimes. And he's like, you made the bad decision here, but Reven is like, okay, I won't listen to you today. And well, they will be here to be on your side, on his side and on our side, of course.
I love that. Any final words of encouragement that you would like to say to Reven before he plays this Grand Finals?
Only big W's for Reven. We expect a high level performance and let's go. We trust him.
We trust.
I love it.
He will do.
Vamos. Muchas gracias a todos. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
your
so much.
time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Big W.
Big W's.
I love that. Big W's for Revan, lots of encouragement.
Big
I mean,
W's.
Panda, this has been an org that you've also been a huge fan of with the Spanish roster that they've put together. So, yeah, how has it been from your perspective to kind of watch this community grow?
It's really crazy from Revan to think back. Set 14 Cyber City, he came in to form this roster, as they mentioned, for 4v4. And he came in having not played TFT competitively for 2 years. His last competitive experience was in Set 7 Dragonlance Regional Finals. He was very rusty. He had to be picked up off of the ground and kind of trained throughout this EWC run, through an open qualifier run with the rest of his team. And I thought, there is no way this guy can get good enough, fast enough to compete at a high level. But he has done the most incredible improvement across 2 sets to make it now to a Grand Final. It's just crazy to think about.
It's so exciting to see all of these players on the precipice of this Grand Finals win. Saya, Revan, Lisao, Dasik, Elia, Darthnub, Mori, and Bimbin. You can see them getting ready to go for their first game of the day. The way this works and how you claim the Tactician's crown is you have to reach 20 points. Points that you will accumulate based on your finish in each individual game. You get 8 points for first place. If you go 8th, you only get 1. Once you accumulate 20 points, you must get a first place in order to claim the crown. Checkmate format is so exciting because we get a chance to see a multitude of play styles. Reaching the 20 points, all you want is to just get top 4s. Try to get there as quickly as you can. And then once you hit that 20-point mark, you turn on the jets, get those firsts.
We have had a couple of TAC rounds where elite players have been able to finish it in 4 games. Title and Juan Mie come to mind. But a much more standard route would be going to Game 5 and Game 6. And just like Necra talked about, a lot of times that strategy is to be top 4 and safe before you go into the checkmate, and then turn the jets on to go right for the highest cap you possibly can.
And Checkmate has a very unique thing to TFT psychologically. If you are, for example, the first player to reach 20, you have a massive target on your back. It is not only incentivized, but it is completely legal for everyone in the lobby to purposely target grief you to make sure you cannot win that game, for example. So there's just so much more to think about when a few players are kind of to check as well.
It's interesting when you look at some of the statistics of our competitors across this specific tournament weekend. And when you look at some of the players that might be the biggest threats, I think you do have to turn your attention to who has the highest first place rate. That would be Saya, Revan. Both were able to reach 70 points throughout the last 2 days, so that makes a lot of sense. But then also Darthnub comes into today with a 30.7% first place rate.
Just absolutely insane. And I want to point out with Darthnub and Dasix particularly, these are your non-rerollers. They're actually going to be playing slower in the lobby. Your big rerollers that are going to push very hard are going to be Revan and Mori coming into it. So just, you know, when it's only 8 people in the lobby, you can pre-scout and predetermine the likely tempo.
I would add Elia in there as well. Maybe not a very wide net of reroll comps, but specifically on the Leo and Malzahar Zoe reroll, he played a lot of throughout the days 1 and 2. I think it's going to be very important for the first 3 games in particular. But coming into Game 4, coming into Game 5, that's where the fast 9 comps, the really high cap comps, will come in as the stars of the show. And I'm very curious to see how Dasik in particular transforms his game plan.
Let's get into it, everybody. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends is upon us. We've got Lissandra as our first encounter, so everybody is going to get a full roster of one-cost champions for their Howling Abyss.
A little bit of extra gold to start off the lobbies. You can go directly into saving up for a bit more interest here. And if we're looking at the one champion I would like to mention is definitely Ishtal Kiana. That is one of those champions that can take you through 1-4 without being itemized, and also gives you that chance, as we've seen from Saya yesterday, to go for that Ishtal early.
I'm also excited, though, to be able to see Viego, for example. While Shadow Isles has not been a super hot topic coming into this tournament, it has actually been a composition that several players, Dasik included, have looked at as a comp that you can unlock, be uncontested, and just try to go down that route with the early Viego, too.
Yeah, in this field in particular for this top 8, it's only Dasik that's played a game, but he won with it, right? So he has very good feelings on this line. We're seeing the Nivea here, possible upgrade for Saya, has a fairly good start into some kind of AP line. We haven't seen Demacia AP being very good in the stats. That's mostly because all of these players know how to pivot out of Demacia into Galio Rise, which is one of the highest cap comps in the meta right now.
Yeah, so if you're saying if you're stuck on Lux and Garen, you
That's
may
bad
have done
news.
something wrong.
That's a 6th place average, probably.
Yep. The two big compositions that we need to
Que
look for and
Honey
are going to be
está
winning most
partido.
of our lobbies. Number one, I think it has to be Darius LeBlanc, just because Revan has been
Exclamación
so
Honey,
dominant
para
on
saber
it.
cuál es
7
el-
games, 2.14 AVP.
El
The other
camino
one,
de Honey esta partida.
like David just mentioned, has to be that Galio Rise.
Well, you heard from Revan at his interview yesterday. He's like, I'm calling it now. You want to play Noxus reroll with me? We can go 7th, 8th. That's fine.
And
But
it's a-
I'm staking my claim.
It's a much harder reroll to contest, right? Because you have to find the Draven yourself and play it to then be able to contest someone on the Dariuses. So as long as Brevin finds those ins and finds those early Dravens himself, he'll be happy to go into that line time and time again.
Okay, a couple of competitors have already selected their augments. Binbin and Darthna both took Patience as a virtue, so they're going to be stacking up extra rolls. And what are you seeing here, Clement?
So this is very interesting because he actually high rolled a 6, which does give you that additional spatula. Typically, we do see that being reserved for Demacia. It's kind of the easiest line to play into, easiest to get the Galio online as well. So we'll see some cooking from Lisa. He typically is a very heavily Void player. That is his favorite line, just going for Baron Nashor from regionals all the way to yesterday's TAC round. But with this spatula, Demacia is the most common option.
I also know that Litzal loves picking high variance augments. So it makes a lot of sense. He's like, okay, slightly magic roll. I'll just high roll this.
Binbin tiene paciencia, una virtud.
Tien as a whole has played a lot of Demacia
Lichao tira un
across
dado.
1 and 2. I
Basic
think
tiene
Saya also
8
has a
más
good
de oro.
start for it with the Sona 2
Y
and the Anivia 2,
1%
so
más de
really,
velocidad
really
de
strong
ataque en todas sus
backline.
unidades.
Binbin we're seeing there holding
Reven
the Sona
vendió
and
la
Jarvan
banca.
as well. So I think most of Cien likes
Hizo-
playing into Demacia as a way to get to those very strong fast 9 boards.
Hizo restart y
A
tiró
really
todo y
good
le
start for
dieron un
Revan. You know,
campeonato
usually
F2.
when you're looking for the delayed start, you don't want multiple backlines. He has 2 bruisers and
Elia no
another
recuerdo que hace ese
fighter that
momento y
can be
Darron
sandwiched
también
in
agarró
between. Strong
paciencia,
start.
es una virtud.
And then he has the Lulu, just in case.
And the duplicator, more importantly, for a 3-cost reroll player.
True.
What?
All right.
Another high roller here, Saya, already finding the Vi too. One of the strongest starts that you could possibly ask for. Has Continuum cogs as well. This has been mentioned by Weijin as kind of the strongest if we're going to the AP line, but of course Blast Shield is a little bit more flexible.
Decided to go for the Blast Shield, yeah.
Ahorita.
But I thought that was kind of wild that he was holding on to 4 copies of Alawi.
Very interesting. To make gold here, he actually sells an Anivia too. He thinks, I am so strong, I'd rather make a little bit more econ and make my board weaker overall. Just trying to walk that fine line. I think he's in potential to be a 10 streaker, right? If he's able to really continue pushing the tempo like this.
This is really interesting because actually Anivia is a lot stronger than the Sona, so he's leaving himself more open to the Demacia line by doing this.
He doesn't really have any chill on the board right now. Could buy the Zoe, but it would be even more expensive. And already has a crit, which Anivia would have built in her kit. So I kind of like the, as you mentioned here, just the more efficient holds for Demacia overall.
And this is where we have to look at Binbin's board. There are 2 players with Patience as a virtue. They will most likely be rolling down for their Bard and also Direction. So we have to see where they want to go with this one. Already a Draven found.
All right, well then Binbin might also be staking a claim, but he actually just sells the Draven in order to try to make 20. Binbin was one of the players that actually bullied Revan off of the Noxus reroll yesterday because Binbin locked into Noxus with no scout, no pivot.
We heard Revan yesterday. He has nothing to lose.
Yeah.
I think he'll allow it one time, but the second time, no sir.
They'll just hold hands.
Basic is holding on to a singular Draven, 40 gold right now already before the stage 2 carousel. Daysik is a player that also, like Darthna, doesn't really want to play into low agency lines. He doesn't want to play into reroll at all. So we saw him playing a lot of spots that looked strong for Noxus reroll yesterday, ended up becoming Malflex spots and just pushing to level 8 and level 9.
Bit of a crazy hold coming in from Darthum. He's actually missing econ on his bench right now. So this might signal that it's not going to be a full commit to the Ishtal questing line for the Brock, but likely just a resource stab.
Do you care more, though, about like being able to have the pair of Malzahar versus being able to make the econ?
Well, if he gets the Malz here, that would be the correct call.
Oh, true. No Malzahar, though, so I think maybe you just have to go for items.
Also the worry, I think there's quite a few players that are hovering the idea of playing around Demacia, but obviously it's a line that really cannot support more than 2. Even that second player who's rolling after the first is in trouble because of you really have to stabilize around Garen 2 and Lux 2 in stage 4.
Yeah, we also didn't get a chance to take a look at what Darknob's
Ya
quests are, so
dieron,
that could
ya pusieron los
potentially
drops.
give us some inkling on where he is going. In the meantime, Lee Sao just picks himself another belt. Freljord, again, one of those stronger emblems to hold. 400 extra HP early, can stabilize your board quite hard. And he's also unlocked the Tryndamere, so very strong inclination of going into the Freljord and AP flex line.
Cool. So maybe trying to get Rise
Freljord,
unlocked
sí.
at some point in the game.
Freljord
With the
7.
Freljord emblem and how much easier it is to guarantee
Daisy,
unlock
bueno,
Freljord quite
hola,
early
Draven.
the moment you go 8. It is quite strong to play around the 7 Freljord trait as the way to, I think, fight against the weakness of Freljord, which is that stage 4.
Él pudo haber desbloqueado Dario si gastaba 8 de oro.
Stage 5. 7 Freljord is a very strong and cheap way to do so.
I do wonder if Dasik has been swayed by Revan to go into the darkness here. He actually hasn't played a Darius LeBlanc game, which is very special during this TAC Crown run, but I think after the Ibai interview, he's going to try it for himself.
It would be interesting to see then where Revan decides to go. I mean, while of course we can look at the fact that he played a lot of that Darius LeBlanc, he did show us some really strong games of being able to go fast 9. And so I think he would also be fine with this delayed start, being able to put together... Oh, he actually got his win streak snapped though. I wonder if that was Saya.
Los ítems de Reven son enfocados a Rai, probablemente.
Melee carry in stage 2, usually a very easy way to 5-streak, but sometimes your positioning is off.
Porque ajá, es la mío un Spark y es la mío un Morelo. No me llega nada a la mente que puedan usar ambas cosas más que una composición de AP. Y Leblanc no va. Porque el yo hubiese conseguido un Sion y hubiese slameado esos ítems para desbloquearla.
Unleashing the Aurelion Soul.
He was going to make the crowd roar with Aurelion Soul. Maybe that was the script reserved for Saya.
Wow, that's funny. I remember seeing that post yesterday from Mori, and I was like, I'll believe it when I see it.
I'm just saying, if he gets Cosmic Calling on 3-2, he's going for it.
The only player in this field of 8 who played Acel across the Swiss stage was Elia. Can you guys guess his placement?
I remember.
8th.
That's right. He won 8th.
That is probably about what we expect when Aurelion Soul is picked. But I feel like some of that is just also, you're not really sure there's anything else open for you. Maybe if you just throw something at the wall and see if it sticks. Because we did actually have several successful games of Aurelion Soul in the Americas Regional Finals from Ready. Which is why we were like, wow, you sure proved us wrong.
Acel's a champ that you really have to get the early stacking and survive that without losing too much, and it's much easier to do that in weaker lobbies overall. In a top 8 and attack round, it's much harder to get any wins with Acel at the start of stage 4.
We're getting something spicy. Gold orbs across the board. Double 4 cost coming in for Mori, and that would establish him pretty firmly into the Demacia line here. I have seen a lot of Mori games to the point where when I saw that setup, I was like, he's going to go into the Darius LeBlanc. But with the Garen coming in so early, I feel like that means a signal for him to
Y tiene para hacer una espátula Noxus.
Transfer Juggernaut emblem potentially on this Darius as well. Has a Sterak's already built here, so really looking quite good. Can build a blue buff for LeBlanc if he wants to have more of a backline AP.
Pero tiene para hacer una espátula Invoker.
Any player trying to go for 3-cost reroll.
Entonces se puede saltar un poquito el paso de Kobukoyumi, poniendo un cualquiera como Invoker.
For all these players, and Dasik did perfectly lost streak into stage 2. He was able to break all of the patience of the Virtues players. So job well done by him. We have seen this script over and over again from Revan. Let's see how he executes it.
He's holding Yasuo as well, just in case he finds Yasuo 2. He can maybe play around the Yone Ari he's holding. So Dasik is a player that I think always wants to keep a lot of options open and play for a lot of consistent results. Not really fighting for the first, not fighting for the fame that Revan's fighting for with the Darius. Instead, just trying to get a consistent placement.
Gold augments here. A couple of items that can be picked up. Bin actually going for big grab bag. We've got Elia picking the dragon golden dragon
armor. There we go. You got it, Necra.
Golden dragon armor.
I was not going to correct you. I know. I trusted you fully.
Well, I still like my shortened version. But what a Garen? How did he get this Garen already?
Gold orbs. That's the tragedy of gold orbs is that they can give you the same champion across the board. So
Me
we are
regalaron
missing
los
a contest
Darius
for
y
Mori
los
and Aaliyah most likely. On the other side, Saya actually with the level 5 Lissandra, he didn't need the orb
los
for that.
Tark.
He just naturaled
Oh,
it. So
okay.
he's able
Some
to
people are
pivot
just
off.
lucky.
And right now
Mira
there's
eso.
4 different players that have a
Li Xiao
Garen
tiene
1 on their
Garen,
boards,
el
and we are
Saya
on
tiene
3-2.
Garen,
So anyone trying to unlock
Elia
this
tiene
might be in
Garen,
Lisa
Mori
got
tiene
Spraying
Garen.
Roots and got a Freljord emblem.
Uh-oh.
He has 2 Freljord emblems.
So that's going to be a very, very easy set.
Look at Mori. Mori's like, what? No way.
Okay.
But I'm also shooked.
Because Mori, he was so happy to pivot off of Darius LeBlanc when he got the Garen, and then he looks across the field, and then there's 2 extra Garens already.
This is the problem. If you're not super committed yet onto just general AP lines, it's going to start getting very congested. It seems a lot of players are beelining for a very similar Demacia / Freljord spread, and not everyone will have a clean way to navigate stage 4.
Oh, this is so rough for Mori because if you look at his backline, he's clearly trying to angle for that early Garen.
Daisy sigue
that comp doesn't
perdiendo.
stabilize unless you can hit the Garen
Pero
too,
él ya
and
debería
that's
estar
just
pronto a
not
level
likely to happen
7.
in this lobby.
See the cash out here from Darthnub. Decides to push it a little bit further, selecting a new
Darnop también tiene un Garen.
By 68 XP.
We'll
get
there slowly. I'm just saying, there's another Garen. These golden orbs have literally been planned by Mortdog to just make sure it's as spicy as possible and they're all competing on the same lines.
So then who, are you really going to play chicken?
It comes down to who has the most resources, right? Darthnub will be rolling on PB round. He'll be going to 8, most likely on 3-7, and rolling down to maybe even 0, until, at least until he hits the Garen 2 and unlocks the Galio into the 4-1. I think Darthnub with his current HP, he can't really consider playing his usual style of playing for Fast 9. He will be trying to play a much more consistent stage 4.
It's tough when you already have such low HP. Like, the players that are towards the bottom of our HP totals have taken some big hits. Whereas, like, Saya is still win streaking. 7 wins, cool.
I really love the way he played the stage 2. Perfect team fight
Yo no
judgment on
está
how he could
haciendo
get his
automático.
streaks going.
No está
Looking at the units here, there are a couple
completo.
of big hits. I would say Seraphine's actually quite nice. Lux, especially when you have 4 Garens across the board, is another
Saya
big
con
hit.
línea de
A lot of AP
Freljord,
flexors,
que es el que
basically.
tiene la,
Maybe
¿quién es el
concerned
que
about
tiene las
iron
dos
quality, picking
espátulas?
another belt
Li
here,
Xiao,
having
que
already
tiene las
two
dos
spirit
espátulas de
Garen, but
Freljord.
he can build for the Morello.
Reven, bueno, y Teo Draven 2, Islas
And
en
it's
la
a good
sombra.
thing to get key units from the carousel, for example, or from your orb.
Va
because with Visions
Kalista.
of Virtue, you can buy them from the shop, so you have a way to
Qué
make
raro
it
ver una
a little
Kalista.
bit stronger, maybe not lose by
Elia
too
va
much the next few
Demacia.
fights until you can roll down heavily.
Daisy va el
We do
gran,
have to mention, I
el
think
grande
Darthnub's
y
spot
hermoso
is probably
Dario.
the hardest in the lobby right now because he doesn't really have the good quest to get him into a good Ishtal cash out. It's most likely just a resource pit stop into a level 8 Hail Mary. So
Bim Bim
he is going to have
quiere,
a tough time. In the
quiere un
meantime,
poquito que
Bin
va
Bin and
Leona.
Dasik are going to be your big rerollers
Malzahar
on
Tarot.
3-5.
Vamos a llamarlo así de esta manera, es más
It's
fácil
been very
llamarlo así.
smartly gets entirely out of the 4-cost AP line, says, hey, Leona Zoe Malzahar is uncontested. I'm going to take my chances and roll it down for this comp.
Meanwhile, Dasik is sitting on a pretty healthy
Oh,
number
Reven ya
of
tiene
copies
Kalista.
of the Draven, but you're really missing out on that Darius. No pair.
A lot of big spikes coming in here as we see Revan already going onto the Shadow Isle line here, able to take out the front line relatively quickly. He did start stacking early. One of his delayed start champions was that Viego.
Yeah.
And this really fits Revan's playstyle. Outside of, obviously, the evidence 3-cost reruling he's done this tournament, historically, the last 2 sets in TPC, he's really been a player who liked pushing levels quite a lot and pushing the lobby tempo, not just rerolling on 3-5, but just pushing for comps that want to play aggressive to level 7 on stage 3. I think Shadow Isles fits this build perfectly with the Kalista unlock.
I'm excited if you like
Do
stay in the
estar
Shadow
medio nos
Isles, or if
canjeó.
you actually try to kind of flex out of it once you get to the point where you
Nashor,
get
¿no?
the thresh, but that will be for a little while longer when we look at like stage 5. Cash out here for Darthnub. Do you like what you saw?
Y así hace
Just a
Nashor y
little extra
Cortacura.
resources. The
En la
biggest
front.
concern for me here is how much gold he'll have to actually buy units. He's going to have a lot of free rolls, but can you use all those free rolls efficiently? If you're trying to get ahead of the rest of the lobby, if you feel your line is 2 or 3-way contested, and you have to do it on 3-7.
Darthnum is struggling. This is not the matchup that he would want either.
Revan didn't roll too heavily here. He is green for H as well, so maybe a chance Darthnum can win this one.
I think it's so rough for Darthnum. His front line is multi-way contested. He's trying to play AP flex, as most players are in this lobby, so he just needs to have some amazing rolls.
Reven se fue por la compo que nadie le puede pelear actualmente. Porque ¿qué es lo que le pueden quitar a Reven en late? Los Warden. Los protectores. Brown.
10 win streak, 100 HP all the way through stage 3.
You know, sometimes
Brown es uno. Brown va a ser el más peleado.
Was able to natural 2-4 cost in stage 2. This is what we saw from Bin yesterday as well
quizá.
in the last game.
Smart. Look, he's going to unlock Mel.
Really impressive play. I mean, the Freljord board he's assembled with a Zoe added in across stage 2 and 3. The 10 win streak now. Now he can play for the higher cap comps like Mel. I think Freljord is a bit weak in stage 4 in particular. There's also a 7 Freljord play that's going to make it harder to hit the Braum 2 and Lissandra 2. So he picks a line that is open. He doesn't get into the Demacia or the Rise at all. It just goes straight
Va a
to Mel.
bloquear Mel.
Really cool.
Pero ¿por qué lanzarse con Mel?
He's going to sell the Lissandra knowing that Mel did just get unlocked too. Wow, it's so brilliant.
He doesn't want to be, I think, torn between two different paths. He just wants to have a clean roll down, knowing what line he's playing for.
Okay, and this is do or die for Darthnum here. Can he hit that front line and back line combination? And the Garens do bless him. Double Garens in the shop.
I would have liked to see him hold that fourth Garen, at least for a bit during this roll down, if he had the time to, just to try and grief other players.
He did get an Mbessa that he's going to maybe put an item on also to unlock the Mel. That might be another way out of this if he decides to flex into that.
¿Todo el mundo hitió aquí o qué?
Wow, what a great hit for him. Definitely on tough.
Bing hitió su Malsa 3.
Yeah, and that
El
means
que está
that
jugando
Mori
de
is now
Marcia
the one
jugó
in the hot
hitió
seat
su
because
Garen.
he also needs to find his way through this AP
Saya
flex. We know that the Lux is
transiciona
pretty
Mel,
much been
lo cual me
shut
parece un
down
poquito
right now.
raro
Mori
por
has to
los
look for
jugadores
Freljord
de
Invoker,
de
but
Noxus.
that's actually a very
Acá
difficult
Daisy
line to
es uno.
stabilize on level 8. He's still trying to get the Demacia in. He's holding all the Demacia units, but most of them are already out the pool.
Reven es el que
Especially
está
now that we actually saw
chill.
that 2-star Garen get hit. That's
Chill va
real tough
Reven.
for the front line.
And my boy David trying to get him to sink Apex chances by holding the fourth Garen.
Listen, Garen is the one unit that you play as if this was 4v4. You hold it because the rest of the lobby is interested either in playing it for Demacia, playing it for Mel Flex boards even, and even for the Silas unlock later on.
Aaliyah takes
Está
Staff Smith. It's 2
jugando
items to try to go into more of that AP style with Demacia. Found an early Zillion. That's kind of cool.
If he just hits his front line, he's actually very good to stabilize here. He can afford to roll down to 0.
A little bit awkward with the Crown Guard though, having the 3 items on Garen already. With you pick Staffsmith, you really are hoping for usually the AP backline items instead. But there's going to be the Draven 3-4 Dasik. Unfortunately, missing items. Did go for 3s, has the Arcane Victory as his second augment. Wasn't able to get any
Yo
item
buscaría el
augment. This is
tercer ítem de Dario y le daría ese ataque rápido, ataque
We'll see if
relámpago
Aaliyah's goal is
a
actually enough here. He's not actually going to run the
esta
Ornn in the
amiguita,
back line,
a
even though that
Leblanc.
would give him a higher cap. He knows that he has to spike now. And in the meantime, Darthnum already with 2 massive unlocks. The Mel and the Galio joining the fray. That lucky Garen hit might be the way that he comes back into the game. A lot of HP lost for the stage 3 Ishtal, but can it pay off?
For now, it looks like it. I mean, having most of the pieces, but you are contesting someone else to try to get that Mel unlocked.
He wants to play the Crown Guard on the Galio here. Doesn't play this on any unit for this round.
Tiene la Lux, pero Lux por quien entra.
It's actually a really cool move from Darthnum right there. He unlocked on 4-1 and then was able to roll into duos, giving him, I think, a second Galio. I don't think you're expected to hit 2 Galios that early.
That's really cool. But that's true, that the duo queue can give you copies of legendaries that you've unlocked.
Yep.
Wow. So he really is ahead of the curve. Being able to get the Garen 2, stable now, gets the pair of Galio, maybe able to beat the other Demacia players to the punch.
And Revan's spot looks so good. Shadow is a comp that if it falters in stage 4, that's where you get into really big trouble. It's very hard to do well with it if you can't push 9, you're on ahead of tempo, but 6 win streak here, very,
Qué buena
very
esa
rich, has the
compo.
thresh online with 3 items already, has the Mel
Meterán
unlocked.
Besa
I
para
mean, this is looking like
Vanquisher,
a very strong setup for Revan in this game.
desbloquear Mel
That's
para
the
el
biggest test for the
Disruptor
Shadow Isle line. You
con...
have to go into a fast 9 composition. If you're just stuck on
Para
level
el
8, it
Disruptor
typically doesn't end well
con
for
Wen.
you. There's a lot of extra
Y
juice you
Draven
can add
para
in.
el...
Of course, the things like the
para el
Shurima
ataque
lines
rápido
going
como
into
para
the
poder tener el
disruptors and
varón.
Ornn are all
El
big
varón,
hits
mírame a
waiting
mí,
for you at
el
level 9.
atacán.
More so now where Shadow
O
units
sea,
have
pasa de
been,
Fiddle,
their kits are
Kindred
not really as dependent on the souls you've acquired
y
and vertical
Serafín.
Shadow Isle, so you lean even more heavily into what you wanted to do anyway in the
O
past.
sea, pasé de los Piltover para tener
Taking
Noxus.
stock of the lobby, you can see the compositions from our players at the bottom of your screen. Look at where we have with Mel for Saya and Revan. We do have the Demacia units being selected here for Aaliyah as well as Mori. Darth Nub also, of course, getting into that line, but unlock the Mel as well.
Zillion pair picked up here by Darth Nub. Really big pickup to try and continue his win streak. His goal, of course, coming into stage 4 was to win every single fight in the stage. The moment he loses even one of these fights, he's in big trouble. He'd be 1 life coming to stage 5, and that's where some of these fast 9 players like Saya and Revan will spike, and it could be a dangerous territory.
I will say overall, Revan does feel like the strongest spot in the lobby. If you're looking across the board, even Saya had to roll down quite deep on
No
level 8, while Revan is
aún la
just going
Calista al
straight
2.
into the 9 game plan here.
Su tablero capea
for a lot of
al
our
9.
crowd favorites and for some of our casters
Teniendo el 3 al 2.
Mkoy will be very excited
Un
to
Warden
see
más que en
Revan
este caso
in this first
sería...
game. But Saya, like we haven't checked in with him in a while with
Or-
his board.
And he's richer than he looks like because he
Y
has so much
probablemente
gold
cambiando
pumped in
Mel
already
por
with Social Growth,
Serafín.
where he only has 40 gold in the
Es
actual
que no
coffer.
sé
So he will
qué
have an
Piltover
easy
les ha
time going to
salido
9. I imagine this will be a Mel
como
2
para
most likely
guardarse a
on his
Mel y
5
ya
gold
irse
down
por
if he
Noxus,
decides
pues.
to wait that long as well. He
Lo
has a
que
lot of
metería al 9
AP
sería
with it,
otro
right? 88,
Warden
he can trade a lot of this
que le
and
hiciera
really try and
compañía
run ahead
al,
as the
al
win-out
Thresh.
player.
But he is directly contesting Revan. They both have the Mel unlocked. They would both like to be able to upgrade that unit, and Revan has more gold.
Revan has less items on the Mel though, so I'm not sure if he thinks he's going to have to roll deep for that Mel or just play an even greedier game plan, where Saya is very dependent on this Mel 2 upgrade.
Yeah, I do think Saya is just going to roll down in the PvE round, try to get his Mel 2 online quickly.
Reven es
Checking
subir
in
al
with
9.
Mori, as we talked about, his situation definitely would have been the hardest. Only 10 HP left, had to pivot out of Demacia despite holding so many Demacia
Pobre
units,
Daisy ahí.
and going back towards the Lysandra.
Day 6 game plan, despite the 3-3, despite hitting the Draven, we talked about how important the Darius is, because the moment the Darius goes down, doesn't matter if you have a lot of backline damage, your entire board kind of crumbles against these fast 9 boards in particular. So we'll see if Darius can hit his next big power tag as well before we go into stage 5.
Mori, though, is the player on the chopping block in this first game. Lux is able to get a big cast into the back line, but it's really on this Lysandra to try to pick up most of the legwork. As those casts from the Lux do start to access the back line, looks like this fight is going to be good to deliver another loss to Saya. But Mori has a lot of work cut out for himself, especially when the
Ítem
other player that's
Darkin
in the hot
que
seat
tiene
is going to be
Lysandra,
Darthnub, losing to
nunca lo he
Rosal's
probado
board.
con Mel.
Both
Nunca he
of
tenido la
the
oportunidad de
stage
tener
4
buenos ítems
Demacia
Darkin
players are now in trouble.
con
They're
coste
coming into
5.
just 1 life. They have not saved any gold. Darth them a little bit more, but
Tampoco es
both
que
are
juego
very
mucho
far
los
away
ítems
from
Darkin.
9 from hitting any more spikes. They're playing for placement, but Aaliyah and Daisy are still fairly healthy. The rest of the players have way better projection than them coming to stage 5 as well. So we talked about it in stage 3, right? It was just a little bit too contested in that
Va a desbloquear.
cost AP space, and these are the players
3,
suffering for it.
4,
Demacia has been so
5,
popular
6
throughout the
Cobuco.
weekend. It's not really a surprise to see a lot
Va
of these players
va a
try to go down that
jugar
line, but it is going to be the ones that decide,
Rice.
okay, no
Va a
thank you.
desbloquear Rice
They get
también
rewarded for
al
this
mismo tiempo.
effort.
Obuki y Rai.
And really smart from Revan to see this from stage 2 and say, I'm going to play into an AD line that is uncontested, that I can play from high tempo, and now we're going to see the fruits of that labor.
Y eso, era subir al 9 y meter el on para más Warden.
50 gold, level 9, roll down. Is going to stick with the Mel just to mess with the other players. This is actually a secondary carry, doesn't have items for it, so keeping it on the board to interfere with others is quite a sweet game plan coming in from him.
I mean, he's holding 4 costs just to make sure that he can hit the Callista. I was wondering, like, oh, why do you not want to actually upgrade the Mbessa? And then I saw him hit the Callista. He sold everything.
Mbessa is his next out, so I think he's hoping to find a better 5 cost to replace that Mbessa once he continues to roll down.
Es que si quita Mel, o sea, metió Seraphim para tener Piltover. Si quita Mel es para meter un Warden más, porque ahí ya quitaría Mbessa por Fieldstick.
Looks like it might be close. The
Esa es la jugada de los Islas de la Sombra. Jugado demasiadas partidas de Islas de la Sombra.
Everything's starting to come together, but if you get the Galio 2, maybe this is going to be a stabilization point for Darth-Nub. But Aaliyah just hit Rise 2. Whoa.
Very risky game plan. Tried to go fast 9, traded away so much HP to get here, but now he's made it to Rise 2. The only problem is your 1 life. What if there's a player in this lobby that gets just a tiny bit stronger than you considering your front line? Is all 1-star for Aaliyah. The Rise 2 is great, but you need to buy some time for it, especially with Archangels.
Aaliyah doesn't have any frontline items because he was actually building for a Demacia longshot line. He had an Infinity Edge and red buff, so he's severely lacking in ways that he can actually maintain the front.
Oh, it's tough because that Garen cannot get upgraded, the Braum as well. Everything looks so weak, and I think Aaliyah can see the frustration, the writing on the wall, having to face up against Saya, who's been able to get this Annie too. Even though that Mel is not upgraded, this Annie is going to make quick work of this Rise if this Rise cannot get the spells back there fast enough. And yeah, the crash out has come through.
Front, ese Rise no va a hacer nada,
going to be going down in this first game.
Unfortunate to face Saya on 5-2.
Era su problema porque desbloqueó muy tarde el Kobuko. Tenía un Keren al 1 también.
Too risky of a plan from Aaliyah in this game 1.
Yeah, I felt like he had a very standard top 4-ish game plan going in, just going Demacia long shots, one of the most stable lines.
Es otro prospecto de Rise.
Congestion forced him off of that into a separate game plan, and he wasn't able to make that clutch switch up.
In those situations,
no,
do you
pero
ever
es que no puede salir de los 4 Warden.
Other tanks are in the pool, and do you maybe say, okay, well, no one is
a menos que suba al 10.
Do I try to unlock the Rift Herald and just get some type of front line?
I think Saya did the best job of getting out of that Demacia line altogether, of getting out of the Freljord line on 4-1, seeing that Lisa had a very good spot for it with the emblems, and getting into Mel Flex pretty much uncontested with just Revan holding a few Mels in that process. So it goes to show, I think you have to read everyone's game plan coming to stage 4 and formulate your own game plan accordingly.
Cecilia llega a matar el Garen, la leona esa, y listo. Porque claro, pones ultra tanque MR al Garen y, ni el Malzahar ni la Zoe se lo bajan. Solo hace tiempo a que la bomba del Siren explote. Daisy top 7, Mori top 6. Reven sigue chill con sus Islas de la Sombra. Efectivamente, quitó a Mbessa para meter Pido. Pero se quedó la Mel. Entonces no está jugando Piltover. Está jugando Mel para joder.
Or me Darius or something as a part of the check-in.
I think he's trying to intimidate Revan. In this case, Daisy just had not enough items. I think he was really counting on an item augment at some point in the game. I'm not entirely sure about Arcane Victory as his 3-2 pickup. Not sure what else he was offered. But there was a Draven 3 that was his first 3-star, and they had no items for most of stage 4. That cannot be a good sign for the strength of your comp in stage 4 in particular, where you're expected to be winning a lot of your fights. And as you mentioned, the Darius 3 came out a little bit too late as well.
En el gran caso era Saya, la verdad.
Unless you are a habitual 3-cost reroller, Mordog will not bless you. It's going to be harder to actually do it.
Porque tiene Seraphim también.
Mastery required in hitting those.
Noté.
Couple more players on the chopping block. Darth-Nub
and Bin Bin contra la copia de Reven. Darnum contra el original de Saya. Lo malo de jugar contra Annie es que no importa la resistencia mágica del Garen, igual Annie le está haciendo daño a la backlane.
Considering the strength of this Annie 2 plus the Mel. The Mel has not been upgraded yet. That's the only silver grace here. Does the Garen hold on for long enough?
Spin to win, let's go!
The burns coming through from the Annie as well. The backline might melt in time.
Tú puedes, Garen.
Does the Lux cast does come through. The Garen is spinning to win. The blessing came through. Darth-Nub stays alive.
Sopla.
What an insane game
Soplo
so far
ese Garen.
And the Zillion 2 reward for that fight win.
Saya also with the Mel too. Things are getting really spicy up in here.
Sopló el Garen.
And Revan, from what we saw on his board a little bit earlier, I think he hasn't quite been able to translate the
El
gold he had into
ítem
board strength. I don't think this
prismático,
board
el
is
ítem
really
radiante
as strong
que
as
le
I thought it would be
dio.
with the amount of gold he had. He did print one artifact already onto the Ornn, but it's still Thresh 1. It's
Que le dio
still Mel
Mel
1. We expect him to have hit these units at the very least of Thresh.
Saya fue un azul, un blue.
Just extra HP on the
Blue
Ornn at the very
radiante.
least, but it's not transformed.
Ahora
There's
la
so many good
Annie va a
artifacts for
castear
Thresh
mucho
in
más rápido.
particular.
And now he's going to face up against Darthnub. Level 9, fully upgraded carries. Darthnub with the early Gallios really saved his game plan. What a cool sequence to go into the duo queue, hit that extra pair.
Reven aún no ha hiteado el
He
3 al 2.
should be able to win against Revan's board at this point. The front line is just so dominating.
And the Zillion Bomb came onto that Braum at the very start of the fight as well. So really good positioning from Darthnub, having that concentration of power on that left corner.
So many players though, Darthna, Bin, Revan on single-digit life. Li Cao and Saya have slowly kind of crept up into
Que
the
jodido
top of the
topear con Isla de las Sombras si no tienes el 3 al 2.
Actually find that
Y por
Silas,
alguna
that is
razón
his
es
next upgrade. He's been
jodido
holding on to it for the entire stage. And has yet to be able to
conseguir
hit.
el 3 al 2.
I think it's tough. Like, you know, Darth
O sea, no hay nadie que te esté peleando a la compa al menos que haya otro Isla de la Sombra.
so you know that there are a couple copies out already.
Radiant blue buff already produced by Mel. Another massive spike towards his board here. If Saya is able to get the Silas online, I think he should be considered the victor of this game.
And he has this great TG for it as well.
Oh,
there is the Garen. Silas is unlocked, can transfer the TG over from the Swain as well. For sure, the strongest player coming into this next round because of the TG in particular. Revan, if he hasn't hit the Thresh 2, I think it's a very unfortunate bottom 4 potentially from him, only at 4 HP right now.
It's tough because Li Cao just went level 10, so you've got two players in the lobby that I think you don't want to run into if you're Revan. You've got
No
one of
Thresh
them
2.
in your pool, no Thresh.
Exacto,
so let's see
marico.
who Revan
Qué
actually faces
triste
off
es
against.
low rolear una
Tragic
ficha que
matchmaking
desbloqueas
for the Amiya player. CN on top, I think all three of these players will be in the
siendo
top
tú
4
el único
once
que la
this fight
necesita
concludes.
o que le va a salir en la tienda porque no te sale level nuevo. Me ha pasado, a mí me ha pasado que jode con Thresh en específico.
Just a matter of time before she falls down. Darthnub, for me, would have had the most impressive comeback into the top 3 if he takes it, and yes, he does.
But who actually finishes in 5th, 4th, and 3rd? Okay, Revan actually does take the 5th, and Bin takes the 4th, both getting knocked out.
Really tragic roll that he had so much gold to not hit that Thresh 2, and then I think he just could not hang.
A mí me ha pasado. Y lo entiendo, y no sé por qué. Es jodido. Es jodidísimo conseguir el 3 al 2 jugando Isla de la Sombra solo. Pero si te contestean, Isla de la Sombra le sale más rápido a tu contrincante que a
For
ti.
sure. I think that we're at the point now where we're seeing that all the players here have kind of hit the caps that they're going for. Saya and Li Cao both have unlocked the Silas at this point, so they're still looking to kind of upgrade that particular unit.
Lo
But we
rápido
get
que
to see a
castea
huge test of
en la
strength.
primera
Li
vez
Cao
la
versus
Annie.
Saya are 2 HP leaders in the lobby fighting for first place.
And in this matchup, it's simply how many stuns can you get onto the back line. 2 back-to-back Jarvan jumps from the Silas coming in from Saya, and that should be able to clutch up this round win.
Right, so a win for Saya, but how did Darthnub fare against the Ghost? He's eliminated.
The cap on these boards from the CN players are just a little bit too strong.
Saya contra el Chao, China contra China, para los primeros dos puestos de la final.
Emblem on 3-2, but using that 7 Freljord as a way to very cheaply push levels, make it through stage 4 and still win all of those rounds, preserve HP, to then be able to push not just to 9, but
Otra
to
vez
10
Saya dentro del top 1 y 2, como por sexta, séptima partida
Said
consecutiva.
it all on 3-2. It's like, wait a minute, this is stage 3, 7 Freljord? What am I supposed to do?
We didn't hear any pings, so I think our players are starting off quite respectful for the game 1 at least. I think game 3 and 4 will be hearing a lot more pings in the background.
That's crazy.
Not the best TG on Silas here. We'll see what kind of stuns he can put forward here. The Zillion already getting his first cast delayed a tiny bit. The Mel's going to have some huge cast onto that mid-line clump there as well. And just the rule on the Annie is
Muy
so
jodido
impactful
cuando
for the
la...
variation.
Yeah, lots of damage being thrown right there, and unfortunately for Lisa, actually loses both of his ice thralls at the same time. So
Está muy
stacking up the
jodido con la
CC,
Annie casteando
even though
en
he's level 10, it
6
doesn't look
segundos.
like he has enough juice to overtake Saya.
Mucho
This could be a
daño que
pivotal
recibe la
carousel
Wagner.
round. What can he take here He still has open items on the Volibear.
The TG could be impactful. Yeah, if he finds a right TG roll, can just put the Yordle emblem on the Sylas, for example, or vice versa. Actually, no, yeah, he would want the Yordle emblem on Sylas to keep the colored emblem on him as well, have a 2-item Sylas, and hopefully a good AD Bruiser TG for the Volibear.
It's going to be a battle of the TG, so
There's
let's
volley
take a look at these.
Okay, that's kind of big.
Kraken adaptive, not terrible. The extra mana is actually kind of relevant for Volibear's jump as well as the extra AD coming through.
Sylas got Quicksilver and Wermogs.
That's
Tank Sylas. He'll survive to stun more units. Less damage, more stuns. I'm on board.
Quicksilver is super impactful in this matchup, especially against 7 Freljord.
Oh, but do you like the side that
¿Será
this
que el volley al 2 hace la diferencia? El volley y el fiel al 2.
Bear Chomp, come on, let's go. He's getting there. If he gets the 5 autos in and he does extra damage. Oh, Sylas only gets 1 stun.
The Mel's very far away from the volley. Volibear's going to be stuck on the front line for a long time, and the anti-burn is coming through, but zillion damage is coming through. The Volibear might have swung it. Yeah, it's going to be a final 1v1 in the end. Saya on 4 HP, Lee Sao on 3 HP. Does the TG favor this Volibear again? Shojin, Giant Slayer.
Qué mal hojitas para el volley.
And the Archangels
Contra
on both the Tibbers and
Portacuras
the
Arcángel Silas.
Saya has to move that Sylas. That was not the correct positioning the last time. Putting him right in front of Volibear was a death sentence. Let's see how he tries to navigate this. I think he's going to plug it on the left side last second.
Yeah. Nope. Gonna keep it in the exact same place.
Lo que cambió fue la línea de posicionamiento.
Yo
creo que su intención es que Annie golpee lo más rápido posible a Volley.
So already Sylas down. Maybe only cast yet again 1 time here, as you mentioned, Clement.
Ya de ese lado, castea lo que está hacia todo el lado derecho.
Song of Ice and Fire. Annie burning the whole board down as Lysandra just cannot stand tall to this. And Saya shocks the world. It's going to be a huge victory going up in flames.
La idea era salir de ese volley rápido.
The Melcast was so big, the entire front line block there just melted away the moment that crit came through.
Wow. Well, what a cool way that we could actually see this conclusion. I mean, Saya has already been such a dominant performer, dropping those 78 points, setting that record for accumulation between days 1 and 2. And then he starts out our Grand Finals with a huge victory.
He has 54 points now in just the last 7 games.
In the last 7 games, he has gone first 5 times.
He's only dropped 2 points out of the
And he's gone second the other 2 games, so that is just absolutely insane.
Well, we got to learn more about Saya as a competitor, and to do that, we have CLE with a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. CLE is going to show us the true showcase of what Saya has offered us for entertainment value throughout this tournament.
Oh, and it has been very entertaining because they're doing things that I personally may... unless I'm trying to have some fun, may not do in my games, because that's exactly what it's going to take to win games here at the Tactician's Crown. You're looking at this augment selection, you're saying, maybe not this one. I'm not going to go with that one. So this is probably your obvious choice, right? Wrong. We're going for the Rumble Hero augment for this game. Now, this is a game, game 1 from day number 2, and we see early on, we see great items onto this Rumble. This is 4-1, but we don't even have the upgrade yet. This is a crazy start for Saya. We have lost a good amount of HP, but we're able to stabilize here with specifically on a roll, helping to enable us to get to our 3-star. As we get later in the game, we see the 3 stars there. We have a solid front line because of the rest of our augment choices. And this is not going to quite lead to a first place like we're accustomed of seeing Saya do, but just a 2nd place, which is a bad result for them. And so, a great, great result here with the Rumble Hero augment. But here's the thing. This is not the only time that they have chosen a hero augment here at the Tactician's Crown.
Sigo diciendo lo del trash.
Notice this is the Zahen hero augment. And the very important part of that is the 2-star Xin Zhao here on really early in the game. Not exactly sure where it came from, but it is 2-3 right now. We do have it online. And as we'll see, that is a huge part of this. But there's a thing specifically. The riskiest augment, in my opinion, in the game being Pandora's Bench. The most important part of Zehen Hero Augment is getting that 3-star Xin Zhao online as soon as possible. And with Pandora's Bench and a little bit of luck on their side, Zehen was unlocked at 4-6, and that will lead them to then playing this Zehen, and the Zehen then wrapping to the back line and taking a very, very incredible first place, starting their streak of incredible performances here at the Tactician's Crown.
That is so exciting to see. Thank you so much, Celie, for breaking down the hero augment choices from Saya. It was really spectacular because, as Celie was pointing out, like, this is unusual. Most people are not picking them.
Especially for the Rumble Hero Augment, you would think, okay, it's a 1-cost reroll. I'm going to roll down heavily. I'm going to get him my 3-star, but he played it for tempo instead, getting the Yordle grabbacks to give him those extra rumbles at the very end, and just constantly push levels to get extra resources from the Yordle trait itself. And Rumble 2 was still strong enough in Stage 3 and 4.
That is a hallmark of a good player. When they have a game plan, it's not about excluding compositions, it's about incorporating them in niche situations. And so far what we've seen from Saya is, hey, you will never catch me level 8 rolling down on AP flex. I am either going to go for a super niche, outside the box, tempo line, I don't care what it is, I'll play it to perfection to make sure I stabilize on high HP and have an alternative game plan. He is never going to contest other players going for the Lissandra and the Lux lottery.
Ya revisé.
Saya has to be the player to look at now in terms of a checkmate format. Just the message he's starting to send
Bueno,
across
8 Saya, 7... ¿Por qué hice 7, Darno? Si el 7 fue de Lichao.
Take a look at their standings. It's only been one game, so there's still a lot of wiggle room for our competitors. But the goal is get 20 points and then finish off the game with a first place to claim the Tactician's crown. I think we saw like a pretty understandable crash out there from Elia just after how hard the game was, ending that game in 8th place.
Bueno, pie derecho para Elia, pie izquierdo, perdón, para Elia, Daisy, Mori Ren. Para ganar la final, recuerden, es el primero que llega a 20 puntos y después de llegar a los 20 puntos mínimos, ganar un top 1 en la siguiente partida. Si al mapa 8 aún no ha ganado nadie que esté en jaque, o sea, alguien que ya tenga los 20 puntos, al terminar la octava partida, el que tenga más puntos es el campeón. Pero casi nunca pasa eso. Las partidas se mueren en la quinta o en la sexta partida.
I do think he got bailed out a little bit because he was the big winner coming into the Garen war. Just getting the Garen 2 upgraded and holding that from everybody else, I think did put him into a position where he could get to a 6th place, a 5th place, and then all of a sudden, you know, he does get that 3rd, and so definitely a great placement for him to start. But it wasn't expected given just the place where he was.
And the Lux from Carousel, the Zillion Care from Carousel as well. Really small little things that helped him dig out of that hole in a big way. Also a bit of a low roll player alongside Daisy, I think Revan. I think Revan was expected to finish much higher. Had a really good game plan in my opinion, playing around Shadow Owls, very uncontested obviously. Just couldn't find that Thresh 2, couldn't hang with the rest of those boards in Stage 5 and bled out to a 5th that I thought was a guaranteed top 3 at the very least coming into Stage 5.
Yeah, I was with you on that. He had 50 gold to roll down on 5-2 and still didn't manage to find Mel 2, did not find the early Thresh 2 either. So unfortunate for him, but this is where mentality and composure comes into the equation. When you are fighting against the best, knowledge and skill and execution, those things are locked. It is how you perform in the moment. It's how you keep your spirits up, how you roll with the variance that makes a champion.
I love that Darth Nub is like, he's vibing. Let's go. What music would you lock into? You know, if you're listening to music on a tournament day 1, is that something that you do? Or, and 2, like, what would the genre be?
I would have to recommend Cambuli's playlist. It is unnecessarily hard.
Really?
Trap tracks all the way that you have to get shaking. You cannot fall asleep with those.
The player that I've seen best utilize music to his advantage for me has been Bensack. We saw him last background, for example. So I would actually message Bensack for his playlist and then probably go with that. I think it's a lot of French rap and other French songs.
I feel like you would have to have that one song that puts you into the headspace for you to lock in and get ready. Game 2 now for the Tactician's Crown Grand Finals. And let's see where what we've got. It's Lissandra again.
Right, extra gold, extra tempo from the additional possibility of hitting these one-cost pairs here. And we'll see how these players kind of rebound and shift their game plans around. There is a very strong urge to just play for first place if you've taken a bad beat early, but sometimes that's not always the right call.
And the consideration that even if someone like Saya can reach 20 points very quickly, it's statistically unlikely he can end the game in game 4. He'll have a huge target on his back. Everyone's going to try and stop him and delay him from that happening.
Dieron costes 3 en el primer orbe.
Game. So even if you started off with an 8,
Reven
7,
tiene
you have still a lot of time to catch back up, to be in check
la
yourself.
Ari, Mori tiene Draven, Bimbi tiene Ari.
Kind of have that come back
Y el
to bite
resto
them.
no los puso, los
If you
vendieron.
are trying to play doorkeeper from somebody else, you might actually
Da
be
Leona ahora.
unintentionally hindering yourself, and it might work against you in that way.
For this game, too, I think Daisy and Aaliyah don't have to think, I have to go first. I think that's one mistake we've seen a lot, especially from someone like Ironbog, for example, that starts off his first race playstyle, goes 8th, and then continues to fit this same mold because he wants to catch up so quickly and kind of feels like he's far away from the pack. But I think looking at a more long-term region and hoping it doesn't end earlier might be the better play in checkmate.
I feel like Tomino in the last TAC round was a great example of having composure and then coming back and also then losing it again, but he did make the midway comeback after like a 7th and 8th place start.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Has PLE blessed our players or brain controlled our players to trying to pick Rumble here? Augment? No.
Basic is not a fan of the tactical breakdown.
Basic had the stream muted. He's making sure we're not poisoning his thoughts.
Bad.
Branching out into Longshot Emblem, which is a game plan that Basic actually piloted in day 1. He played a Shadow Isles Callista Longshot. Curious to see what he ends up doing. He's also very comfortable on Demacia Longshots. He's one of the players that played the most of it alongside Bin Bin.
This is an interesting shot for Saya. Will he decide to hold these champions? Nah, he's going to go for the full. Patience is a virtue roll right here. Sometimes just watching those two Ishtal is just, it's so tempting.
You can always lock. I think you want to get the bar roll for sure.
Yeah.
So you can lock the shop and then just roll on 2-3, for example. Just lock twice if you're that interested. But there's a pretty high chance you're going to find a Nico and a Kiana anyway on your rolls.
And Dasik is going to go into the Bilgewater line. Already 2 items on the Twisted Fate. Will summon the Graves into his pool. And actually sold the Jinx. Wants to play around the Bilgewater a bit more.
Kiana, your favorite.
Only Kiana 3. Kiana 2.
Oh, okay.
I sleep.
Li Cao got Teemo from the Caretaker ally. He should have taken Artillery Barrage.
Teemo did get buffed. Big Mo is a little bit more of a thing as a tempo
Big
option
Mo?
in stage 2 and 3. It used to be during regional. I think a lot of players got it from Allied and just insta-sold the Teemo the whole way through. Used it as a subpart econ augment and just tried and played a normal game of TFT.
The way that Clement said the yep, I'm like, oh, you should still do that, Sel.
I think we've seen a lot of holds into like Mel or Annie specifically is the most common one if you have a Teemo start. So we'll see if Lisa goes that direction.
Looking at the augments, the very one-dimensional pickups from all of our players. We've seen 3 Patiences of Virtues, so players really know how strong this silver augment is in terms of the econ options, almost comparable to a gold augment if you really play around its strengths and play for a huge rollout on stage 4. We saw that branching out from Dasik, but we also saw Silver Destiny into Power Up for Mori, so a risk that maybe he did not want to take, but now he has to embrace, so he has to hope the 3-2 augments are silver in this case. Or he ends up getting a silver. If he gets a gold, he's in big trouble.
Yeah, he really wants the upgrade all the way to Prismatic. 3-2, you do have a couple of options, like the...
If it's silver, it's a 36% chance for it to be silver and 61% chance for it to be gold.
A quien le vi que agarró bardo, ya tiene Leona y...
But low rolls can happen. That's all we'll say here.
Leona y Malsa.
If you don't, you're not the one opting into those odds because it is coming from Silver Destiny
Ya,
as well.
un chancecito. Sigo resolviendo algo aquí rapidito.
does look like Mori will be just trying to angle once again for his most favored composition, the Darius LeBlanc. There are some good options in the prismatic range right there. Invested is one of the top econ augments you can find. Actually, one of the only econ augments you can hit on 3-2.
What does that mean for Revan? What does that mean for Revan?
Is Revan going there too?
I'm not sure, but he definitely spiritually wants to be playing Darius Reroll as much as possible.
There's 3
He does have a
Dravens on the
Draven
board.
unlocked, and he does have Patience the Virtue, so let's see if Revan puts his money where his mouth is. Yesterday he said he will stand his ground no matter what.
He said if he has a spot for it, he will do it.
He has nothing to lose. He already has gained his TPC slot.
True. That would be insane.
And this is a very fun carousel because we have multiple spats across the board here. Dasik actually picking up a pan and spatula being picked up by Aaliyah, who is currently angling for more of a Demacia board.
We see 2 players related forward, so it's going to be a very explosive 3-5. Artifacts will be coming through. Roll downs will be happening on these stage 3 lines, on the 3 cost lines in particular. With Patience of Virtue, especially a lot of gold to be used there. So stage 2 will get very difficult for anyone that is not trying to spike.
I have to call out, I think
Vi a
the
varios
lobby winners here
con
have to be Lisa, who's
Leona
able to
o
just sweep by
Malzahar
stage 2 with a very weak
en
lobby.
la
No
banca.
one's actually playing seriously.
Big Mo.
Big Mo can go straight into Big Annie.
Juggernaut Emblem already locked in for Darthna, very strong on Garen, so he is once again trying to angle his way into the line that he feels comfortable on. Even last game, he was able to perform in a 3- or 4-way contest all around that Garen.
And Aaliyah is not backing off either. Already has a pretty good upgraded Demacia board and has started to build some AP items.
I think the spats and the pans that were offered on the Stage 2 carousel makes that even worse. I think Garen's one of the best units to play into with the extra emblems. Demacia line, of course, as well for the spats.
Who will make it first? Oh, there's a Tarek. Where
Tarek
did you come from?
In the shop, as usual for the CN players. They're pulling some magic there in Guangdong.
CN Classic. Only 1 4 cost in Stage 2? No, that's a little bit too few.
Waiting for the silver recombobulator.
We're missing the Wukong as well.
Oh no, not the Bin Bin tech.
Go fast 10 off of 2 4 cost in Stage 2.
Bin Bin with one of the strongest starts in the game. Still would have preferred the Nico, but just using the Rumble instead now.
One consideration for both Bin Bin and Aaliyah, if they're not very low in HP totals, they can decide to hold their artifact emblems until Stage 4. This would eliminate all the gold generating artifacts from the pool, so it would make it a little bit less random if they're looking for specific artifacts to enable AP comps.
Unless you really want.
Irá, rerole.
From 3-5 onwards, maybe not the best use of a gold generating artifact because you've missed so
De
much
Yorle.
potential to make money.
No creo.
All right. Well, a lot of these boards starting to come together as we take stock. We've got a 5-win streak from Li Zhao, 5 loss streak from Saya. A lot of gold there for Saya as well. Holy, 50.
We will see where he decides to land up, and I have a feeling that Saya is going to vacate the Draven line sometime soon. We basically never see him contest. He's always trying to play his own path. So this is what good players can do, right? They can wait until the 3-2 augment, pick what has the most synergy with their board, and then pivot elsewhere.
They found an Mbessa already. What?
Has a Juggernaut emblem as well. Has a very interesting game actually set up here. Has a long shot +1, so torn between maybe committing to build or more, using it just for resources for now.
Everyone just waiting for the augment round to kind of decide where they
Muy
land
probablemente
up.
vaya
People don't want to go into
Kaisa.
4-cost AP flex. I feel like if they're
Mori
offered an
tiene
off-ramp
ítems
here, they
de
will take it.
Kaisa
There's a
también,
Quintus
¿no?
Slayers as well potentially with the long shot emblem.
Al menos que se quede el Draven y juegue el Darius Draven.
Especially important for Mori, especially with the Silver Destiny giving him that power up. Can he hit the Prismatic? If it's just a gold, that's a massive low roll for him.
We'll see.
And it's a gamble he didn't opt into himself. I guess he kind of did. It's a gamble that became another gamble, but we'll see if it ends up paying off for a player who needs it. Only on 3 points, 6th place in game 1, needs to come back in this game 2.
Oh,
it is going to be Prismatic.
Trifecta!
Does have Trifecta. This might push Revan off of any kind of reroll angles, considering it's a very good spot to take this.
Oh, but
Gana
if
3
you're
emblemas
more and you
random, un
need
reforjador
points,
y
do you not
4 de
want to
oro.
play
O
for...
trifecta, que es el...
Don't confuse my boy.
yo
Don't
creo
confuse
que
my
es el
boy.
aumento
I think it's scouting
prismático
Revan, waiting to
más
see what Revan
agarrado
commits to.
en
Revan has picked solo
este
play. That's a
parche.
pretty good tell. You want to play into either Leona or the Darius reroll. Most likely the Darius, obviously, if it's Revan we're speaking about. We do see a Darius too from Saya as well with advanced loan on his roll down. I think he's actually pushed to 7 early and used up all his patience rolls. So this could be a 3-way contest into some kind of Noxus line.
Wow. I mean,
Whoa, early Azir as well. Very interesting setup here from Saya on 3-2. For Shurima, is it time?
That's the alternate game plan that we were talking about. I don't think he has the HP to pull it off, but we'll see if he can summon the Xerath. The most important thing about the Xerath play is you have to win one of those matches. So he's choosing, he probably should choose to spike very, very hard in the next round.
¿Cuánta de vida tiene Saya?
What a smart use of
No
both
sé
of
si
his
se pueda
augments here,
costear el
striking in three
perder las
instead of waiting
4
till
rondas.
5, does want to stop the bleeding right now and also
Después
make the game harder
de
for
la
both
primera
Mori
Xerath,
and Revan
lo
in the
posible.
process. Really interesting. I think very CN-esque, right? Pushing lobby tempo so much in stage 3.
Yeah, does want to avoid,
Y
like we
planea
talked about,
jugar
just getting stuck
Shurima.
between Lux and Lissandra is probably the
Esta
worst
la
place
tiene
to
que
be
ganar.
on the patch. He's
Y
actually
la
looking
siguiente,
for
exacto,
the
esta
win
la tiene
right
que
here.
ganar. Y ver cómo pierde la
And
otra
that does mean
para
he can
ganar
lose the next
3-5.
one, and then spike 3-5. What are these 4 costs? Come on, this is... It is making it a little bit anticlimactic if he's getting that much free stuff.
The Swain? Oh, and is he going to put the Darius back in the pool? No, he's just going to make a weaker board.
And Revan has to be sweating. He is fully locked in as well into the 3-cost line, has the Darius items, has the solo play, just probably scouting
Hay
around.
3
and saying,
yendo Darío,
are
Revan.
people catching on to my game plan? Am I finally being contested on this strong of a line?
Well, I mean, Dasic called it out at the beginning of the day, even before we got into games.
I will say for him, the most likely scenario is that it's just a 2-way contest, right? Because Mori and him are probably locking heads, but Saya is taking himself out of the contest. He said, I actually have a better line to play for.
Do you
with
ever
Xerath."
take this and actually go Jinx instead?
Yeah, for Mori, I think there's a good chance that he actually ends up on Jinx. If he can find
Yo
the
creo que va
combos,
Jinx
sometimes
también,
it's better
sí,
to
por lo que
contest if
tiene en
you
la banca.
just don't end up finding
Mori
anything.
también va a Draven.
And the items are
Darius
just really good
Draven.
for Jinx here
Todo
as
el
well,
lobby va a Darius Draven.
better than they would be on Draven even. Whereas Revan has less of an out, having already built some AP items. I guess he could play into Leona Malzahar Zoe,
vamos
but
todos
it's
a jugar
Revan we're
Darius
talking about. I
Draven.
don't think he's pivoting.
No scout, no pivot in a different sense.
Are there any big spike units for Saya here? That's going to be the question.
It's a Swain pair, right?
Oh, okay, denied. Does pick up the Guinsu's Rage Blade, so if he can just round out his front line and no one spikes harder, he wins the 3-5. Xerath early, that is a disgusting game plan.
That's crazy.
Revan has either the Guard Breaker, the Sterax Slam if he wants it, or he can hold this for a potential Nashor that he can see he's losing these next few rounds anyway.
Ooh, I want to see the epic conclusion. Oh, well, there's an artifact first. That's the Latent Forge.
Looking around, Demacia long shots for Bin Bin.
He didn't hear you.
Gold
He
Collector's
has
very
Gold Collector.
Gold Collector's very good actually.
Oh, I no.
Gonna go for Wit's End in the end on the Kaisa. Yeah, 2 very good options for long shots. And Bin Bin's a player who played 4 games of long shots across the 2 days yesterday.
You didn't want Kappa
And on day 1.
Juice?
Kappa Juice, unfortunately, is not my cup of tea.
It looks so cool, though, with so many hats.
Did Saya spike hard enough? That's a big question here. Oh, he got the Seraphine too?
Wow. So surely that's a
While
yes.
still having gold or rolls left over from Patience, and now you can hold the Patience rolls even further in stage 4. Again, can push for fast 9, potentially has in a front line. And the Azir scaling as well to unlock Shurima units to fit in naturally. I mean, really, really strong setup here from Saya. Another game. There's the Xerath unlock already. We're on 3-5. That is just absolutely crazy.
Does he have enough HP to lose now to unlock the Nasus?
I don't think he even needs to be honest. Nasus is preferred though. That is definitely true. But if I'm in his spot, I'm happy to not lose HP.
Cool. Just getting Renekton in and get out.
Yeah, he's so far ahead of the lobby tempo. He doesn't actually need to find the tank.
Revan, yeah, remove the items, have the Sterak onto the Darius. Maybe wanted to greed it for a double solo plates, double Gargle Stone Plate, but instead going to go for the Sterax.
Huge find for Aaliyah as well. One of the best mana regeneration items. Dawn Core for Lissandra and Invokers is going to be absolutely deadly when he does get there.
Vhagar!
Woohoo! It's a pair for Litzao. With the explosive growth means that you can actually start to get up to level 8, maybe even get the 8 Yordles in, try to get the Yordle grab bags, get some extra items in gold.
This is a classic game plan we saw at the start of the set, before the 8 Yordles was nerfed a bit, where you use Yordles as a way to just very cleanly tempo straight to 9. It's back when Annie was by far and away the strongest 5-cost in the meta. She kind of is now as well in some ways when she's 2-starred, so that will be the game plan for Lee Sao. Has still quite a bit of HP to work with, ideally wants to preserve, you know, around half of this going through stage 4, get to stage 5 to his level 9 roll down on 2 or 3 lives.
I'm pretty sure Saya got gold. I don't know why he has 67 gold after rolling down to 28. That has to be a Xerath charm. That's crazy amounts of gold.
Yeah. There's a Jinx pivot we talked about from Mori, so Revan has been respected on his line.
I feel like it was always going to be a bad choice to try to contest Revan or anybody on a 3-cost reroll, but you can pick another one with Trifecta and you're fine.
Yep. Mori will have a very hard task ahead of him. He's only sitting on 1 Jinx copy.
Churimas ganan 15% de amplificación de daño.
Come back to bite him coming into stage 4 if his 4-2 augment is not some way to itemize a tank to buy time for Xerath to cast 1 or 2 times.
Big
Where's
roll
Darius
down.
2? Darius 2 should not be a hard ask, but there are a lot of players that are holding that. Mori also had a Darius 2 earlier.
Wow.
Sure, it got sold, but this is tragic.
Ooh, just barely not able to get it in time, and that might punish him. Word from Lee Sao, he might get a free win because it is going to be just a Darius 1. We talked about the Darius being the front line where once he dies, everything kind of falls over, so really important to have that Darius 2 upgrade here.
He's going to go into a relatively weak board. Lee Sao just still trying to coast around and get 8 Yordles, cash outs online. This is how we saw the TFT regionals pan out. It was Wamie winning at the end with 6 Yordles. You tech in the Volibear and the Shyvana. But maybe the Vhagar is strong enough. He's hitting the backline already. Not enough units to take damage.
More components unslammed for Revan, so I think it would be surprising if he could win this one. I think he just agreed to lose at the moment he couldn't get the Darius 2.
Final augment, Duo Q. We did have the advanced one from Saya, so he's going to have to pick a
Duo Q no le va a servir, quizás el artefacto. Coño, dejen a Reven.
Cash there. Actually skipped the malicious monetization. He's so far away from his copies, though.
Maybe he wants just more items, you know, seeing the downfall of Noxus reroll in the last game, Draven not having anything.
Goes for Pandora's. I think he knows he needs some back. I just don't like this, I think, as you mentioned, Clement. He is just far, far behind. Wow.
Otro refuerzo.
Triple luck shop.
Put that in instead. Why not?
And this is Demacia long shot master across the first 2 days. Bin played it more than any other player, found a lot of success on it, has a very good build on this Kai'Sa here with the Rage Blade, the Wit's End essentially replacing the Gunblade and the Archangel, so it can really scale as a solo carry.
But at this point, I wonder, do you actually just take these items since you have this Flex 2 and try to go for something greater than just the long shot?
I think you really want to play around the Wit's End, and it's only going to be especially good on Kai'Sa in this meta, I would say.
You don't want to put it on Silas?
Later, if he shows up.
That's what I mean. Yeah. He could show up.
Logra desbloquear Galio, ¿no?
Darth also contesting on the Demacia long shots, but he has been beat. There's a lot of Garen copies already gone.
Tenía zonas, sí tenía.
Critical frontline missing for Darth now. Can he pull off another miracle?
Trust. I mean, that's a Kai'Sa too, so that's a pretty big upgrade if he wants it.
I feel like he has to swap at this point. That's such a big boost.
And has a good build for it as well, with the LeBlanc items plus the Gunblade here as well. 2-item Garen is a little bit sad.
Sí, es vender Leblanc y meter 20.
Darth, I think, finding himself once again in the same exact position. Last in the HP totals, starting off his stage 4. Once again on the Demacia line, this time the AD, or more long shot-oriented version. But without the Garen 2 here, it's going to be pretty disastrous. Aaliyah, one of the strongest players in the lobby right now, off of that Dawn Core pickup.
La gente se
I
está
like how Darthnub had the same
contesteando,
game
pero
plan in
heavy,
1 and 2, basically gambling on 5 costs. Gilded Steel gave him that chance again, but this time not really finding the Zillion hit that he needed.
Big Galio stun there. So I guess enough for now. And Elia has rolled down to 0 as well. It's not like Elia's trying to push 9 and just taking his hands off the wheel in stage 4. So a pretty important win here for
perdió.
Darthnub.
Revan on last life. 9 HP and a dream. Still no 3-star upgrades for those Noxus units.
We have to log
Pero
on to him
Saya
after we
tiene
come
un
back. This is
Darius
gonna
al
be
2.
the roll down that defines his run.
Los demás
32
tenían Darius,
gold.
pero los vendieron
He's
quizás.
actually very far away from the copies the last time we checked. Maybe Mordog will bless him for another game. He is the Draven caller after all.
And even if there aren't players going directly into the reroll line, the fact that a lot of these copies were out of the pool in stage 3 where you're not hitting the natural shops with Darius is also a problem. And this is definitely a spot where Revan, we've usually only ever seen him from very high roll Darius spots.
Wow.
Navigating a low roll
Otra
spot
vez,
is the
hitea
difficult part
3
here. It's only 3
estrellas,
copies of Darius
el,
still. I think there's no solving
el
this game,
campeón
to
sin
be
ítem.
honest.
Swain 3.
What do you want, Wei? We're still 5 copies off, but if Necro believes, I believe.
I believe.
True.
Well, the Draven is nice, but I think the same problem remains that you have to rely on the Swain to be that
No
secondary
tiene
front
ítem.
line for you.
El gran
And
problema
there
ahorita.
are still 3 Darius out. Saya has been on this Darius too.
Le
even
gusta
now.
hitear, o el juego le quiere
For
dar
Revan, he's
hitear
just
los
thinking
personajes
that,
que él no
okay, this
tiene
game's
con
probably
ítem.
done. There's a lot of situations where you don't even build a Draven 3. You try to go for
¿Pasó?
critical carries right here. He knows that his chances are so low that he's willing to, gamble for the 1% chance come back, and he's facing another strong board against Aaliyah. Still no Lissandra 2 though.
Perfect fight RNG as well. The Volibear jumping onto the Darius. The Darius just barely healing himself back up.
Revan
And not
ganó
dying,
uno.
getting a lot more effective HP across his fight. So it's about fighting for placement for Revan. I think trying to outplay Darthnub is a big thing here. And then see if he can
Yo
maybe
hubiese
win a
subido,
few
o
of
sea,
those fights
sabiendo
for
que
good
te
matchmaking
estaban
in stage
peleando
5.
los Draven,
Dasik is
los
locked
Darius,
into
Darius, y ya
bilge
tenía
water
una Kindred en
and
banca.
actually has 7
Era
copies
subir
of
uno.
the Nautilus. You get the bilge water, lesser duplicator, so you're actually only 1 off, and there it is. He will have a Nautilus 3
Era
once
subir
he's
al
able
8 y
to buy
meter
them Silver
el,
Serpents.
la tipa
Problem
esta.
is we still have 2 fast
Meter
niners in the
Kindred.
lobby right here. Both Lee
E intentar jugar con lo que
once again
tiene.
holding hands, going toward the
Buscarle
promised
ítems al
land. It's going to
Draven
be so hard for these people stuck on 8 to actually contest
y le
this,
da.
even with the 3-star Nautilus.
Revan fighting Dasik now. Dasik has hit quite a few spikes. The long shot emblem on the MF with the very cool synergy between adding the Caitlyn and the Lords with the Warden. Makes up a pretty strong board here for Dasik. But looks like LeBlanc now target down to the MF. If she gets her last cast off, that could be enough to win this fight. But right before she dies, she does get it off. So Revan will be surviving at least one more round here.
That's tough. I mean, now the HP totals have gotten quite close. You're looking at Saya, Dasik, Darthnub, maybe 3 players that Revan is hoping will fall first.
And Saya has to find 2 tank items here, or he could be in fairly big trouble. Yes, the Zerath is very good,
Aquí tiene
but
que
he
ver
has
cómo le
no
arma
frontline
ítems al
items
Draven.
whatsoever right now, and once the damage starts ramping up
O
in
si le
stage
sale otra
5,
Chojin,
with the big
pasarle
progression,
el otro Nashor, pasarle la Chojin de
yeah, the gold is very strong.
Leblanc al
We saw his
Draven.
position and coming to stage 4, right?
I almost
But he
feel
still
like
needs tank items. Even if you're level 10, if you have no tank items, it's going to be a problem.
even if your tank items are terrible, I almost feel like that much gold will buy you enough copies of just,
Wait, Shyvana, yeah.
He's up to 130 gold.
Oh,
Oh,
he's
he
rolling,
need
he's
another
rolling.
gold charm? Please, come on, don't make the game so easy for him, please.
Okay, let's go. Oh, wait, I mean, if you get Annie in, there's the tippers for you, too, if you wanted that. Zerath,
The Zerath,
too,
too,
wow.
that's absolutely massive.
Hold more copies, why don't you?
And the Golem will help as well here with buying some more time for the second.
Tiene la banca llena de...
From the Zerath.
That was from Charms,
Yep.
jeez. He just got 2?
All right, actually, I'm less impressed with this game because it came off a 1%.
La banca llena de...
Shurima roll, so
¿cómo se dice?
this is
Pareja,
standard,
¿no?
this is standard, this is standard. Still very impressed with the execution and the roll downs, but very high roll game for sure.
Fun game.
True.
That's what matters. Well, that was an easy win, but can Revan be lucky? Darthnub as well, very close to elimination. finally able to get the Darius, and he has the LeBlanc in shop, so he just wants to be
¿Cómo
able to survive
consiguió
this
ese
match.
Dario?
It's just one fight. The Lancas are ramping, but I think it's going to be good enough. The Darius is going to heal one more time. LeBlanc is still alive. The Kaisa is down. Revan has
Vendió
turned the
los
corner
Draven.
right when he needed to. The 3-win streak now could become a 6-win streak with the Darius 3 now online. With the solo play in particular, just so strong.
Vendió los Draven, buscó
How
un
does he keep
Draven.
on doing that? He only had 3 copies on stage 4.
He's the chosen
Maury,
one.
you had one job. Just don't pivot off the line.
Do you know what he did? He waited for Saya to sell the Darius on his board. And then he went roll, roll, roll. And we all know what happens.
Darno con 4 de vida, Daisy con 3.
Waves.
It's great that Saya had enough gold to roll that early in stage 5, or else he would have maybe hit the more typical 5-2 roll down instead.
Se enfrentan
Darth
entre
and Basic,
ellos.
one of these two players will be going down. Demacia AP with a long shot, the Kaisa, and Demacia AD for Dasic here.
I'm just looking at the Nautilus right here. He still has his shield on, hasn't been taken down whatsoever. Kaisa finally locking onto him, but is it enough damage at this point?
No, es que mi fortuna es muy mala para llevar tiro largo.
MF goes down in one shot.
The Juggernaut Garen is just way too tanky for the MF to break through. Unfortunately, Dasic not having the
Mi
start of the
fortuna
day.
es
He was
muy
looking for
mal holder
7th place in
de
game 1, now in 8th place in game 2. Now you do have to start
tiro
playing
largo.
a much riskier first or 8 style to catch up.
Siento yo que es muy
We
mal
got
holder.
news from Hupe-san, who's one of the reporters on the sidelines. Actually, Revan got the Darius 3 because he sold his Draven 3.
I think that's the right play.
Yeah. I feel like in those situations where you don't have the gold, you have to sell the Draven.
Wow. I mean, what a phenomenal gold, though, to be able to get here with it. That was enough.
It was at least 2 points, that play.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the mastery of the line, to know what spots you have to make some unintuitive plays to find more placements. Once again, Darthnub facing a player that is also facing elimination with Revan here. Is the Darius going to be enough to heal past the damage coming out from the Lux and that Kaisa in the backline for Darthnub? The Garen's also really tanky here. The LeBlanc has to burst it down.
I think Kaisa just started on that unit way too late at this
One more
point.
heal does not come through for Darius. I think that might be a win for Darthnub. It's so close. The cast does not come through from LeBlanc. Revan is also down despite finding the Darius 3 in 7th place. Emiya, once again, 7th and 8th. Not a good start for the region.
No, I think
Ferran.
it's tough because at some point the pressure just gets to you, and I think unfortunately for Revan, he just didn't have enough gold.
Medio lobby la holdeó los Dario.
Imagine if he had found Darius 2 a couple stages before. Then you actually might have enough HP
no sé.
where you can take a hit like that and you don't have a
O sea,
7.
cuando yo veo que medio lobby le holdea el tanque principal de la compo,
It was expected for
no
him
es
to
compo.
hit a little bit later. I will say I'm very impressed with Binbin's game plan. I thought he was going 8th very quickly. He rolled down deep, did not find the Kaisa 2, goes straight level 9 and sells it for the Ziggs upgrade instead.
I was considering it might have been a pivot into
O sea, ya va a desbloquear en 2 turnos a
Renekton.
Renekton.
Kind of the really OG way to play the Yordle line. Saya is, of course, a scarier player now. He has found both of those Warmogs now, has some more frontline, and the Xerath 2 has so much damage coming out from his cast with this build.
I do think this game is going to come down between Saya and Aaliyah, the 2 highest caps that we have on the board here, while Binbin is just looking for placements, looking for any chance to hang on.
Both Darthnub and Binbin had pretty good games to start off game 1, but now it's about just continuing to accumulate those points to get to that 20-point check. It is the Xerath down. Darthnub takes a win, and Binbin is so close.
Me encantaría saber cómo murió Cera. Estaba tan enfocado en el Min que no vi la de...
CN is looking very impressive.
No vi cómo perdió Saya y le frenó el Renekton.
To try and make it to these high cap boards.
That is a disgusting Silas right here. That's known as the mini Triforce, the Yordle spatula. It gives you the extra armor resistances and the extra AP AD, and then you get attack speed and HP from Yordle. So it's incredibly strong Silas, probably the strongest unit we have seen in this lobby.
Who would have guessed 2 players on Ziggs carry coming into this late game?
Well, there was at one point, what did they call it? Rigs? Well, there's no rise, but you know.
Get to the Xerath. Xerath has a bit of RNG in him.
It's just not enough frontline. It looks
Que no
like
tiene
once
front,
again for Saya,
exacto.
his board is melting a little bit too quick. Does not have enough time to buy for that second Xerath pass to come through cleanly.
Saya no tiene front lane.
And down goes Bin Bin there, being basically destroyed by Mori. Strong combat augments across the board.
Todas a una vida menos morir.
Pivot into the Jinx line. Is this another top 4 for Darthub? I would be so incredibly impressed.
It might be.
If he can dig himself out of these lower roll spots again and again.
If he runs into Mori, though, I might be a little bit worried. You have two scaling backline champions with the Jinx and the Kai'Sa, and Mori has been on a roll, 3 win streak so far.
Yeah, this board from Mori is absolutely disgusting. Bronze for life plus the
trifecta. So much combat power coming through. The big thing is, usually, if you have this much combat, you don't have gold, and you don't hit your 3 stars in the first place. But if you do hit that 3-star and you have all this stuff added on top, it's just really, really hard.
Makes notice that Mori actually got several copies of the Jinx and the Sejuani early, so it wasn't too
Por
expensive
esa
for him
ya
to
no tiene
upgrade those
front.
units.
Tiene toda luna en la front lane.
Ooh, Saya after a good start, like you mentioned, just not hitting any of his frontliners.
Shyvana can save you, only if she's 2-star.
Has one more anvil to work with to buy a little bit more time for the backline carries to work their magic.
Aaliyah versus Saya, which one will win? It feels like it must be an Aaliyah win here, just knowing that you do have the Zillion and Lysandra fully upgraded.
Picaste
But
una
the
vez.
Xerath, I mean,
Oh, wipes out the entire backline
mierda.
in one shot? That's so unlucky.
it looks like it is going to be a loss. I couldn't believe that. The Xerath just said, I'm going to nuke the backline.
If even one
Darnu
backline
le
survives, there's a
gana.
really big lull in the DPS chart coming out from Saya's board. That could have been a win for Aaliyah, but only the
Se
wolf
va
survives.
Elia
She can't do
quinto,
it by herself.
Lishao
Darth,
cuarto.
another great placement from the Americas player. A top 3 from a
Saya
Doom
lo
spot,
vuelve
16
a
HP,
hacer.
4 loss streak on 4-1.
Saya está un win más.
He was
Y yo creo que a
yet
Saya
again.
le toca contra Darnu.
He's fighting for placements, but he just keeps scratching his way up the standings.
How did
Creo
he beat that
que le toca
Silas
contra
2
Darnu.
and level 9 Yordle capped board? There was a volley baron Shyvana there, but he still managed
No, le
to
toca contra Mori, a
clinch it.
Saya.
Absolutely insane stuff from Darthnub.
The Gilded Steel,
Y le tocaba contra Darnu. Y Darnu perdía, era otro 2 para Saya.
The secret sauce that he's piloting into this top 4.
No, le toca a Mori. Mori sí es jodido de ganarle. Tiene mucha front.
Another big test here for Saya as it's now against Mori's Jinx board. Can the Xerath be as lucky as in the last game where you are able to snipe that backline? Jinx actually takes a huge hit.
But he's not down.
The Xerath couldn't reach the Jinx on the opposite corner, and for that reason, Mori
Estaba
was
del
able
otro
to
lado
win
de
that
él.
fight. Saya is taken down.
Oh, it's a double kill.
Darthnub taken down as well. Mori,
Saya 2.
who only got 3 points in game 1, comes back in a big way. In the
Saya
same way we saw all
2.
throughout day 2, a player who can really clutch it up and get those first places.
Not bad, though, for Darthnub. Back-to-back thirds. A great start for Saya with a first
Saya
to a second
2
place.
sin front
And
lane.
these standings are starting to look mighty interesting.
And Mia has to wake up. That is all I'm going to say after these first 2 games.
Daylight savings debuff, what can I say?
And we do have to mention it's becoming a 2-man race in the next game. Both Darthnub and Saya can clinch their check right now and end it in just 4 games. Saya only needs a top 4, while for Darthnub, he needs to play for first. That's the only way he can accelerate himself.
What's the bet? What do you guys think? Quickly, before we go to break.
I think Saya
4
and
games?
4. Saya and 4, man. This is just way too high
Doing
roll.
Revenant 6.
Okay, I also thought Saya in 4, and I locked that in before we started the show. We're seeing it in full force. Let's see if we can make it happen right after this break.
Día triste para Real. Ya lleva 2-6, ¿no? Él sacó un 5 en la primera partida y ahorita sacó un 6. Tiene 7 puntos. O sea, ya tiene 15 ya. Hizo un 8 y ahorita acaba de hacer un 7. ¿Quién topió? Topió Mori. Es 3 más 8, 11. Listo. 15 Saya, 12 Lishao, 12 Darno. A ver cómo hago esto. Ventana.
The human body was built to
Vamos a ponerle tabla.
not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo.
Este.
Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hago esto, ¿sí? Muy bien. Perfecto. Oye, voy a hacer esto. Esto que está de este lado, vamos a arreglarlo bonito. Esto que está de este lado. Solo por acá. Y el HyperX, que también estaba por aquí escondido.
Welcome back here at the Lore and Legends Tactician's Crown. My name is Max and I'm joined on the desk by Seal
Qué bonito,
and
ahora sí.
Clement. And honestly, it's only been 2 games so far here at the final day, but the field is looking scary already. 15 points on Zaya, chased by 2 players on 12 points. We have the potential to have 2 players on check after our next game. That has to be the biggest story here, guys.
I love when tack rounds are absolute dominations. Usually in checkmate format, there is a lot of talk about it's just down to who wins the first game. But if we see it end in 4, there can be no dispute who the actual best player is. Hwanmie did it, Title did it, and now we have Saya chasing for that goal as well.
And the way that he's done it has been absolutely incredible. Just time and time again, showing different boards and different ways to win games. This one was one we hadn't really seen. Playing around Shurima, it was a second place. Again, not the best result that they've had, which is usually they're accustomed to a first, especially the last few days.
That's right, but of course the field is also still open. While players are getting closer and closer to that checkmate mark, that doesn't mean they win straight away. They still need a first placement, and there's a lot of players that are still chasing checks, still chasing those first places to stop them. One of them, Mori, who has been entertaining us, I will say, over on Twitter, just tweeting insane things. We were calling out the bringing ASOL to the world stage. This time around, he tweeted, "The Thunder is absolutely roaring this morning." Was that a nod to Volibear, do you think?
I'm not really sure, but I feel like he is building up a lot of fans in APAC. He has the hopes of the entire region just on his shoulders, and his journey has been amazing. He was a very, I would say, third-tier player when it was the usual cups, only showed up in set 15 TPC, did not have a very good start of the set, in fact, but when it came to scrims, people started to realize that he actually knows his tech.
He does, and let's take a look at our standings now and how they've shaken up after game number 2. Like I mentioned, Zaya 15 points, Lee Sao and Darthna both on 12. If one of these two players can get a first place here, they have a chance
Daisy a
to be on
2-1.
check.
Los
Of course,
tres de
that
EMEA
is
están
going
abajo.
to be a tall order, but I feel like Darthna has been really impressing us, Celia.
He texted in his chat after that last game, he said, these have been the hardest thirds of my life. It has just been a grind for him to be able to come back from his low HPs, and he is one of those players that loves flipping games, and he's done so pretty successfully so far.
I love the way he played the Ishtal Stage 3 just to get some extra resources and come out of the body pile of that AP flex on level 8, the 4 Garens on across the lobby. And the second game, he did a very similar game plan where it was about the synergy that he built on his Garen 2 once more. The Gilded Steel damage reduction into the Juggernaut, getting extra HP was so cool to see. He had no business being third.
I don't know how closely you, Clement, were watching Zaya in this game, because I know, Celia, you and I, we took a really close look at what exactly was going on there, and we were low-key shocked at the things that we were seeing.
What charms did he get? He was so rich.
It wasn't even the charms that was the incredible part. It was the stabilization on 3-5 to get that last round win to unlock Xerath to even get charms. The Seraphine 2, an incredible frontline built up. It was just perfect synergies across the board. He had his level 8 unit ready to put in. It was just an absolute masterclass that they continue to put on over the last few days.
130 gold floating at one point in stage 5. I think that's the most gold I've ever seen during that stage.
Yeah, I think a lot of us are rarely seeing these kinds of numbers, but Zaya certainly has impressed us here, and like you're seeing, is leading the lobby on points. Doesn't mean to count anybody out though, because like I said, first they need check, then they need a win. And even players like Daisy, like Elia, like Binbin still have a chance, Reven as well of course, to catch up. But it's just going to be them trying to play spoiler, trying to take those first places away and get points. But we are going to be going into game number 3 here at the Tactician's Crown, and Zillion awaits us as encounter.
Zillion, primero o último.
This game at least has
Prismatic
a high note
Final,
on a
es el último.
Prismatic Final gives a lot of econ there for options, so you will see a lot of players actually holding on to the void units early on. This is a game plan that Lee Shaw in particular really gravitates towards.
This is my favorite part of checkmate format in TFT specifically, is once
Saya
you get in situations where it's, hey, I only need to get a top 4 if I'm Saya to get into
cuarto
check.
puesto, un top 4.
Yeah, and
Un
then
top 4 por
you need
arriba
to,
para entrar en
maybe I
jaque.
need a big comeback if I'm somebody like Daisy, and so I need to start playing for first right now. The interesting thing
Y
is,
Lee
until
Shaw
someone can get the check and get the win,
Mori,
there's
ambos necesitan un
anyone's
top
chance to
1
possibly take the crown home for themselves.
I feel like the most
para entrar en
interesting
jaque.
position is for Lee Sao and Darthnup, because they can clinch
Lee
check
Shaw y
if they
Darthnup,
get the
la vaina.
first place. But oftentimes that ends up being the trap that you fall into.
That's right. We've seen this before, where players are trying to go for high risk, high reward, but then end up on the risk side of things and fall short of their goals. However, I will say we're seeing something on Elia here that we've seen do well, and to everyone's surprise, has been performing decently. If you can get Shadow Isles started early, there are a couple of pretty good spots for it to actually take it to a good placement.
It's super conditional, right? As well as a lot of these compositions. Maybe not Darius as much, but a lot of the times you need...
That has a condition too. The condition is nobody else is contesting.
That is very true, or if your name is Reven. And so it will take a specific setup, but I do think that our 2-1 augments will have a great deal.
Desbloqueó Yorick.
Yeah, for Elia, I like his start here. He already has 2 Wardens to play. 2 Warden is such a strong front line. It's 32% of your max HP across 2 units. So he's looking definitely for a win streak angle here.
Le puede salir
Could give a lot of good options here. We do have a Yorick going to be unlocked. We'll go for replication instead and get some maybe more of these offensive items.
Dasic getting some free upgrades here. Will opt to go for Shen actually as starters here. Could be Ionia favoring.
A very common play is actually to use your items and guarantee you hit the Orianna too early.
Yep.
But since he has the small duplicator, he might be going into the Draven, as you mentioned.
A lot of people are favoring Ionia right now, playing this on their board.
Li Sao, one of the players we were talking about, needs a first. Could go for a first or 8 comp, is on the
Ishao
Ishtal
tiene...
Expeditionist, so we will see him try to do just that.
I can't wait to see what his quests are.
Ishtal.
But we have been seeing some absolutely crazy Ishtal plays so far, and one of them was brought to us by Saya yesterday with the
Y armó a Quillana, que agarró, pues agarró.
missions for alternating win-loss easier.
Pongan la quest. Pongan la quest
It
del
looks like we
chavo.
definitely do desire to win right now. We're slamming items. We have upgrades on our board. We did also
Pongan la
have a
quest,
couple
coño.
other augment choices that are a little bit more around the high cap. We have Revan taking Slam in to help you get higher in levels, but also Mori specifically taking late game scaling. That one specifically giving your 5 costs a lot more combat power.
We're also hearing from Nekra, who's one of our sideline reporters for this game, that Zaya, after we shouted him out for hero augments, was tempted with the Trials of Twilight as a hidden augment and did not go for it. Instead, is playing around Bodyguard here. I would have loved to see it once more. He took it to a first place, but says, I don't have a Sin Sao 2. I'm not going to go around this path this time around.
I think that's a smart move considering how many Demacia AP flex we have been seeing in these lobbies over and over again. It's almost triple contested, and why that augment is almost never picked.
Across the tournament, though, it makes sense that people are going that direction because Galio and Ryze being on your board are the keys to success so far at the Tactician's Crown. Not only getting a good placement, but also going for those wins most consistently.
Nunca vimos la quest del
Does look
Ishao.
like he's just going for a top 4
Siempre la
composition,
primera.
most likely going to
No
the
sé,
Slayer's
nunca
line,
vimos el
holding
tablero de
on
Revan.
to 2 of those Yasuo copies for the Yone unlock.
Revan
This
pierde.
might be the first time that he breaks that streak of top 2 placements he's had for 8 games right now, but I think it makes sense for his strategy.
Yeah, I agree. We're going to be seeing what our other players are on to. We mentioned Darth Nub's one of the hardest 3rd places of his life in the past 2 rounds. Maybe he can get a little bit of an easier time
Bardo.
this time around here, but it doesn't look like he has everything settled just yet. We'll unlock the bar just to play around for tempo a little bit more. Could be thinking about Jinx, but we don't really have bows, so a little bit of an awkward spot.
I'll take a stab. I think he's playing Demacia. He's really comfortable in this line. He can play this from behind very, very well, as he's done so the last 2 games. Now, it hasn't translated to a first place for him yet, but, you know, 2 top 3s.
Un poco
He
en
can
la
go
banca.
for a first possibly here this time and absolutely getting to check this game.
He was considering holding on to a potential very strong Rek'Sai 2. Doesn't find it in the roll down, and I agree with you. I think he will be pivoting into something that is less tempo dependent. Again, Darthna for him, the best situation is actually to aim for
Seguimos sin saber qué es la quest del Ishao y por qué está ganando.
We did get word that the Ionia for this game is Path of Blades, so a little bit more combat-oriented. And you notice on the other side, there's nothing on Li Xiao's bench. Well, that's on purpose. 4 rounds of that in a row will get that first cash.
That's right. He is playing units on his board, though, which is leading to his win streak. Namely, this Kiana 2 unit, she is very, very strong. And we're also seeing an update on Elia, who is opting to lean into that Shadow Eye line for now.
Y a mí le toca jugar esta partida la...
From Carousel.
Very
La Lebla.
early unlock for Saya here. He was sitting on the Yasuo pair, now makes it into a 2-star. Means that he doesn't have to fish for that unit later on. We are going into Blades, which means that, you know, typically the cap with Ionia is a little bit lower. I think Slayers with Yone is a pretty good direction to go for.
2-star Yasuo being online means that as soon as we get to level 7, we will be able to get that Yone. That's often the hardest part, is getting that unit upgraded and then, you know, placing items on that. But if you're able to play around that early and already have good items for the Yasuo, it can be a really key to success for some tempo Ionia play.
And how did he get that Darius 2? What is going on?
Well...
Actually, how?
I cannot tell you that, but I can tell you that
Yep,
Evan
look,
does
everyone's
not
got
have
a
it.
You heard the question mark.
It's like, what?
Zero
Darius
reaction on Dasic's
dos.
face. He did check in saying Darius. That was normally our
La
player
cara de Mori,
said
bro.
one in chat.
Look at
He said
Mori.
Darius. He meant it this time around, and
Mori
he
is
will
just
play
like,
on
what?
it.
This
And
is
Mori
La cara de
not
Mori,
happy
bro.
about it.
I mean,
Es
honestly,
que es verdad.
because Dasic
O sea,
should be
Darius
fine
dos,
for maybe the whole next stage as well. I mean,
Draven.
we have great items. Also, we get one cloak, and this thing is going to be unkillable already.
Can someone please make me a Mori reaction gif? It's so funny these two times.
We're getting word from Hoope that when he
Verga, es que
unlocked
ustedes no vieron la
Darius,
cara de
he
Mori, yo
had
lo
3 of
tapaba.
them in
No
his
puede
shop. That
ser,
has to be
man.
the luckiest shop
Oh.
of this tournament thus far. Well,
Yo
Basic is
tapaba la,
chilling.
la,
Mori
la
has a
cámara de
puzzle to
Mori.
solve in
Que
front
la
of him
madre.
once more.
Mori
It
estaba
worked
así.
out the last time he found himself contesting Reven, went for the jinx
Cuando vi el
instead.
tablero.
Gifted items are
El tablero
gracious.
de
He could be
Daisy,
thinking
man.
about this once more.
I will say for Dasic, he is due. He only has 3 points, lowest in the lobby. Very, very hard low roll games in 1 and 2. So, okay, Mortdog, he's doing his job. He's giving it to him this time.
This game is balanced.
Yep.
Yeah. You get some good games, you get some
Mori
bad games,
Bing
you know,
Bing
it happens all
pensando
the
en la
time.
Lela.
But that was definitely a blessing. And
Y ya hay
we'll
alguien
allow
con
it this
Darius
time.
2.
We do see an interesting mirror match with a lot of people playing on Noxus this game specifically. It will be
Reven,
level
ojalá
5
te pase
for
por la
Mori
cabeza
on the
ir
other
Darius.
side, where Bin also just playing around some strong
Gracias.
AP items, which we know is a great plan. But it looks like we do have only one streaker in the lobby, and that will be Aaliyah.
That's right. We know he is on that Shadow Isle trajectory. It's a very strong unit to have early onward. That Viego 2 with items, as you're seeing here, and that Swain might have helped as well. He is having on his bench there, moving around a little bit. Quickly want to give an update on Li Sao, because of course he is on the Ishtal line. He had the 4 rounds empty bench, as you mentioned, CLE. Now we're on 48 XP that he needs to buy in order to unlock the next one. So he should be able to do that rather soon.
Comprar 48 experiencia.
Especially as we see a chain vest on our bench to go to level 7 and instantly unlock Nidalee. Ooh, lots of gold.
That'll help.
Instantly unlock Nidalee and Skarner to get 5 Ishtal in as soon as possible, and that's where we get the chance to go for some crazy cash outs.
I was just about to say he needs so much econ to actually make this work, but just hitting the golden orbs definitely helps.
There we are.
We're going to do it right now? We're going to wait
Sí,
around?
Cota a zona.
I tried to
En la
do a
siguiente
like
sube al
stuff
7,
manually.
en la
Stuff
3-2.
like Nico.
Yeah.
Yo lo hubiese hecho una buena vez.
Chain vest on a backline unit.
Y ya desbloqueaba a Nidal y... Ah, no, para desbloquear Nidal ahora es una Neko con 3 ítems.
Out of the previous game, which had so many players on the Demacia line just angling it, was able to out-tempo them. I think that's perfectly fine for him to go down this route and say, I will keep doing what I'm doing until it's no longer working. For now, he finds himself opposite of Dasic, so he will get at least another loss on this loss streak.
Yeah, he did kill a single thing. But this is a composition that he's very, very comfortable with. He was in the scrims known as the player that was playing it almost every single game. And this was before it was nerfed. We do have silver augments coming through. So nothing too game warping, unless we want to click Recombobulator, but that doesn't seem like a great option in this spot. But Darth Noob was somebody that we thought coming into this competition, because of the way he's practiced so much on this Demacia long shots line, that he would be someone we would expect to not do well. Now, he proved all the doubters wrong. I'm one of the doubters.
Well, another player here is putting a little bit of pressure onto the lobby. We were talking about the fact that Li Sao could go to 7. 2 players have. Elia and Saya both going to 7 here to try and get early unlocks. Will try to get just that, and Li Sao.
He's hiding his Ishtal into the last second, so nobody can scout him. I feel like that must mean a lose streak quest going on here.
He also got branching out and got Disruptor +1, which I feel like in this line is very, very good when you can play around that Seraphine quite easily.
It is 3 losses in a row. We are getting confirmation. You're absolutely right there, Clement. And just a nice little tech, you know.
You know who started all this trend and made everyone have to do faster APM?
Why we
It was double.
Oh.
Double. That last set, it was like,
Okay.
okay, now we all have to do it.
Fiesta.
Starts the trend, and then everybody has to follow. Your favorite augment was also chosen. Bin taking Dumbify as well. So going to have a giant dummy in the front line.
All right, top 4 secured. Dasic, no. Dasic has the most broken combo ever. Twin Guardians into Darius 2. Please, how easy can this game be for him?
Oh, sadly, Elia's win streak was broken just before unlocking this Callista, which would allow him to stabilize even more. For Dasic, I mean, we're chilling.
Pregunta seria.
I'm sure that's who
¿Por qué no le ha
Elia lost to.
hecho
This is absolutely unbelievable.
Titán a Dario?
I'm not really sure if he should have leveled that aggressively if you have Dasic in your pool.
Desde hace un buen rato que podía hacerlo.
If you are on the point score that Elia is on, similar to the top score points, or the top point scorers, you need to try for some fancy plays, and so trying to hold pressure to me makes sense. I think his forward was strong. Was it strong enough to contend with the Darius 2? I'm not sure.
Ya desbloqueó ya el Yone. Ya va Yone con 7 honey.
In that case, it probably could have gone his way. So a little bit of a brave play that unfortunately didn't go in his favor here. We'll have to see how he recovers for now. He has a little bit of HP to fall back on that he can use. But we will need to see what this carousel brings for our players, particularly those that are thinking about the Ionia line as well as the Demacia line. You know, there's a couple of target units there.
Darthnub does have a chance this fight because he has on such a big lose streak. Oh, actually, he just flipped into win streak. But he would be the most likely player to actually stop Lee Sao from getting his press going. That's why Lee Sao is so intent on hiding all this information. It usually never happens in solo, but when you're at that round and you have the chance to check.
Reven vaporitas de Rice.
Darthnub has found that vein too, which we know is so important to this mid game. But we had a lot of people leveling.
Daisy le falta un manto. Ya la va a rodar, ¿no?
And so I believe Darth was maybe aware of that and knew that he needed to stabilize ASAP, or this HP would continue to drop down way too low.
All right, let's see if Darthnub does try to have Lee Sao on his pool. I think we should focus on just the Lee Sao cam and not get surprised if someone does actually just kind of grief their board a little bit.
Prefiero hacer Coloso en lugar de buscar un Demacia.
Huge problem for enemy boards.
Yeah, certainly a very good emblem to have in the current state of meta. I'm kind of looking at Mori, who would be one of the players that might be in a good spot to grief Lee Sao's lost streak, but I'm not sure he's up for
Reven sigue chill, buildeando experiencia con el de fiesta.
So we'll need to see how that goes for Lee Sao in a little bit. We are also getting word that it actually wasn't Dasic who snapped Elia's streak. It was Reven, who we are seeing on the other side here. So he is currently playing around this Zoe carry in the backline there, but certainly also thinking about going into Demacia in the long game.
This is a big test for Reven because he has done very
Ahorita
well on sort of the Wise Galio lines, but the
PvE va a
forecast
desbloquear probablemente Kobuko o Koyumi
We do have a Prismatic coming up, so
y
a lot of players
buscar
are
la
trying to
línea
factor
de
into that
Freya
as
para
well.
jugar.
So chance for a huge injection of gold. What does he take here? 125 not on the table.
Could just be having 15 of your units die, but he's kind of low. Yeah, okay. We are going for that.
Yeah, can really only go for 2 here. Didn't have the board necessarily to win and go for alternating.
Good news is you can, you know, have all your units die here and lose, and then level to level 8 and put in that last one to get you to 15 just after 2 combat rounds. But not having something working for you over that neutral round will be a little bit of loss.
Certainly. Checking in with their points leader. Saya has been playing around this Ionia line. We were talking about the fact that Ionia Yasuo is a pretty good option here with having Path of Blades, and he did get that Yasuo too early on, so has just been riding the wave on the back of it, but has also, of course, unlocked the Yone by now and is looking for the extra copies in shop.
This is probably not going to be a top 2 game plan coming in for him, which makes me a little bit sad. It's not Spirit or Transcendence, so the chances that you can win out with this are slightly less. But I will say this for CN. We have seen over and over again, Yone as one of the hardest unlocks to contest suddenly turn into a Yone 3 and start chopping people up.
That would not
Mori deja de tener una Zoe al 2. ¿Será que se está yendo mal Sahar Zoe? Él era el que inició con Leblanc.
And so I'm excited to see if they do end up there. And we look like... Wait, why do we have all those items on the...
Aurelion.
in the front line? It's a funny looking Philios.
There's a Diana unlock.
Guys,
wait,
do you know what this unlock is?
He's here.
He has arrived. Mori making true on his promises. We trusted in you and you delivered. He's bringing Aurelion Sol to the world stage, and it is 4-1. He has him pretty early.
Cuando yo vi al Aphelios, yo dije,
That's the roar. Mori was vague posting. He was trying to rage bait us. We thought it was
he was actually
Volibear.
specific posting. He said verbally he will bring Aesol.
Oh, come on. When you said the roar, did you think it was Aurelion Sol? There's no way. That's like a fast 8, like directly to 8 composition.
You know, played 3 times, only 8th once. The other times it was also about 4, but
I was gonna ask.
but only 1 8, so not straight to 8.
Oh no! Why did you need to tell that?
Wait a second. Oh, that's day 6 board, and Revan's just, you know, standing on top of his units. He's just sad. He's a little jealous, I think, of day 6 spot.
Does he get the Galio unlocked? That's a big question here.
yo creo que sí lo hizo para desbloquear a
6
Galio.
units, he only needs 2 upgrades. Okay, there he does. Okay.
Well,
Then
I
4-1
have
complete.
great news for our Ishtal players.
Uf.
We are getting our prismatics.
Se nos
in.
olvidó
He
que
has
el final es
found
prismático.
Mel, so we should be able to stabilize here, but let's see what the prismatics bring the rest of the team.
Revan agarró Call of Chaos.
Lisa was still thinking about it.
Is there a red-blue buff?
Darnum agarró 4 espadones. Ailey agarró rerolls. Saya agarró daño
He already
verdadero.
has a red buff on his Mel outside of the augment.
It's about the extra dupe that you can use. We're
Goes
still waiting.
4 Call to Chaos, gets 3 gloves here. Thieves gloves.
I do also want to check on Revan, who got a Call to Chaos as well. I do believe that it is not something that he was hoping for. He has 29 rerolls left,
but no gold.
And no gold to spend. This is completely unideal.
He does have the Lissandra 3 angle.
Oh, wait, is that 2 Lissandra 2s?
Yes, that's 6 Lissandras. That might be the win-out plan.
Don't tell them.
Mori
No
on the
creo que
meantime,
consiga la
not
Lissandra al
getting the
3.
extra dupe is going to go for Lucky Gloves here. Any round you can win early with his Aurelion Sol is just a bonus because he's so weak in stage 4 when you only have that 1-star copy.
He did win the previous round, is the big story. So first round, Aesol in, he did win that. Unfortunately, this one not won by Mori, but we'll keep an eye on the stacks on the Aurelion Sol and how he pairs up.
Okay, we will keep rolling. I haven't heard any pings come through or any chat messages. None of those things right now. No one has any Lissandras on their bench at the moment. And so I'm curious how long we're going to stick around on this and see if we can just hang out, fly under the radar.
We have 1 in Saya's shop is what our co-casters are telling us. So that one is
Ganó 40 rerolls con el Call of Chaos. Yo decía, aunque tiene un montón de reroleos y ya no tiene oro, claro, estabilizó un poquito. Vamos a ver si Elia tiene la misma suerte que Revan.
Meantime, Aaliyah does find the most important cross carry for him, but it's already getting challenged by the Diana. Damage reduction going on to that unit.
Yeah, the Lucky Gloves obviously paying off quite well there. There's great items on this Diana. It will end up taking down the Callista. The Aesol is starting to get online, and the later and later this goes, it will continue to ramp up and get more of those upgrades to its ability.
Well, let's take stock of the lobby right now as there is a zillion.
Está interesante el lobby, pero Reven lo veo mal, porque yo creo que él planeaba ir Rice. No está estabilizado nada de la front lane. Le está pasando lo de Saya de la partida pasada.
And we are looking at players like Darthnub who are still missing big upgrades on the Kai'Sa team.
Well, good news for Darthnub, though. It is a continued win streak. He's stabilized. He's playing that stage 4 quite well, and the end of stage 3 as well. And having all of these swords are going to be great to have good duo carries, and obviously that super solid gear in the front line. Once it's upgraded,
a 4.95.
Can he find another quest directly to 625? That's usually what you want from him. He's not going to get 4,500 damage. Let's see. Field
Tiene que buscar el
Skarner. Okay, he's going for more.
El Skarner, probablemente.
Low rolling this would feel so incredibly bad if we're not able to find the upgrade this round. There we go. Finally. Just
Well,
Just in
speaking
time.
of upgrades,
Daisy
gentlemen,
Darius
there's
3.
a lot of them right now. Li Xiao and Zaya are both holding a Lysandra, making it impossible for Revan to get that Lysandra 3 right now, but he has found a Lux 2 and a Garen 2, and Daisy has also rolled to 0 and found a Darius 3, so that comp should be online, should be stable, but he has 0 LeBlancs is what we're hearing.
Wow, this is such an interesting pivot. Actually, intentionally not going for the LeBlancs because there weren't enough copies there. So if you wanted to unlock it, you definitely could. There's no way you would be on 0. Definitely an intentional play.
It looks like possibly we just knew what our items looked like, and so we're just going to play around with what we got. We do have Brock now online. Are we going to go for a bigger cash out, though, for Li Xiao? He knows his position, 12 points currently. If you get to 20, that is the key. We will cash out instead. Go for the win this way, not going to risk it all.
Yep, Brock has been found. You were talking about this Disruptor emblem being there as well that will help him to get this comp online. Will be slammed on the Brock instantaneously, and now it would be really nice to find some further upgrades on these units. Has a lot of
Qué mal
one-star
canjeo.
still, but will run into Revan. Both of these players are low, and even though Revan has found the upgrades on the Nemasias, he's still lacking that Galio 2 in the backline.
This is a read from Li Xiao that the lobby is weak enough, and he got his Mel early enough that he can use Mel as the Radiant item for the Brock. Not going for a 625 cash out that would have guaranteed that one, knowing that he was too low on
Qué mal
HP
canjeo.
and
Pero
needed to
era
stay
eso o
alive now.
arriesgarse.
Pulling the backline carry of the Lux straight into that Mel ult is exactly what you'd like to see from your team going into a fight.
Well, Revan does
Ay,
not
Revan.
like to see this one.
3 HP andan
Is
practicando
on
por el
3
Nexus Anima.
HP
Sí.
and a Dream right now. Two of the Lysandras are already out of the pool. Saya has one, Li Xiao has one. There might be another one in a shop. He is with his back against the wall.
Contemplating what to do here. He's looking
Ay,
around,
Revan.
I'm sure. You see that the dummy's on the board, so that means he is scouting. He is making sure.
Li
that,
Xiao now has 2
yeah.
Lysandras.
Okay.
He knows he cannot do it, so he's going to have another game plan here.
One of those 2 is in the shop, so he does not know. He's actually rolling, trying to see if maybe there's a chance he can find something here. Swain 3 as an alternative, perchance.
Just 9 rolls left. No golden orbs for potential duplicators.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah, it's really hard
No le
because
da.
there's so many people playing around AP, and so Swain on everyone's board that's playing around AP. This Lux is
Otro
on the
belt,
flex unit. You'll
belt,
see that Darth
de-
is also playing around that instead. And so
una
it's
short
just going to be
looks.
impossible to find any of these 3-star 4-cost outs, especially when you're playing a line like this.
Yeah, I feel like this has to be the end of the road, but the opposing board isn't as strong as it could be here. Sitting
Oh,
on
bueno,
the Annie
también.
1.
Ciro.
Yeah, good news is that Lux
Aunque no
does
sé para
have
qué
backline
hizo
access, so he can take out the Seraphine on the other end. There's a good
Boy
chance
Staff
that
si ya
maybe
su Garen
something
tiene
can happen here
chispa
for
iónica.
Mel and for Annie, not upgraded yet.
Pero
So
bueno,
Revan
yo
might
veía
just hang in there
el...
for another round. Question is, what can he really do with that? He's in a really situation, but
Yo veía el doble Nashor y le daba
Another
el...
round to figure out a next game plan. It is 5-2.
El
so
rompeavances
many boards are getting
Alisandra.
incredibly strong. Bin playing around that Dumbify, but not finding any of the other huge upgrades. We do have a pair of Ace-Soul here.
Mori sigue
for
buscando
Mori,
el
who is,
Aurelion
you
2.
know, as we watched the show match earlier, is a champion and a god next set. So Mori's just getting ready to roll.
he is. He's on 300 charges for this A-Soul, but he would very much like to be on 2 stars, and those are the ones
Claro,
like
no
you
tiene
mentioned
front.
that are missing for him still. Also, Tarek 2, an
Su único
upgrade
front
that
al
he
2
would
es
have
el
really
Lori,
liked.
porque el Tari todavía lo tiene al 1.
Rolling to 0 and cannot find
¿Por qué será?
anything,
¿Dónde estarán los Tari?
which is kind of rude if
Míralo
you
en el
think about it, as nobody else
contrincante.
has unlocked A-Soul.
Lucky Gloves going into the backline, sniping out Annie in the first try. A huge win coming in from Mori. He's shaking his head. I need those Mori meme packages right now, chat, please.
The reaction. He has been giving us great reactions, I will say. The way he looked at that Darius from Dasik earlier, that was amazing. But I believe we kind of need to look at Revan
¿Y
and
Revan?
see if he
¿Revan
can
ganó?
clutch out yet
No
another
puede
round
ser.
against this Darius. does take out the Darius, is going to be able to find the win against the Ashe as well. Reven somehow, by a threat, by a silver lining, is hanging in here, has given up on the Lysandra 3, looking for the Lux instead. 2 copies short.
We're going to keep rolling. He did do a quick
anyone
scout.
notice? All right, he needs to start selling parts of his board. I don't think... who does he have in his pool? Darthnub, Saya? Oh, those are very tough boards to beat.
Bim Bim. ¿Qué tenía Bim Bim? Este es Saya. Bueno, terminó jugando el Iona vertical ese que desbloqueó el Yone. A ver, Reven contra Saya.
Well, he needs to pass Saya first. This is what you need to get through to make it to that carousel, to maybe have the chance. Lux is on the right-hand side, or the left side, but the correct side.
El Darius se lo comen.
The front line has already crumbled. There's no one there that can protect her. And Reven, unfortunately,
Top 8 Reven, al menos que Bim Bim. Depende de cuánto le pasaron a cada quien. Bim Bim tenía más vida. 8 Reven. 7 Bim Bim.
For Reven right there. The call to chaos really not providing him what he wanted. He would have preferred the extra gold, but the extra rolls with nothing to buy just hit him so hard. Bin Bin also just stuck on level 8, wanted to go fast 9, not enough tempo generated by Dumbify.
Our other 2 tempo players, Darthnub and Aaliyah, are both now
Con ese 8, Reven lleva
Darthnub played around stage 3 and 4 with that tempo.
7 puntos. 4-2-1.
Game with Shadow Isles, and now both have lost a few rounds in a row and need to figure it out before it's too late.
For Aaliyah, the big upgrade has to be that Thresh 1, that he's sitting on 1 copy short of not being able to get that 2-star online, but somebody is looking at these two and preying on their downfall, because Zaya is still in. 2 players have fallen. All he needs is top 4 to make check.
Darth did hit that Garen 2 in the front line, which is an extremely good upgrade, especially with the Juggernaut emblem. But Aaliyah is also close to a Callista 3.
This is the Wigwug tech coming in from North America. If you can't find anything to put on your board, how about 2 Callistas instead of 1? And it actually did get a a lot of third places. Not really a first comp, but a very strong way to play the board.
Well, is it good enough is the question. On the other side is no one other than Dasik, and Aaliyah would so like to get a better placement here in the overall tournament, but can he get through the Darius? It doesn't look too good. He does take out one of those Noxus units, but both the Draven and the Darius remain, and he is going to get knocked out here. Left-hand side.
Oh my goodness, those Gunblades are going insane. The Garen would not fall down with the backline healing and also the Spirit Visage. That was insane.
Elia
He beat the Brock board. That is the
Elia.
Garen for you right there. Insane tech coming in from Darth.
Tenía 5 y está sumando 3. 8. Mejor que Remba.
And that Brock is going to be one happy camper. Still has potential to upgrade that Brock to Brock 2, Mel to Mel 2, Azir to Azir 2, Swain to Swain 2.
El problema es, llega a morir Li Xiao y Saya entra en jaque.
This is huge for him because his board is the strongest cap out of any right here, but he is going up against one of the best boards. We'll see if Brock can avoid and walk into the backline directly.
We're going to keep our eye on the Draven as it ramps up. The Darius has now reached CC immunity status, so the Skarner will not do too much, but as the rocks come down from Brock, the HP bar is standing strong for now, but as the front line falls down, the Darius is now can't take down the Bramble Vest Skarner, and so it will be around win. The Asol is still 1-star. Darthnub takes a bot 4 for the first time.
That means Zaya will get check after this game. Check in 3 games for the CN player. The Cinderella
Darthnub quinto, perdón. Tiene 12 y suma 4. 16. Saya en jaque ya. Que Saya está un top 4 para entrar en los 20.
Oh, what a find coming in from Mori, getting that Luden's Echo onto the Aurelion Soul.
No importa cómo quede ahorita. Ya Saya entra en
jaque. The question here is there enough gold for him to potentially get that Aurelion Soul 2?
Level 9 in sight. We had 12 gold to roll. Not too much to work with.
You can sell the Ornn. Ornn isn't important.
Oh, there it is in shop, and it's perfect amount of gold.
He sells the Ornn.
Wow.
Lástima, no tiene oro para cualquier otra cosa, pero bueno.
On our Ace Soul. This could be something that wins this game, especially with an artifact.
But think about how chatty it is to play ASOL thrice in the tournament, only get bottom
Bueno,
4, then play it in
tiene
the
14
final
vidas.
lobby,
De hecho,
make
tiene
top
una
4
vida.
on the
Llega a
back of it,
perder.
and put yourself in one of the best positions to maybe get checked
Depende de
after
cómo
the next
pierdas,
game.
puede.
Mori, unfortunately,
No,
one
no,
point
yo
short
creo que
here,
sí
but he
muere.
is
Estamos en
certainly
stage 6.
the king of the hearts right now, playing around this ASOL line.
Pero con Aurelion 2 es otra nota.
Get you into check, so why not experiment? Why not be flex? Why not give us more meme templates to use right here? But the Aurelion Soul, he has a giant Atacon in front of him. He still pulls through.
What a fantastic board. Li Xiao is going to be the other main character.
Li Xiao perdió.
Is he?
Oh,
is he
Saya
out?
Takes him down?
He is out, so he will not enter check. Saya, only one that is going
Li
to
Xiao
be in contention to
suma
win the very next game.
5, perdón.
Well, gentlemen, I believe there's
17.
going to be 7 players playing spoiler, but we'll have to see once we get there. For now, Dasik has something to say about that. He might be far away from that check mark, but at least he got this.
Dasik era el que estaba más bajo.
Like to claw his way up into the
Tenía
top. Can he
3
make it
al inicio de esta
through
partida.
ASOL, through Yone? We were talking about the potential of getting a
Está
Yone
sumando 6 ahorita.
broke, honestly.
Como
Man
mínimo.
doesn't have any other
Son 9.
Surprise TG still to be used here by Zaya. Where will he place it? Oh, maybe that's a visual bug, sorry.
It could be, but we know that the amount of CC that comes through in the backline access from this Yone will be incredibly important to now get onto the Draven in the backline and take it down.
Challenger
with that
Yone.
ability. Another top 2 coming through from Saya here at the Tactician's Crown, taking down Dasik.
That was such a cool tech from Saya, putting it on the third
Challenger
row and
Yone,
then wrapping
se
around
llama eso.
directly all the way, assassinating the Draven 3. He also held on purposely for that TG to slam afterwards, so he could get that set faster back into the field.
Yeah, very, very cool to see it. Question is, can he do it against the god himself? Aurelion Soul, 738 stacks right now. We're going into what should be one last round. I'm not sure we're going to see this carousel. 14 and 15 points respectively as Zaya tries to
Mori
get
está sumando
another
7 mínimo.
victory lap.
18.
Let's see what this Aurelion
Si gana
Soul
19.
can do.
The question is the wrap. Can he clear the left side and go directly towards the back line, or will he get stuck here on the front?
The set is now doing sit-ups on the right side of her screen, and the
Está
Yone is
jodido.
now fighting against the
Si no
Wolf. One
tocan
more
al
cast coming
Aurelion,
through to
está
provide a huge
bien
amount of CC
jodido.
and take down the key units. The set evaporates to the
Wow.
Mori and Saya run it back for another game in a row, and it ends the same way with
19 Mori.
Sigh of relief from Mori there
Y
before the grin kicks in, before he
23
realized he's actually
Saya.
done it.
23.
He's taken a first place here. What a
22.
beautiful board to finish this one.
And that's just so amazing of a game plan. He called what he wanted to play. He sold to the last gold to find the Aurelion Soul 2, and Ornn gave him in hand one of the best artifacts to have in that Luden's Echo. The stars aligned for the god to come down.
All right, I got a pitch.
All right.
If Mori wins the Tactician's Crown,
all right,
called shot is just his augment. Right?
Oh.
It's gotta be, right? He's calling his shot. He knows that Aurelion Soul was the game plan, and it now won a game here, really reversing the stats, what we
Mori
all thought from this
segundo.
composition heading into this game.
Well, I'm
Li
not sure that's going to be possible
Chao
because
tercero,
first he needs to
darle un
get there.
cuarto.
And while Mori
Mira,
deserves a
22,
lot
19,
of
17,
credit and
16.
respect for
Del
this
cuarto
board,
para abajo es
we have to
10,
talk about the
9, 8,
dragons
7.
in the room. Zaya
Remba de
making
último.
check on the back of that has to be our biggest story here. We were
Draven
talking
necesita
about the players that were
un
able to
top.
do it
Ahí está.
before.
Estaba
Names
arregladito.
like Title come
Draven
to mind,
necesita
Juanye, and now maybe Zaya.
Zaya in 4 would be such an incredible comeback story for CM.
Un top
They haven't
1
waited 9 sets
para
right
llegar
now
a
for a
15
return to
y
the
un top
TAC Crown
4.
Championship. In fact,
Y
the community has
durante
been
ese
so
tiempo,
demoralized, they opted
Saya no puede
forward to
topear.
the
Saya no puede
regionals
ganar una
more
partida.
than even towards the global championship. So I want to see them invigorated. I want to see the youngest player on this field make that incredible story, make that incredible opening chapter for himself.
And not only that, the journey that they took to get here is the exact one that we talk about for TFT all the time. We like to say from couch to crown, but for Saya, it's from the cafe to the crown, starting in those local circuits, making it all the way here to the Tactician's crown, now being the first player in Czech and possibly making history again this weekend.
What an impressive storyline from such a young player entering competitive and basically just barreling your way into the biggest competition this game has to offer. But we can see one couple moment here from that final game there, the final fight between Mori and Saya, where that Aesol took it all for chance. Unfortunately, Mori is going to be that 1 point short, as we were mentioning. That also means he's guaranteed to be on check after the next game if it doesn't end there. So a quick reminder on how Checkmate works. I know we've been talking about it a little bit, but just to explain it one more time, players need 20 points and then a win. So Saya is really playing for this first place right now, and everybody else should be trying to stop it.
Yeah, if you're Mori, your only job is just to hold all the copies that Saya is currently getting onto his board.
Well, let's take a look at our standings now, and you see that little crown there indicating check has been reached. Mori 1 point short, guaranteed after next game. Lisao and Darthnub in great spots to make it there, as well as they only need solid placements that avoid the lower points. And then Binbin, Dasik, Elia, Revan playing spoiler. Guys, I'm a little bit upset at Emiya.
Yeah, being at the top of the table, or bottom of the table, is not exactly where you want to be if you're an Emiya fan. But I do think we have maybe the ideal setup if you really like watching TFT, because so many of our players aren't in check and have a couple games to go. We could go the distance here, and it only can go to 8 games. I'm just saying it's possible right now.
Let's talk about the possibilities you have if you're 1v7. That's the most difficult situation. The way that we have seen Wanmia do it before was he actually just took a lot of dupes and played a 2-cost reroll.
Ojalá hay una pausa
The way
ahorita.
Tidal was able to do it is he played full open, made sure he had a completely uncontested line, waited for everyone to be settled, and then he jumped onto this route. For Saya, he has been very lucky, but I feel like it has to be more of an emblem plan to go into it.
Yeah, I mean, ideally you get a niche condition that nobody else can contest. We looked at it in this game, games like the Aurelian Souls, stuff like the Yone that players usually are not looking for. But the question is, where do we find ourselves? What encounter is it? What augments are we getting? There's a lot of potential to turn this one upside down.
In the Americas Regional Finals, we had a player reach check in just 3 games, and they had 2 game plans. They gave it a couple tries to go and win that game. First try was, hey, can I get it to 10? Can I play around Baron? Because no one can stop me and grief my Barons. I can do that myself. And the other plan was just a crazy Reforger into 10 Noxus. And again, if you can get those emblems, there's nothing you can do to stop it.
We also saw some absolute craziness in the CN Final Regionals. There was 5 3-star forecasts on the board. Lee Sao had 10 Ionia, and it was an absolute bloodbath. If you are playing to keep Saya down, you have to reach your absolute maximum cap possible. So all bets are off. If we get a prismatic, that would be amazing.
Well, Clement, you're our stat guy, so let me ask you on the statistical side of things. If a player has been playing TFT all day for an entire weekend and they haven't taken an 8th place in over 12 games, what are the statistical chances that they go there?
So our current count is 33 games from regionals to TAC without an 8th place. It's it's very, very impressive. I don't think it's going to happen. It's, I feel like you have to look at the high end for Saya.
Also, the impressive part, it's 9 top 2s in a row.
Yes.
For Saya at the Tactician's Crown, the highest level of competition. It's incredible. It's unprecedented.
It's absolutely impressive for sure, and we will be looking forward to see how he navigates this game. There's a lot in there that could help him or could make him falter, but he has shown time and time again that he's an incredibly flexible player. A lot of open line raids, has dabbled in stuff like the Rumble Hero augment that we were showcasing earlier. So he is certainly somebody that doesn't shy away from finding those niche condition spots and really innovating on top of them.
I have a couple of scripts for you if you would like to listen to them.
Oh, of course.
I think World Runes into Trait Tree. That is one of the most broken combos, almost insta-win if you get the correct emblems. Another one that will be very hard to stop is actually Ishtal. So the Ishtal one, we saw him play a lot of alternating win-loss. Other players in the lobby have to pay attention to that, and it's all about stopping him. So if he spikes, you spike with him. You do not try to play your own game.
Well, speaking of Ishtal, let's take another look at how Lee Sao managed to pioneer the Ishtal in that last game. We were talking a little bit about this, but we do have a little highlight package of his quests that he took, and also him taking out those Ishtal units that you guys were mentioning.
Yeah, I think this is a tech that has been very helpful for just keeping a little bit of secrecy. There's just a level of, even pause that players have to take when scouting of just like, oh, I can't instantly tell what you have. I have to then think about why you're hiding it. Those kind of things, just a little bit of advantages that help you propel yourself up the leaderboard.
And when you're talking about Ishtal, I feel like the most important thing is you want Radiance on Brock. That's the way you can typically clinch your games. The best way you have to go to is usually 625 cash out. That way you have a guaranteed Radiant. 550 gives you a Radiant TG, but that can often kill you on the spot when you're low HP. So 600 is the way to go. And just like Lee Sao played it this time around, the CN meta around Ishtal has been to have a very, very strong tempo line on stage 2 and really get most of your stacks on stage 3 and stage 4, especially with the Lost Streak quests and also the level up quests.
Yeah, super interesting stuff there from Lee Sao, like you mentioned, leaning into that Mel early on. And then, well, gets rewarded. That Radiant Sterex is just one of the best ones to get for your Brock for sure. So happy to see that one. In the end, not good enough though. Wow. Does fall, and we get another look here at the Yone taking Brock out.
Yeah, and we didn't get to see that fight on broadcast, but that was an incredible bit of probably positioning that really happened from Saya, able to get the Yone just exactly where it was needed to get that CC through, but the set coming back in and doing an incredible amount of damage was the reason that they did drop out in that top 4, but not the top 1 scenario that they were looking for.
Yone cap is a Silas set and just going for the full item Yone there as well. There's great positioning detail coming in that won 2 really impossible fights for Saya to move him into that second place. I thought Dasik would have his number, especially with the lock. Oh, he didn't have the lock. He actually had the shark tooth. Fish bones, sorry.
Close enough, Clement. We are into game number 4 here at the Tactician's ground, and this one does start with snip snip as Gwen encounter does come in our way. That means players are more eager, more likely to slam early items for tempo as they can take them apart later on. All eyes on Zaya, the CN challenger that is on check. Should he take a first place, he ends it all right here, right now, but everybody else is looking to stop that. We have Ionia Path of Blades, so running it back a little bit.
Sona is one of those champions that can clear 1-4 by herself. So if there's good gold generation here, Saya could full sell for the best cap. Actually chooses to buy units.
I do, sometimes it's not worth risking, especially if you like the Ionia. It is Path of Blades this time around, so exactly what they played last game. Maybe they think that Fast 9 around Ionia is worth holding on to. And also maybe they have extra information that there might be even more gold coming about.
I'm getting deja vu here.
Yeah.
The pairs here.
Yep.
Well, gotta be ready for it. Kiana 2 certainly a very strong unit to have early on. We're seeing a Zona 2 pop up there for Elia. But of course, our players are always thinking about leaning into
par de Quillana, par de Briar, par de Zona.
How likely do you think players are to hold Zaya back here? Because at the end of the day, of course, when it ends, there is going to be your points that matter as well. So propping yourself up for maybe taking a second place is also something that has to be on their mind. And they're also, of course, wanting to get the points in case Saya is unable to get that first place.
We've always said it's a respectable play if you want to go for the $50,000 instead of the $150,000. It's not the play I want to see, but I respect it. It is the player's livelihoods on the line.
Going to be starting us off here with Silver Augments to start this game.
Paciencia en la virtud Arnum, Vivi lo reroleó por otro momento. Más 10 de experiencia Saya. Daisy hizo tirada mágica.
4
Y Shao
people taking
lanzó
Silver Destiny, and Revan
otro
still is not
aumento.
chosen. And so we have a lot of randomness entering our current lobby state.
Saya's going for the Bin game path. Go straight to level 5 and just hope you high roll a 4 cost.
It can work. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll see if the script writers are gracious on this one as we're waiting for those.
El gran problema es cómo hace la gente para frenar a Saya esta partida. Que no gane.
One of them as lunch money is being picked up by Leah.
That's definitely one of the ones you don't
Ahorita son
want,
los 7 contra Saya.
Nothing on your board. It's one you want to try
Que
to win
topee
streak
otra
with,
persona,
maybe
que
even
gane
just
otra
around
persona, pero
stage
que no gane
3 where
Saya.
there's more units to kill and more damage to do. But it requires a win streak most of the time to help reward that early.
Yeah, not something he's very comfortable on either. He's been playing a lot around those loose streak openers, selling board, playing least units possible. So certainly not going to be too happy about the selection.
I would have to say if Saya breaks his streak here, this game plan is probably not worth it. He actually straight levels to 5 and he gets an MF already. Never mind. Does he? Doesn't have any of the other Bilgewater units, but I don't feel like you could give up a 4 cost.
I'm very curious what the game plan is here. It seems like right now it's just, hey, I had good pairs. I'm going to hold them for now. I'm going to see if I can high roll anything crazy.
No creo que vaya a Isla de la Sombra.
And say, hey, might as well save HP. Possibly play for
Simplemente está jugando a Winstreak por su primer aumento.
HP, and I can get some crazier augments later to really push me to those high power levels, because sometimes you get those high levels and those 5 costs you really can't stop. What was in the shop?
That speed? Holy! He bought the Mundo and the Nico just to trick Darth Nub, sold it all last second, and then bought the MF.
Whoa.
The fake out after Darth Nub leaves his board. That is some cool mechanics. I mean, there's no way you pick up, you pass up on the MF. I think it's impossible. And Saya also found a Braum on the next shop? What?
What are we doing? How are we doing this? Why are my games like this? I don't understand.
Yeah, mouse wide open across the caster desk. That's what I can tell you here from behind the scenes. Everybody's kind of a little bit shocked at what exactly is happening here, but I mean, that's how it works. You got to put yourself in the positions where you can find options like this one, and Zaya knows that. Is playing to those strengths, has the Braum on board, and is going to play around it.
So he actually sells the MF, wants to stick just to the AP line. He probably thinks that Bilgewater is not high enough of a cap. And he has been doing very well on Galio Rise specifically. That has won him quite a few games.
Across the lobby, though, obviously Saya is the main character, being in check, but there's so many players that are fighting for that. Darth Nub is fighting for that top 4 alongside Li Xiao. Once they get that, they're able to then contest this in the next game. But there's a lot of our players that just kind of still need to play their game plan.
Li Xiao tiene Open de Leblanc. Saya, por casualidad, le había conseguido un Braum y ahora está yéndose Freljord. Mori no tengo idea de qué va. Probablemente Dario. Elia ya se ve que va. Se nota.
Routes they settle into later on.
The extra items as well is great for playing around win streak.
It's very strong when you've already hit your 4 costs. So.
Right. Okay, we've good AD items.
Reven tiene ítems para
This might be an
Jinx.
uncontested Darius game. I don't see anyone with Draven quite yet, and so could be time to return to comfort.
Yep, sells away part of the Mundo pair. Wants to make max econ, and this is typically how Reven does play his Darius rerolls. A lot of times he doesn't actually find the Draven early, but is able to swoop in later.
Yeah, that's a really good tech if you are unable to get that early into it. Just trying to play around whatever is strongest to then go in there as he is looking for those options. But Darthnub is yet another player that is looking for those higher finishes, and somehow I'm seeing a Vayne on his board again. I don't know, that's just another one of these players that's just able to call them from wherever he's looking for.
Practice makes perfect. That's what players are starting to believe. Why are these just autopilot Darius LeBlanc players beating us?
You just gotta play your game plan sometimes. What you know best, and maybe you're
Es
the
que
best in the
tiene
world
para
at something. It's gonna
jugar
be
la
a
lista.
great way to put yourself in that conversation. Saya, though, did take a loss.
I think Lee Sao might have saved the lobby right there. Very good high roll. If you let him streak that much, there is a chance to go straight 9. Taking him down here was super important.
Yep. Let's see if he
Está
can
pensando,
get
sí.
this win streak going, or if somebody is going to knock him down a little bit. It is Reven on the other side. Draven, you're looking at each other and you're thinking, come on now. This used to be my comp. What are you doing?
Oh, Reven seems quite in distress here. He's really far behind the ball compared to Lee Sao. I feel like he has to pivot off.
And what are we pivoting into is the question, because so far we've seen Reven try to work around so many of these other things, but never really ending up in a spot where he can really find that comfort unless he can get to that fast 9 tempo. But again, we're playing from behind.
I feel like if you're a Reven spot, you know, contesting this game doesn't make a lot of sense. If you're in a bad spot,
ponle un
why
ítem
not
a
try to
Draven, por
contest
favor.
Saya instead? Might be the just the goal for him. Extend the series and see how it goes from there.
Oh, we are level 5. We don't have an item onto this Draven, meaning that we're not unlocking. Here he is. Now we have a Scion, so we could be considering it once again. Probably waiting to see what the items are for him. It will be a 2 cloak drop here from this neutral round.
No
And it's
desbloqueó
gonna be a very
Darius.
curious adventure
¿Por
to see where he
qué?
ends up.
Bueno,
I love
ya
curious
estoy viendo el
adventures.
porqué.
Me too.
Yeah. Our players do too. That's why they all pick Destiny.
True. This 3-2 augment, though, is going to be very important, especially for
Lichao va el
more
Darius.
variants or people
Yo
taking
creo que está
more Destiny
pensando
augments, or
ir
we get
ir
prismatics. Should be
la
a fantastic
Jinx.
way to push this game into hyperdrive.
And hyperdrive might just be what players need.
Look at what Saya's doing. I was thinking about this. You should level to 6 here in case you hit forward thinking. So he knows his win out conditions right there. Straight level. He's such a killer, man.
Man, playing for those outs is really what separates this, or like buying your whole bench so you can get Dumbify or Golemify in a great spot to have an incredible amount of HP. Our lose streakers are continuing their journeys down the leaderboard and losing so much of their HP early on into the game.
Is he going to get rewarded? It is gold. The lobby is starting to sweat. Can he find forward thinking?
Explosive growth instead. We are going to push levels so incredibly fast.
Well, I like the idea and I like the execution thus far, but I will say we've seen lobbies where players that have aggressively gone for XP in the end were unable to cap their boards around strength.
Elia va por...
That is something Zaya needs to be cognizant about and needs to think about as we go into that very last augment. Of course, if you have a lot of items, you can kind of counteract that, but only so much to go around.
True. I think the job for the rest of the lobby is match tempo. You know, currently he's one of the few players on level 6.
No va mal,
He's also leveling on 3-2. And you have to be able to take down his board. If he's stuck on level 8, that means he can't go for the unlock of Rise. That would be the ultimate win condition for Saya.
Darth is also playing around Earth's Gambit, and I'm pretty sure he does want to try and win to get Demacia +1 and get that spatula online, but without a Reforger already online and taking a loss here, not looking like it's exactly what Darth wants, but maybe he's just going for Juggernaut Garen once again.
Exactly, I was thinking about that one.
Running it back. Across our lobby, we have our other gold augments. Care package for Aaliyah being a very good one for scaling. We do have the pan come through, and I'm imagining we might slam this right now. Oh, Bane 2 instantly means that we are incredibly stable right now. Juggernaut emblem coming through. This is, we are running it all the way back.
I do have questions if this is a comp that can take a first place here, though. That's kind of the important thing for Darth Nub. Maybe his game plan is that someone else will help stop Saya. I'm just going to try and tempo the lobby.
¿Y cuántos puntos lleva?
Reven Revan has Draven too. We did see on the other side. But
Darno.
we're continuing that
Tiene
streak. It will be
16.
8 in a row. No one is really even close to as strong as Li Xiao currently on the stage, which is another combat augment,
Top
giving us a
5
bit more
llega
tankiness and also some
al
CC
check.
to start off our fights. And so it'll be a great setup for them to hopefully continue this throughout stage 3.
I feel like Mori's board is make-believe Darius LeBlanc anyway. It does have the exact perfect BIS items for the Darius, but the units are missing.
Lulu. She's a unit now. Gotta respect her. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not.
Scarily close, I'm not gonna lie to you. I definitely would be called out for my fight judging.
Reven,
Anyway,
¿qué vas?
looking at our current carousel, nothing crazy of interest other than the Seraphine specifically for Leah, who is playing around that
Reven
reroll, specifically
es
the
muy
Targon
probable,
reroll.
viendo los ítems, que vaya Kindred.
I mean, I'm just thinking about Aurelion.
No se puede quedar en el Darius reroll porque Li Xiao le lleva una pequeña morena en el tablero.
After all, why shouldn't we?
Looks like Saya just took a 4 cost, extra gold. And this is when everyone is going to get some more items here. It looks like Saya's trying to just get as many TGs on the board, spike as hard as possible.
Wow, we are rolling with so low gold here for Leah. He knows he has to stabilize right now to use this lunch money properly.
Yo pensé que iba.
This is just not Aaliyah's day.
Yeah, he really needed that frontline upgrade, and it's not even close. Very unfortunate situation for him.
Can we break apart the items? We didn't get the Leeching Nucleus off of our Kog'Maw onto this Malzahar too. But it is fairly stable for now. But the problem is we're not making interest. I'm sure we will sell some of our units on bench. Yeah, we'll make 10 gold. Hopefully we don't really need this Bard anymore because our hope is that we can win. Not going to start right now though.
I believe it was
Ahí vendió el...
I'm not 100% sure.
It is.
Oh, okay, thank you. And it does look like Mori will be going to that direction.
Ren comenzó a ganar.
So we have a couple of rerollers, but nobody really contesting on the Fast 9 game plan. So it looks like the 1v7 scenario is just for everyone to out-tempo Saya. But so far, he's still on 77 HP. This plan is... We'll see on stage 4, but it's not working so far.
Right? I agree, and I think a big part in that is actually fellow countrymate Li
Li
Xiao,
Xiao
who
acaba
has
de
just
llegar
been
al...
pressured on the tempo 9 win streak so
al
far,
7.
is going to run into Dasig right now, and certainly has a really strong...
Necesito ver el tablero de Reven.
As we mentioned, all that tempo is only going to work if you're then able to assemble a really strong board. But if your
Dasig irá...
with a really strong
Yone,
board, you're
al parecer,
in the
sí.
rain a little bit. So I'm not sure I like this game plan from Zaya.
Li Xiao hoping for the 10 streak here to keep that gold as high as possible. That Yorick 2, though, is being very, very pesky and will not get taken down. Healing up just at the brink of elimination there. So Li Xiao losing that streak. Leah, though, continuing the loss streak. Just an econ loss, right, Clement?
I'm not so sure when he rolled down below 10, man. So it is just, look at Aaliyah's expression. I really think it says it all. He knows that he's in a terrible spot. But I feel like what Aaliyah should do is still take the 3 costs out of the pool. You know, if the other rerollers can match tempo and make sure Saya just doesn't get a free stage 4, you've done your job.
Yeah, that might be true. He will
Ahí tiene el guinzo.
He also has, of course, a lot on his mind after a very unfortunate day 3 for him. Great day 1, midday 2, still able
¿Qué es
to get that
eso?
final lobby. Great shop for Binbin.
Tiene
I think that
guinzo.
Warwick 2 is often the hardest part in stabilizing this composition. You find a lot of the other upgrades, but I feel like I get stuck on Warwick Payer every single time I play this, but that is not the case here. We are already level 8 for Saya, 30 gold to work with. We're going to be unlocking our Galio, and you know what's the key to victory so far, this Tactician's Crown?
What
that would be Galio and Rise on your board, and I think that's where we're aiming.
Don't have the Galio unlocked just yet, though. This is only 6 unique
Galio,
copies of
efectivamente. Es Galio Rai.
So slight low roll and might give other players a bit of an opening.
Y tiene alguito de vida para llegar. Ella es 8, ¿no? Sí.
Even though it looked like it was written on the wall already, we'll have to see what this next set of Aquans is going to bring, and whether or not it will be a salvation or maybe a wrench in the way for Zaya.
No growth mindset, no growth mindset. Please, no Priz. That's what everyone's hoping for.
Okay, we escaped the Prismatic. The good news, maybe the bad news for the rest of the lobby, is that Revan is on his comfort comp.
Glider, el estilo es lo mejor.
Draven and
Sí.
Darius this game, so he's hoping for a contest there. We do take Gilded Steel and don't really get anything that's extremely valuable.
Yeah, misses the Shyvana, just pure econ coming on the way for Saya, and unless his roll down works really nicely, I think we might have avoided disaster.
Well, somebody else who has found some upgrades is Elia. We were talking about the fact that he should at least keep on trying to take those units out. He was able to get that Malzahar 3 on board, still missing that Leona 3, which of course
Ya
is
tienes Leona, úsalo.
allowing the Malz to buy time, but we do have 2 duplicators, so we could just slam it and get her on board.
I feel like he must have 3-3'd into something he needed. That was an insane jump of copies right there.
We believe he got Malzahar and Leona from 3-3s.
Elia, tienes 29 de vida. Era lanzarle todo eso a Leona y ya.
In the spots where you need it the most.
Y comenzó a salvar vida.
Regardless of what happens, and also takes 3 costs out of the pool. There's really no negative in taking that in the spot where you're re-rolling 3 costs.
Well, the lunch money certainly is going to help us get back a lot.
Era comenzar a salvar vida desde ahí.
Zaya takes another loss. I believe this is the lowest I've seen him in this tournament. In terms of HP, he's one of the players that really likes to play around those early win streaks, a lot of HP preservation. We've been seeing that again and again. And somebody else will be ramping up here with that Jinx comp, and that will be Bin Bin. Leo 3.
The Leah muscles.
We have a duplicator slammed. He's chilling.
Across the lobby, Saya falling quickly, 5 losses in a row. Did roll a good bit to try and stabilize and didn't find anything besides a Braum 2 in the front line. We do have Galio now, so that is huge to have that additional unit coming in from the bench. But the carry is just not really there for Saya. This will just be Lissandra 1. And
ya habrá un 2.
That lux that we usually see with these boards.
And we're seeing Saya actually not roll more. He's trying to see how much he can get away with, maybe find something on the carousel. He knows that his only out is just to win this entire thing. Doesn't want any more players in check. Mori will certainly be in check after this game as well, so he's trying to play the highest risk highest cap version of his board.
Edge of Night almost clutching out that fight. Lissandra not quite getting that cast off onto the backliner from Darth Nub, and so it will be another loss in a row.
Zir Zillion on this carousel. Zoe for Elia if he wants it. I'm sure he will be thinking about it. Goes for the Terrican stat. Fair enough.
Saya heading straight for the Zillion, and he does find it.
Okay, that's a better carry, better way to get to level 9, better way to possibly even get to level 10, which would be a great scenario for them. But I do think that this rise in getting to 9 as soon as possible is the current plan. The problem is we just have to get there. Now we've lost 6 times in a
Mucho cuidado con Saya.
row to win a couple fights.
And a lot of the other players are already on upgrades. We saw Mori there on the Annie. We saw Lisao already has found the Mel. So those carries are starting to come online for the other players, which means damage is going to be spiking in the lobby. If you're unable to put a board together, I'm not sure the Cillian is good enough.
One of the unique things about this set is you can't really grief and unlock, right? If you unlock a unit, it will show up in your shop guaranteed. So you get a rise, it's gonna work. There's not much more counterplay to it other than that. You have to kill them before they get there.
Braum 2 taking the TG up here. I think this is not really a winnable position against Alia's 3 stars across the board here. But Saya, he's still holding on to that max greed. 37 HP should give him 3 lives exactly. Any win here extends his chance to go level 9.
The Zillion Bomb onto the Leona early means it will fall down as it ticks away. And a longer fight means more XP stored up through the Chrono Keeper as well. Saya, the plan is there. We will survive on to stage 5. And so if we can save enough gold, we could get to level 9. The problem is spending that gold on 9 and then upgrading a board that can win out the game.
Ya tiene 50 de oro.
We were talking about him being on his comfort comp, but the way he's playing this one is a little bit different.
He had to move away from Lee Sao's board, I believe, and Lee Sao actually faked him out. Didn't even go for the Draven reroll himself.
Estoy casi seguro que va a jugar
It is hard when you're sharing that pool of units, regardless of if you're
Kindred.
just makes it difficult on him. But now he's level 8, trying to go 9, playing around Fast 9 AD, which has been the worst performing comp, especially when it comes to Fast 9 so far this tournament.
Well, somebody that is not giving us a lot of surprises, Darknut, because he's playing once again around these Demacia long shots. We have triple items on both Kai'Sa and Vayne, still looking for that last copy of Kai'Sa to really get online, but we know that this comp can certainly contend and can certainly deliver losses to other players, as we are seeing on the side of Daisik here. Zaya
ya perdió, pero aquí sube al 9.
To be on his last life as we go into stage 5.
16 HP means that he probably has another loss that he can absorb, but it would be very
Ahí subió el 9. ¿Ves? Ahí hizo el roll down.
And that was the play he was waiting for all along. Now has to set up his board for the Rise.
It's here. We will be getting it next turn. We'll have 19 gold to roll. 7 of that will at least be going to Rise. These neutral and the drops that come on this round can shape this game and help Saya make Tactician's crown history.
He just needs as much gold as possible. The items don't matter anymore for him. His front line is just held together by
Sí, tiene que rolear para conseguir Chivana y esas cosas.
Volley Bear coming, Garen 2 right off the bat. Volley 2 almost in position.
We're not going to sell that to unlock Silas. Instead, we're going to stick with the solid front line.
Rolls down, tries to see what else he can find on upgrades. Additional copies of that Rise, of that Galio. Volibear would have been huge. Does not find those, but the Garen 2 is going to be a massive upgrade to the front line of Rise. Certainly a stronger carry than that. Cillian TG going to be slammed on the Galio to try and give him something to work with here. Goes up against Reven. Reven's board is not that upgraded, so probably a good one to run into right now if you're rooting for Zaya.
My heart is absolutely pounding. This could be one of the quickest championship wins coming from our youngest player in the field. Saya
Ya hitió Rise, madre. Saya es un problema ahora. Un problema serio para todo el lobby. ¿Por qué Reven tienen 100 de oro? Tú el 9 también, ¿no?
Weijin Iverson took TPC 1 over in the Americas. So many of our players are now going to 9 and spiking. Li Xiao rolling a good bit of gold here, trying to upgrade this board. Now has a pair of Mel's.
It's about
of money being rolled. Reven on 9 as well, trying to upgrade that board, trying to reach a similar comp that we're seeing from Li Xiao here, but Mel 2 certainly is a contender. If Zayag ends up running into Li Xiao here, I'm not sure who takes it. Going to be Reven instead.
With the meld too, Lee Xiao definitely makes his board strong enough to take down what Saya has to offer. 16 HP now, it means that if you can win 6 units against Saya, you can take him out in one blow, but we haven't seen a board strong enough to do so. Maybe only Lee Xiao is the one that could play the role of the extender.
Reven on the other side did roll a lot of gold. He still has 30 gold left on level 9, so a good amount to work with. The backline will fall down to this second Xerath cast. We do see, is that Saya down at 2 HP? Oh,
perdió.
Wow. Now, final life, no more extra HP to give. He lost to Bin out of all players. And do look on the right-hand side here. Our lobby is so incredibly close. So many spikes have already hit the boards of
Sí, lo malo es que no hitió el Rise 2, pero hitió Volley.
We'll need to keep our eyes open and see who's on the other side. Could be Dace, it could be Mori, but could also be Darthnub on the other side. All of these boards are not the strongest. But let's see if Vayne and Kaisa have anything to give to keep this tournament running one round more.
Darthnub has done the impossible so many times before with this comp, even with just the Garen one being able to hold up the fort. That stunt going across the front line seems like it might be enough. And
No,
there's so much time
siempre y
spent by this Volibear not
cuando
focusing on
Garen y
targets,
Bolly
but
sigan
no,
vivos, llegarle al Rai es un problema.
Garen
Oh.
secret tap good enough to stop Saya.
There's just no front line on the side of Darthnub here that could be anything in Zaya.
Se fue Reven,
The first
8.
player eliminated. Reven knocked out in 8. That opens the path for Listau. They were sharing a lot of those units. It is on his shoulders now.
Massive potential gold injection for Saya. He should be sprinting for a 5 cost here.
Mori also one of these players that has a very high cap playing around that Annie.
Claro, porque le puede quitar al Rice la voy staff para dársela a Lisandra y que el Rice tenga los dos Nashor con el guantelete. Se la play, ¿no? A ver. Lo vemos abajo a la derecha.
Saya's on the right side of the screen,
¿Ah?
Mori on the left.
Nashor.
For any
Nashor.
upgrades specifically for Mori, we are very, very weak in that department.
Ooh, being stuck on the Annie one. Doesn't look like Mori will be the one to do it. He will go into check regardless for him, but he would have really preferred to
Pero Mori no tiene front lane. No tiene, todo lo tiene al 1, menos la luz. Y se enfrentan entre ellos.
The other side, we were talking about the lack of frontline, a familiar picture from Darthnub's board right before. This board will make an easy process of this frontline. Annie, one in the background, already down to half HP, will try to heal back up, but the Volibear is right onto her. Mori's backline does not have anything to give here to try and stop Zaya in his path.
Volibear is so good with this TG as well. Dasik also falls out.
Mori entra en jaque, ¿no? Con el top 7, no creo. Ah, no, sí. Él entraba en jaque siendo top 8. Mori.
One more upgrade on the board. So far, I believe Saya's actually been pretty lucky. He's dodged the Jinx 3, the Malzahar 3. Can he do it again?
He had the Jinx 3. That was his one loss that he had, but he has been dodging Aaliyah, notably, and he's on a 9-win streak.
El problema de Li Xiao es que tiene que confiar que ese Zerat le pega al Rai. Está del lado de Rai.
This is going to be the toughest test coming in for Saya. He is lacking a lot of damage from his backline. Can this Mel absolutely just delete the Volibear?
Seraph ult does not take out the Rise in the backline. Has to be the biggest story maker here. The front line has crumbling for Zaya.
The execute goes through.
The Zerath and the Mel
takes it down.
Up. You're just immediately wiped from the board, and Zaya takes out Lisao.
The burst was not enough.
Zaya va matando de uno en uno, lentamente.
Even though he's not 2-star, he does have the execute from the Demacia to take down the remaining carries.
Lentamente está Saya ahí.
The character that stands in his way is the 10-win streak from Aaliyah on that Targon Malzahar reroll. The good news for Saya's board is there is high wrap potential from this Volibear to get to the back line. Darthnub already hits that Vayne as well. No Garen 2 is going to be a huge part of this board that he needs to upgrade in order.
Saya está. Toc, toc. Estoy pasando.
They let him go past the PvE round, dodging Aaliyah again and again. This could be his championship to lose. If he finds that Rise too, it will be over for the rest of the lobby.
Más front.
He still hasn't found it. Is not even
Claro, no
close.
tiene cortacura.
Getting closer to the Galio at least, but he would really need that Rise to manifest his board as the strongest in the lobby. Let's see if matchmaking is in his favor once more as he
Saya contra Darno.
and runs into
Ahí está.
Darknub,
Toc, toc.
the player in the lobby that he can still be. Bin on the Jinx, Aaliyah on the Targon. Can he take down Vayne 3?
The TG on the Volibear is extremely good here, and that is going to be a huge buff to Saya's board. onto the back line. The Kaisa does dash away quite well, but Darthnub's board does not stand
Toc,
up. Another
toc.
top four
Se ha
will
llevado el
put him in check
tercero.
next game.
More importantly, Elia has taken down Bin Bin, so it is only between Elia and Cien Saya on who will end this tournament.
Holding the
for
right
now.
rise.
He has a rise that he's holding. He's actually 4 rise that he's holding. Elia playing heads up, playing spoiler. He knows what he came here to do.
It's Chad Elia versus the unstoppable Demon Saya. He's been playing dodgeball so well, avoiding defeat again and again. But this
Buen
is the
juego.
hurdle. He has to pass himself. The TGs do not look as good this time. Braum actually taking
¿Cómo hizo Elia para
offensive
desbloquear
items.
Rai? No lo
He
sabemos, pero
executes
buen
it
juego.
well to pull through.
Favorable TG roll on that Volibear on the right-hand side, but the Malzahar and the Zoe, they're far away from the bear. Can they take down this front line before he reaches them?
Huge stun!
Rise,
The front line
throw
goes
in
down!
Distraction, but there's nothing there to protect
The most
them
dominant
anymore.
run in Tactician
Saya,
history.
with this run, takes Elia down a peg.
Amigo.
Life left.
That wasn't even close, though.
It was not. The TGs are a huge, huge thing here, and we do have a better
He
one
can
on
sell.
Braum and Galio 2 in shop.
Selling this would be 8 gold. Galio 2, does he have a remover for the TG? That's another huge spike. Doesn't look like it.
Amigo.
Droughts.
¿Qué
Elia
es
has not
esto?
won since set 3, and now all the hopes are in Elia, where CN hasn't won since set 7, and Saya is looking to set history here in game 4.
Playing in front of his fellow countrymen there in Guangzhou. Everybody's looking to Zaya to bring honor and glory back to their region, bring the
Saya
crown back
ganando
home,
el
is what
campeonato
they have
mundial
been
en
saying.
juego
Can we
4.
do it? As the front line on Elia's board drops lower and lower, has taken down the Leona already. Rise in the back line, tries to keep going, but the Malzahar and the Zoe are still alive, and Elia keeps this tournament going.
We will keep playing. Game 5 to come. Elia saves the whole tournament in the hopes of everyone in this tournament and ending in just 4 games. What an incredible, incredible game from Saya. So incredibly close.
And that really came down to a lot of the TGs.
No
This
puede
time, no
ser.
team items on the Volibear. The Galio drop point was actually a little bit off, went straight into the left side, died immediately. TG rolls, hopes and dreams, and a great defense by
Cristo.
Elia to keep this tournament going.
The heads-up play to realize he's looking
Elia
for
llega al
the
jaque,
rise,
¿no?
unlocking
Creo.
the
Pues.
rise himself, even though this comp doesn't necessarily play into unlocking that. He
No, tiene 8. 8 y 8 y 16.
stands a chance to get there. The
Entran
only way to stop
4 jaques. Mori, Lishao, Darno. Y ahora Saya tiene 30.
And that's what makes these players the best in the world. Elia knew exactly what the win condition was, and he denied it. Rise 2 would have won that fight. And
8,
it did
7,
win the fight
7.
4 just on Rise 1. If he would have hit that, it would have been all over.
20.
Instead, we're playing more TFT, and more players now have the chance to take
Pusieron mal
advantage
aquel
of
resultado.
So many
Es Elia 16. Le dieron el 8 a Saya.
1v7 game. Everyone is looking after their own game plan coming into the next round.
Honestly, I don't know if you can feel it at home, but hearts pounding through the chest here as we were so close to maybe crown yet another winner. And the field has swung wide open now with more players in there. Mori at least is going to be on the cusp there to try and get this win in. It is going to continue to be amazing. We've been seeing just top-notch S+ tier TFT here at the Lorne Legends Tactician's Crown, and we will keep it going. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay tuned.
Uf. Tenemos una partida más. Y apretó, ¿eh? Se apretó. Pausita.
It is heating up here in the Grand Finals of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends, where we have new challengers entering into the arena to see if they can snatch the Tactician's Crown away. I'm Nekra, and I'm going to be joined by CLE and Panda to bring us through these next couple of games. And guys, I gotta say, I thought it was over. I was like, okay, pack it up. Like, let's get this ready to go. Saya's got the trophy. That's it. And then Aaliyah with an amazing defensive play to steal it all away.
I mean, we did think it was over. We were all preparing. We were like, all right, get ready for the end of this. It's a really quick day, but now settle back in. Now, well, I'm not going to spoil the scoreboard. Now a few more players are ready to try and take that crown.
And Aaliyah, I think we've seen how emotional he is as a player. He has to be supercharged now for these next two games. Imagine having the weight of the entire tournament on your shoulders. Every single tournament player watching your point of view, seeing if you can continue this tournament to at least a game 5. And Aaliyah clutches it up when it mattered most. Off of that, I think very fortunate 3-3 to remember. So just everything worked out in his favor.
Wow, we see the replay come through. That is a Leona and a Malzahar. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Hits that almost immediately as well as another Leona. This definitely set up what was to be a great comeback.
It was so cool because this was after we had watched over on the sidelines Aaliyah whiffing. He is starting to get so stressed out. A Leona 1. Things are really not going his way. And then Mortdog's gift.
And the real masterclass, I think, was finding that Rise unlock. Being able to make it to 9 in the first place with Leona Malzahar, it's just a very hard thing to do. You need so much econ to get there. Just barely made it right before there was even that chance for a Rise 2 from Saya. So he just played, I think, a beautiful game of TFT. He did everything he had to do right and played into some high rolls to find that success.
But he lost the second to last fight. This is where we said, I think maybe it's just cooked for Aaliyah. He's destined to get second place in this game. Saya found the upgrade to the Galio 2, and we thought maybe that would have been the power spike to just keep it over the edge. But then, a surprise, surprise, a little bit of a positioning difference, and Aaliyah takes it.
It shows how much skill is involved in a game like TFT. Obviously, there is some luck involved. Getting 3-3 is Aaliyah absolutely pumped up because he knows that not only is this his only second win of the tournament, it came at the most important time.
We're joking because he said as one of his fun facts that he was going to buy a new bed frame for the Tactician's crown since he made it. But maybe he would have needed to buy a fourth one because he's had a day today.
Just go for the discount, order like a pack of 5, and just have it ready to go for this set and the next one as well.
Oh man, absolutely crazy story about Aaliyah and just a crazy performance on top of it. I'm so excited for this next game.
Let's take a look at the standings to take stock before we enter into game number 5. We now have half of the lobby on check. EMEA is unfortunately missing in the regional lineup, but we've got 1 player from the Americas, 2 from CN, and 1 from APAC.
EMEA is playing the content plan. Now we're going to take turns winning all these next few games and bring it all the way to 8 games total. But let's take a look at Saya's scoreline right now, despite not winning this last game. He has only placed first or second for, I think it's 10 games now of TFT, which is insane in maybe, you know, a tier 2 cup. It's insane in regionals maybe, but at the TAC round stage, including a grand finals, we have never witnessed this level of dominance.
A ver. Ya arreglaron la tabla.
Just played some really consistent TFT. Obviously, hitting Juggernaut on Garen seems to be his recipe, but it is really working out for him, able to get him now on that check for Game 5. And this is really where we start to see a lot of...
Tiene 29, no 30, exacto.
Not so many people can just grief people. You just have to...
Y Elia no tenía 15, sino 16. Perfecto, ya me arreglaron la tabla. A ver. No digo que es imposible. Ojo. Es medianamente imposible. Pero para que Reven quede campeón del mundo, está obligado a ganar. O sea, ni siquiera topear. A ganar las 3 siguientes partidas. A ganarlas. Porque ya hay 4 en jaque. Y si se nos va un poquito más el juego, Bing Bing y Elia están a un top 4 de entrar en jaque también.
Player I'm looking out for a big comeback exactly when they would need it would be Dasic. A first place would put him in check. And, you know, you're saying the EMEA player's going to take turns going for those first places. I think it's Dasic time.
De hecho, exacto, como están diciendo, Dasic con un top 1 también entra en jaque. El problema es Reven.
I'm a believer. I've also been very impressed with Lee Sao. I think he's played kind of not the riskiest of games, but he's consistently made it to these very, very strong boards as well. Ending, I think CN as a whole today, Sai is obviously the highlight, but they have been very dominant, almost always in that top 5 position, really racking up the points. And I want to see how players don't band together, obviously, but how they really put a real target on Saya's back. He seemed ungriefable in this last game until Aaliyah got those copies of Rise, for example. I think Saya is playing similar style we saw from Title back when he won in set 9, where he is very
la verdad dudo que gane.
So wide until he really locks in.
De hecho, quien más se merece ahorita el campeonato es Saya.
I want to see how that intermix happens in this game 5, how players start to try and grief him.
I wonder if some of that comes down to
pero aún tiene chance.
Push the tempo even further. Sai on a couple of occasions now has actually picked things like explosive growth, played around some of those early.
Y si lo hace, va a ser la reventada histórica. Reventada y remontada. Ambas. En la historia de mundiales de TFT.
On stage 4, Bin, Reven, and Aaliyah were all on 5+ win streaks playing 3-cost rerolls. Saya faced them back to back to back, losing every single one of those fights, is why he came down to that very low HP threshold at the end. He still clutched up like an anime hero and would manage to win all those stage 5 fights to push that 1v1 at the end against Aaliyah. But that's part of the plan, right? If you think Saya has to play for high cap, has to play for a first, has to play a greedy play style, you have to tax him in stage 4. Make sure he cannot get there with a lot of HP and gold.
One thing I want to call out Leona Zoe. That
Ya vamos a
competition,
comenzar el juego
so
5.
far this tournament's been played 26 times. It's top 4 61.5% of the times. You know how many times it's won? Only one other time. Only one other time is that composition won. And so it is absolute cinema that Aaliyah was able to pull it off. As you can see on our screen, we're missing our favorite Spanish streamer here. Revan's just not in his chair at the moment, but as soon as he gets back, we'll be ready to roll.
He does some pull-ups between games, so most likely getting the blood flowing, making sure he's locked in and out of the conversions.
Our players are so healthy. Darth is doing steps. Revan is doing pull-ups. Aaliyah, yeah. I was saying, like, Aaliyah is also, you know, he gets locked in. He does, like, you know, some big flexes.
Aaliyah is Darth Aaliyah now. He's transforming.
He's hoping to get the same type of good fortune that Darth has had so far throughout this game. But these are the big players. 21 points apiece for Darth Nub, Mori, and Li Cao as they join Saya at the check mark position. If they can get a first place here, they will win the Tactician's crown for Lore and Legends and join a very elite group of tacticians that can say that they have done this.
Graps.
And let's see
Eso
her
es malo.
dance. It is the Rift Herald.
Oh man, these caps are gonna be insane this game. We have so many extra resources coming through from Scuttle Puddle being our encounter. Panda, are you making 20
Menos
gold?
mal no
I'm making
hay
more than 20 gold ideally. If I have the
Grab
option to
Ray.
do it. We've seen some pretty big records sometimes with certain augments on 2-1 with the Scuttle Puddle start. The biggest thing to look out for me,
Oye, qué
there are many
divertido
times in the
sería
stage 4 that you are quite rich, but not
ver
quite
a
rich
todos
enough
en
to push for a fast
4-5, en
time.
5-5
Scuttle Puddle is that little bit extra unique
pendientes de no
compared
morir.
with gold econ augment, for example, to be able to bypass stage 4 altogether and play for the really strong fast 9 boards consistently. Things like trying to get that rise to that Saya was missing last game. I'm sure he would hit it when he has the extra gold in Scuttle Puddle, for example. So it's going to be much harder to stop Saya from actually reaching 9.
Los 4 con coronitas. Saya, Mori, Li Xiao y Darno. Los 4 en jaque ahorita. Elia y Bim Bim necesitan un top 4 como mínimo. Mentira, no, un top 6. 5, perdón. Como mínimo. Sí, ambos tienen 16. Un top 5 como mínimo para entrar en jaque. Los dos. Basic necesita un top 8 para entrar en jaque. Un top 1 para entrar en jaque. Necesita ganar esta partida y entrar en jaque. Y Reven tiene que sacar la mayor cantidad de puntos posibles al mismo tiempo. Preferiblemente ganar los lobbies, acercarse, porque este lobby, aunque lo gane, no se acerca. Llega a 16 si lo gana.
But there are also other ways that you can play to reach those higher heights. That's going to be maybe around items, maybe around having the artifacts from something like Malala's Remix Rumble win. They're forged in strength. But let's see if we do actually get something like a prismatic to start.
Just gold? Nothing too crazy, but there are still significant amount of these that can shape it, like Mori picking up savings account.
Yeah, you can get the threshold for the extra interest much earlier, so you have a way easier time getting the proc off, even before 3-7 ideally. Spreading roots is also one of the big pickups that some players might be going for with the gold augment start. Will be late game scaling for Saya, so he does
Reven
find a way to
duplicadores.
pair a gold
Darnob,
econ augment with that
primera vez que
potential
compras un
low
campeón
land
2 estrellas, una
with
estrella lo
basic
tiene a
combined
los
with more consistency, having the Scuttle
Bim
Puddle
Bim.
resources. So already a
Sendero de
serious
guerra,
game plan is being
Warpath.
formulated here by Saya with that pickup.
Bin with a Rek'Sai too?
We were being told by our producer
Warpath.
that he's pinging that he's going to be going Ionia possibly. He does already have a lot of those units, but this Rek'Sai is the biggest terror on stage 2.
And Vimpin's on 16 points. He doesn't have to take a huge risk, but I think he knows what is one way to stop this tournament from ending by winning this game myself. And Warpath is one of those very risky augments. If you manage to ride that tempo wave, if you stay ahead of the rest of the lobby, win all these fights in stage 2 and 3, you can get a cash out so early on and just snowball your lead.
Rek'Sai is one of the best champions to be able to do that. This is going to be a pretty easy victory for Bin just to start to stack that up. We've got late game scaling for Saya, Darthnub taking
Reven perdió, pero es que yo no sé qué planea Reven.
really good champions to show up so that you can actually get those big upgrades.
I really like this choice from Saya. Taking the late game scaling is not only econ, getting a couple XP every round, but also combat in the late game, specifically playing around those 5 costs that obviously
Especialista
we
del
have
juego
seen that
tardío, es
Saya
que se
can
llama ese
pull off that
aumento.
strategy even in the highest of moments, and with the extra gold, having a little bit more of that guarantee to get there will be great. Darth Nub is playing around Bilgewater, and this is one of those compositions we look at and we say, hey, we can flip games with this one, we can win games, but we also can very easily go 8th.
It's a line he played a bit yesterday as well. It's one of those lines that he found to play for just a fast line, a high cap playstyle, was what he was really famous for in days 1 and 2. And I think he won a game actually with Bilgewater, so he must be fairly comfortable on this line in terms of now that he's in check and he has to win a game. This is one of those ways to get there. As long as you have good enough tempo in stage 3 and 4, you can make it to Tahm Kench 2 in particular, and that Tahm Kench can scale you extra resources. That's where you become a very scary player coming to stage 5.
Going to be full open forts for Aaliyah and for Revan. Revan has some very interesting game plans over the course of today. He has evolved to be beyond just the Noxus reroll, but he has the Bard unlocked, so I can't wait to see where he takes this.
Bard, but also Yasuo 2 plus the Ionia package. So now he can go for that Ionia, and he has the lesser duplicators alongside that. So the setup for it is probably the best in the lobby if he's able to possibly bully everyone else off this line.
Doesn't really have the AP items just yet.
Puede que haga el Yasuo, tiene una sanguinaria. Y tiene media... medio titán.
A little bit out of Revan's wheelhouse, but still a 3-cost reroll. I think he wanted to play this a bit yesterday as well, so should be pretty happy with the spot. And for Mori, for both the savings accounts player, the big thing to consider is that they're going to have very low tempo, but when they both get their gold procs, they're going to have massive spikes on 4-1, in this case maybe even earlier, considering the Scuttle Puddle gold in particular.
No Draven, so we will not see players get the unit that they're looking for. If we look at the bottom of our screen, we can see a picture of the whole entire lobby. Dasik obviously really getting as much gold as possible, but I'm very curious about Aaliyah specifically. Playing prep is not an augment we see very often, but is very much reroll centric, and so I bet he's trying to find that uncontested line and claim it for himself.
Make says that he wants to go for Noxus.
Okay.
That is going to be interesting to see whether or not he can pull that off. Mori has unlocked the LeBlanc already, so maybe that's something that Mori is also angling towards, but Aaliyah is starting to
Elia
have the
tiene para
Draven
jugar.
and the Scion too.
Makes a lot of sense here. Going to sack all of stage 2, use it as a prep stage, and then come in stage 3 and take over. This is where a comp like Darius really comes up in a big way. It's really hard to beat a Darius 2 in stage 3. You just don't have enough to fight through that DPS check.
We hear a lot of pings. Also, I'm very curious what people are... It sounded like the on the way ping. Don't ask me how I know that, but it is one that is coming through quite often. Wow, Bin's board is insane. We have multiple 2-cost upgrades and a good trait web to go alongside it, and so he will be doing lots of damage and getting this Warpath scale as quick as possible.
It's coming together. I mean, that's a pretty big hit for Aaliyah to take, and I think that's
Y a Binbin le beneficia a los que se están dejando perder durante el Stage 2. O sea, me imagino que está cargando ahorita o 18 o 20 del Warpath en este momento.
I think he's going to have the extra gold to push levels much earlier and have that extra unit of damage to get the Warpath proc a little bit earlier. And he also assumes that some players will pick up things like savings account, kind of double dip on the econ to try and push levels level 8 to 9, and he's going to have a lot of free wins in stage 2 and 3 to try and get all
No
that.
creo que sea Zoe.
Saya going for the streak. Bin did take a loss. I'm not sure.
Wow, level 6 from Saya on 2-6 to try and guarantee the 5 streak, as well as just have the dominance of this lobby coming into the start of stage 3. Faces Dasik, who isn't really playing for any kind of tempo play right now with savings accounts, so going to have an easy win here.
Ty is so lucky that he wasn't going to run into Bin.
It looks like Darth Nub did take a quick win as well, so they have stabilized around what they've played around with the Bilgewater specifically, and so 5-win streak and 2-5 loss across the lobby, both at 69 HP. And so more resources are on the way because of our encounter this game.
All the prep stacks now for Aaliyah, getting the Draven in. And then for Revan, I mean, what are you gonna do? I guess you could still go Ionia, but you kind of want to make sure that you have the items for it too. Hoping maybe another sword gets dropped from the crabs.
Would love a Nashers for the Ahri. With the other two hitters, I think he's going to be centering more on the Ahri 3 more than the Yone. We've seen a lot of CN players kind of skip the reroll angle and just play for Ionia tempo instead. But with the duplicator pickup, I assume aimed at a Darius, now he kind of has to play for the RE3 instead. And he's going to have a lot of gold to work with. I think he even push 7 on 3-1 if he wants, but most likely 3-2 to have an early Yone unlock.
Poppy 2 for Dasik will start to stabilize this board even more. Savings account does raise your interest threshold to 70, and so we're able to sit above 60 if he does desire. Also having this Ambessa in bench does open up a lot of options into the late game.
I'm very curious what Saya is going to do with his game plan. He has a win streak. He's right now holding a lot of units to play towards Demacia, but both savings account players...
El que acaban de mostrar con Demacia va a Ani.
Lisa was also holding kind of Demacia-esque units, so it would be quite hard for Saya to break through and play a 4-way contested Demacia in terms of the Garen upgrade. In this exact position in game 1, Saya pivoted into more of a Mel flex.
Mira, Saya va a volver a jugar Rice.
Or just hit. That does seem to be the actual thing that Saya's been doing the whole tournament, because it does take a good game plan and, you know, a little bit of luck with your shots to make it happen. The 3-2 augment here will be huge, especially being executed onto our Scuttle Puddle.
A prismatic augment. Wow,
Indecision.
Goes for indecision. Really interesting. The extra gold here. We're on a 6 win streak, so not going to be able to get any power from this prismatic. Most likely should lose the win streak because of that decision.
Big win condition unlocked for Darth Nub. He has gotten win out. He'll be looking to go to level 9 and then straight to 10.
Reven agarró artefacto. El aumento que te da un artefacto y que todo tu equipo gana vida. Y que todo tu equipo gana vida dependiendo de cuántos ítems completos tenga.
The problem is, if you're just pushing to 10 itself, going to 10 and having 10 rolls does not guarantee you stability if you have just all 1 cost on all your legendaries, whereas the Baron, just the Baron himself as a 1-star does offer you a few rounds of a lot of stability on, you know, 4-3 or 4-5.
You also see Prismatic Ticket coming through for 2 of our players, Bin and Mori, both playing around that. Bin has been the one player that has been pinging and staking their claim on the...
Los reroles de level 6 y 7 van a buscar boleto prismático.
Probably whatever they want, and with these items, it's probably going to be that Ahri.
¿Cuánto lleva Bin del sendero de guerra?
Like Reven and like Mori, they will try and just play for very high tempo at the end of stage 3, start of stage 4, and tax anyone that's trying to greed and not roll at all on level 8 and try and go directly to 9. What we saw with Saya in the last game, for example.
But it's also so tempting because you have this nice little looking front line. Do you ever take those items and maybe you think about the Zoe instead? There are quite a few players that actually do have the Ionia units on their board. Maybe you don't want to actually play the Ahri.
¿Qué hace? No entiendo.
It's possible. We do have the Splittering Spines being a good secondary option other than the Leeching Nucleus for Void, specifically in that reroll. For Reven, though, now he's stuck in a hard spot, and it really does depend on what these rerollers do. And I think he's aiming not for a reroll here in this stage of the game, and could be... I have no idea where he's going to end up.
He just pushed 7 early for...
Sí, yo también no tengo idea de qué quiere hacer Reven. Con el artefacto que agarró, es la Mio Ionia, me imagino que con el filo de la cordura se cura el yazo cada vez que hace un chispazo, ¿no? Porque tengo entendido que ese ítem te cura dependiendo del daño mágico que haga.
Saya and Dasik are going to be able to pick another augment in just a couple of turns, so we will have to keep our eyes on what they decide to go for. Dasik with the savings account, I mean, there are definitely some ways that he could take this Similarly with Saya, maybe he just said, I really want to have some econ here, get some scaling in so it can pair nicely with the late game scaling.
The Nasher for Revan here off of the belt pickup. He, I assume, will go for a big roll down. Dasik and Mori will probably roll down on 3-7, and we'll see which one of them can find the Demacia frontline before the other.
Yone on board. Ornn also found, which is a great way to scale into the late game. We have a pair of Yones now for Revan.
Where are the Aries?
We're missing the key unit. That's going to be a carry in the back line. Swain is a great addition as well.
Pretty nice pair.
I don't know how Revan always does it. He always hits Swain 2 before any other 3-cost upgrade. So many games we've seen him playing Darius. He hits the Swain 2 before the Darius 2. I am very confused at his unique type of luck.
Wow, what a big hit.
No Ahri, though, not even a single copy, is pretty tragic for the game plan he has to play. He has one copy here.
Yeah, we got one. I'm curious if our plan now is, hey, we didn't hit Ahri's, obviously. Do we just double duplicate this thing and try to play for 9?
I think so. Because I feel like at this point you don't really have a lot of gold to actually finish the roll for. So I would personally rather see Revan save it and try to get to...
Viene la indecisión de Saya.
Had he found a Yone 2 on this roll down, I think that would be a guarantee, and you have a chance.
La indecisión de Saya.
Sold off the Ornn there, so that indicates that I think
Pon a Saya.
continue opting to roll here.
Pon a Saya.
It's a tough decision.
La indecisión de Saya.
Situation in his game where it's not
Ahí está.
as clear as we would have expected.
Oh.
Win out being another option for Dasik. With the amount of gold in this lobby.
Pretty good.
Coronation's a safe choice here.
But Dasik needs safe. You know, that's kind of the thing. Oh, Sweet Treats, I guess, is also pretty good. But he has 12 points. He just needs to get stuff.
Saya gets Tiniest Titan. Gonna have more gold and more HP to work with. So no matter how many players tax him in stage 4, we already know he's going fast 9. Wow, late game scaling into Indecision, into Tiniest. A lot of extra gold and Scuttle Puddle as well. So, I mean, resources is certainly not going to be the problem here for Saya.
There is definitely a reason they have top 2'd 10 games in a row at Tactician's Crown, and it's because they know how to get to this late game and then play around it once they get there. And the thing that they've done with their augments this game is basically guarantee that they will get to those high cap boards. Mori has 100 gold, by the way.
That's the savings account, I think.
We'll see the roll downs now from both Dasik and Mori as they get into the Demacia. Dasik could consider just waiting here, staying on 70, getting that greedy 7 interest for one more round, and then really
Mori, bueno, ahí vamos.
Mori seems to be doing the same. They're trying to really get the maximum value here. And Mori also has prismatic tickets, so potentially a 3-star 4-cost could be the way he tries to seal the deal in this game 5.
Yeah, but what is the uncontested
Que es demasiados recursos en esta partida. Ya, la gente toca 8 con 50 de oro en Stage 4.
Oh, man. Listen, it's going to be the random.
Mira esa cantidad de oro de los 8.
Totally.
Dasik hit Lissandra 2 already. The roll down commencing on both sides. The Braum 2 as well for Dasik will provide a solid front line.
And Mori's going to hold every single 4-cost he thinks will not be played. Really just trying to go for a 3-star 4-cost right out of the gate, ignoring any kind of traditional TFT game plan in the process.
He'll play anything, right?
Yep.
I mean, Yunara is also a pretty good one to consider. A lot of people have been allergic to her, even if they are playing Ionia.
I think Revan will find a spot for Yunara on his board if that means he can stop Mori from going for the 3-star.
I feel like, though, when we look at some of these gold totals, I mean, Li Cao is also a person hasn't got to 8 yet, but that must be something he's going to consider soon, especially with Invested.
Y justamente los dos que rolearon se enfrentaron en esta ronda.
He has his streak snapped as well, but 2 other players now on fire. So we'll wait for our scoreboard to update to figure out who exactly those are. Towards the bottom of our tables is where things get really interesting with Li Xiao and Mori. And our final augment, possibly of the whole tournament, being gold. Gilded Steel being a very,
3-3 a Elia. Ya, espérate. Elia. Ahí está.
3 threes for Elia. This time he does not high roll any of those Noxus units. It's the GP, the Ahri. Doesn't sell the Ahri, knowing that potentially Revan is trying to look for these copies. We'll wait until the very end. He can make his odds of his rolling a little bit better as well by holding them.
Could sell Emilio, though.
Darth Knob also found Spirit Link. So playing around low HP, going to level 9, then level 10, I'm so curious what he's holding on his board. We do have a Rift Herald. We have lots of the Void units unlocked. He is playing that game plan that we saw win the Paris Open earlier, actually late last year, and now hoping to win the Tactician's crown.
Varón. Sí, yo creo que a Varón, Darno. Buen día, Dami. Aquí, viendo, terminando de ver el final del mundial. Que gane Sayona, una vez por todas, Dios mío.
Any fight that Darthnub can win on his way to try and push for level 10 is absolutely massive.
¿Qué hizo Warp? Ah, no, Warp está ahí bien. Está ahí. Pero yo no sé si ya canjeó.
It's expected that both Darthnub and Saya will lose all their fights in stage 4, but any win is really good news for the game that they're trying to play.
I believe they also had Belveth in their shop, which was the Void unit they were missing. So once they get to that level 9 and level 10, you need to have all those Void units in order to unlock Baron. And I hope personally that he has all of the Voids needed, because, you know, I think I've done that a couple times. Got a 10 and be like, oh, Baron's here. And I don't have that Rek'Sai that I needed, you know. It's fine. I'm sure somebody in chat relates.
Mori is rolling. He's just holding all the 4 costs possible. He's on 4 copies of Seraphine, 4 of the Skarner as well for now on the Mbessa. No, wait, sorry.
Mori quiere ver qué 4 estrellas al 3 puede conseguir. Y yo creo que su única opción es Skarner.
If there are people that actually want to try to go for the Lux Demacia game plan as a transition.
Check out Lee Sao after this.
¿Qué otro 4 estrellas un local puede sacar?
He is pushing 9 on 4-5 because he's currently sitting at.
No, desbloqueo unidad.
Even in stage 4 has the benefit of picking up the first of these 5 costs, potentially the Annie or the Zillion. He's playing around an AP shell right now.
But that's where the
Saya primero, holdeando vida. Level 8, 52. Ay, Dios mío.
I think this luck might be sold the moment he starts rolling down here. He's going to have a lot of gold to work with all the invested rolls, explosive growth as well, getting him closer to 9.
That's true.
It's a do-or-die moment for Lee Sao. He is playing a textbook 1st or 8th playstyle. He either stabilizes here and rises to the top of the HP totals throughout the next few fights, or he might even go out, either in this fight or the next.
Roll down will commence. We have 19 free rerolls to work with. We'll hit a couple upgrades right now. Rolling down to see if we can get that Garen and possibly unlock Silas as soon as possible. Galio paired now as well. Braum upgraded. So the front line looking good for now. We just need to find some back line.
And the test here is rolling just enough to win this next round, but also saving gold to be able to play around an eventual Rise, which is the cap.
Rise.
Lux 1.
Wow, Darth hit 10.
Here. Okay, we do have Leeching Nucleus on it as well, so it's going to be very hard to take it down. But the problem is, we have no upgrades on this board, period. And so we are level 10. We have Spirit Link to work with, so if we take another loss, we'll just heal a bit more. But for Darth, we have 31 HP. That is 2 or 3 lives heading into stage 5. And this Baron on stage 4 is incredibly hard to beat.
And a very important fight there to face Saya. The moment he has spiked, he is no longer just
es Reven, no es Bin Bin.
So really, really good news for Darthnub there.
Binbid did hit that RA3, which is exactly why they were able to beat Lee Xiao's board, who now has Rise unlocked, 1 HP and a Dream, and a roll down to hopefully secure himself a strong enough board to put himself in contention to take the crown.
Wow, that's a pair. There's a Galio too. Oh my goodness.
If he can find the Rise 2 here, he can be
no lo va a
the
conseguir.
strongest player in the lobby right now. He is really walking the finest of lines possible. We have to remember, no matter how strong his board looks, he's picked up triple econ, so he has no extra combat power helping him win those late game fights.
Oh,
and
no.
Si le toca Varón.
Potentially, we'll see if the Baron can actually win out here and knock out Lee Sao in the process.
We do have the Rift Herald 2 now, so a single upgrade coming through for Darth, and it will be the Baron now diving into the middle of the team, hoping to do an incredible amount of damage, shooting those spines out.
No va a ganar.
The Baron falls down to the Rise, so it will be another life left for Lee Xiao.
If the Baron dies before the Rift Herald, you know the fight has not gone in your favor. Sometimes the burrowing for the Baron a little bit too aggressive in the middle stages of these fights.
Another PvE round to inject more resources.
Están pingueando, no sé qué están pingueando. Yo creo que están pingueando a Mori.
We're hearing a lot of pings.
Is he getting
Yo creo que es Mori,
3-star
exacto.
Could just be Saya's spot as well. He has now gone 9. We'll be unlocking Rise as well. So Rise will be one of the hotly contested AP units coming to this stage 5, especially from the CN players who have favored it all tournament long as the way to win these games.
I mean, it's a good game plan. So far in the tournament, it has been the best way to win a game consistently, or at least top 2. The problem is, top 2 is not going to be good enough to take the crown for yourself. Rise unlocked 70 gold to work with in the roll down. If we can get lucky and hit that Rise 2, a possibility to win this game for Saya, who has come so close in the last game. And
Ya tiene Barón 2.
Baron 2 for Darth Nub.
And Mori is also rolling. He's on 6.
Ahí está una Yunara.
One off Yunara.
Oh my god. Is anybody holding Yunaras? He's rolling so fast.
He found it.
Mori.
No one could
Pero
stop
tenía un
him.
duplicador, ¿no?
Ballsy move to pick up a dramatic ticket at 3-2 to beeline for a very gimmicky strategy to try and win this game, and it might just work out.
Oh, he even had the duplicator and he didn't need it.
The APM there to roll all the way down and
¿Se roleó pa' qué?
get the unit he needed while greeting the duplicator, knowing that he might need even more. But this fight looked way too close.
The Skarner ult on the Yunara there. He is going for potentially another 3-star forecast. No, he just sold the Mbessa as well. So now he's going to try and assemble the strongest board possible. We have to maybe look at Yunara's power as a 3-star forecast without the Ionia shell is not the absolute highest. 3-star forecasts are not insta-wins in TFT in this set. So we are seeing some other very strong boards assembled here as well.
The Ionia is Path of the Transcendent, so these 3-stars get a little bit of a buff here.
It's a good point.
Min-max.
I'm ready to see the Nexus 3 if that happens. He could get another 3-star forecast if he's lucky.
I mean, Skarner, we now have 5 copies of that. So
¿Quién es este? Daisy.
Daisy on the other side also playing Rise. So anyone playing around this Rise game plan is a little bit sad this game because hitting Rise 2 is going to be so incredibly hard.
There's 3 Rise players. All of them still have that 1-star Rise. Both Daisy and
Y ahora Mori es el complicado a ganar porque él está en jaque.
Yunara is all by herself. She does have the BT, the Orchestra Omnivamp healing, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Mori is taken down. So Yunara was not enough to win that fight.
Bueno.
Oh my goodness. Mori goes out in 8th with a 3-star forecast. That is insane. And Bin, another player that was really hoping to get himself into a checkpoint, is going to end out in 7th. We could still have a winner in this game.
Bin did not cash out that Warpath, that risky augment. He was 1 win away from getting the rewards and didn't quite get it. But now, Saya has the Volibear
Ahora
too.
todos
So
jugaron
incredibly strong alongside this Rise.
el Raiho.
This is the big mirror match. Rise pair on either bench. Galio pair on either bench as well. Can Daisy take down Lee Sao? Can he make it a little bit easier for him to hit the key upgrade he needs to take over this game?
Lee Sao on the other side, hoping for more upgrades, hoping for the best Rise bounces of
El raíz de Daisy castea más rápido, pero el de Lee Xiao pega más duro.
The Rise does not target the backline, and so Lee Xiao will fall out. It will be 2 of our players not being able to take the Tactician's crown this game, but just Saya and Darth Nub fighting.
Reven ya salió de su top 8-7. Aunque Reven suba más. Posiblemente que gane esta partida.
But Elia, kind of like the big winner here with all of the 3-star upgrades that he wants. If there's any reroll composition that can keep up with the Rise, it's this one.
And we saw Dasik as well, a very similar board to Lee Sao, but Lee Sao had 3 econ augments. Dasik has the dummies coming in for the extra stuns. He has the sweet treats and the extra HP scaling as well. So overall, Dasik has played a much stronger game to make it to this Rise board.
Reven now getting into the top 5. 3 losses in a row, just not quite strong enough, playing around that fast 9 Ionia board that we've seen have some success. Saya playing it to
Está bonito ese set.
I was looking at Saya's board and I was like, oh wait, we saw the dummies, but there's like the other Rise here. So everybody's just kind of hoping now that they can upgrade those key units. I thought maybe someone would play Mel. That would be kind
El
of
Rai está del otro lado.
AP flex
Ah,
champion
bueno,
if he
está
wants to
del
be, but
lado
nobody has her
de
yet.
esta
Rise
de.
has proven to just be the strongest comp in the game, and understandably so. I think players don't want to take chances to get into that 1v1 at the end and to still lose it despite having a meld.
No le da chance
I'm a bit
al.
surprised to see the set 2
Al se cargaron.
Yone. I think the Yone would be more consistent at dishing out damage in these fights, but it will be a very big loss for Revan here, unfortunately knocked out in the top 5 position.
And now it will be Amiya looking to be the
Cinco
savior of the
Revan.
game once again. Dasik taking the loss to Aaliyah, and Darth and Saya both having great positions to possibly win this game. Darth's board has been continually getting upgraded throughout this wave. Volibear too, alongside a few of these other upgrades. It is looking very scary.
Yo no hubiese gastado
both of our players in check
ítems en boli, sino en backlane.
Darth doesn't need much else to also make this composition perfect. Maybe a Shyvana, I guess a Fiddlesticks if you want, but it's really just those legendary units when he has the Baron 2 already.
Saya versus
The key
Daisy.
thing here is to get that Rise 2. No pair yet. He faces off against the other Rise board that is left with Dasik.
The Volibear so far away from Dasik's backline, and already the failing is starting to fall for Saya. We'll see if Dasik has already lost one fight. It looks like he might lose another one here as well. It's going to really even out in the HP totals. The Volibear doing so much here.
Elia perdió.
Hanging on, dishing out damage as well.
Creo que Saya también pierde. No, mentira. Pierde
Daisy.
Daisy.
Dasik chipped down as well. I have to watch the players who don't have Rise unlocked right now. They should maybe try and do so on this PvE round and hold the extra copies to deny someone like Saya, who is in check, from hitting that Rise 2.
I wonder if Darth was about to do that. He did buy a couple of champions and tried to flex around some pieces for the PvE.
Okay, we did put a bit more of a different change to our board. We'll be dropping out of more of these Void upgrades, but it doesn't look like we want any kind of this. We are going to unlock Skarner here using that Bramble Vest in the back line to help provide some resistance to the AD.
Good matchmaking, optimization. But it's still about
un Rise.
Saya. He is very close to being able to upgrade something. Pair of Rise, going to start to sell these legendary units, and there is the Rise 2.
Huge upgrade, and it will be Saya versus
Ahí está a 2 rondas de ser campeón mundial.
Won TPC2 to get to his spot in the Tactician's crown. He went into the EMEA Home Cup.
A Saya le toca Daisy, ¿no? No, mentira, Daisy no. O sí, ¿eh? Elia.
To do the very same thing again and take a Tactician's crown.
Darno contra Daisy.
Aaliyah on the left, Darth Nub facing off against Dasik on the right. It's going to be the power of the 3-cost reroll versus this Rise board, and Darth is hoping that the Void board can take down the other Rise competitor.
The Arish is already down. The Rise is onto Aaliyah's back, and I think that's not going to be enough. Aaliyah will be taken down here. That will be an elimination. Darth Nub also wins his fight. So it really is looking like Saya and Darth Nub are the 2 strongest players in this lobby right now. Both of them are in check.
Dasik is going to be that last bastion of hope to keep extending this Tactician's crown. As Saya and Darth Nub, I don't know how they get any stronger from here.
And Dasik is missing the Rise, is the key piece that Saya found before him. The Silence unlock comes through, sure, but is that going to be impactful enough? Dasik is trying to get any amount of gold to try and find the Rise upgrade. He's selling off his board.
No, Daisy tenía que ponerse fuerte.
Nothing he can do. He's on 7 HP. It's his last life. It's a losing trend with a 3 loss streak right now.
Okay, and it looks like Saya and Darth will be facing each other for real on our other fight. And so we'll watch this.
Tenía que mantener la mesa y rogar ganar. Le tocaba contra.
The Baron cannot be CC'd. The Volibear does jump. The cast goes through. But now the Volibear for Darth is onto the back line. The Baron casting is going to heal so much, and it's looking like Darth might be able to come out on top of this one.
Really smart positioning from Darth here.
Bueno, tenemos campeón esta partida.
His Rise positioning at all throughout all of this day and yesterday as well. And Darth is placing the Rift Heralds to get most of the aggro coming in from the Rise and Lissandra, making sure that no matter what the Baron does, he does not get targeted early.
Dasik is out, meaning we will have a winner of the Tactician's Crown for Lore and Legends at the end of the showdown. Both Saya and Darth Nub have enough HP left that they should be able to have 2 lives. So can this carousel be a difference maker to extend this into stage 7?
Even a loss from Darth Nub would give him more Spirit Link value as well.
Playing for Spirit Link value. I like the play. But this will be a great preview of what is to come next fight as well. But we know from our last game that this fight does not decide the fate of the game. It can come down to just a little bit of positioning as the Baron's health bar stays strong. It's looking like Darth is
Es que
really
si el
setting
varón no
himself
lo
up well
mata,
to take a Tactician's Crown back to the Americas.
Darth can't almost not believe it.
si el varón no lo mata, Saya no ganó.
Just 2 HP. Is there anything on the carousel that's going to extend this game?
We have full items on most of our carries. The Senna still has an item slot available. You could go for the IE. Darthnub trying to just play defense on whatever Saya was trying to go for. He is winning these fights, so he should just try and deny Saya anything, but goes for the IE in the end to itemize the last carry, the Senna, who could clean up these fights. If both the Volibear and the Baron go down, in the thick of it, the Senna is there to potentially clean it up if the Lucian stun comes in at the right time.
CN has not won a Tactician's Crown since Set 7, November 20th of 2022, and Darth is looking to spoil that and bring the crown back home to the Americas as the sole representative in the final lobby.
Does Saya change the position? I think he kind of maybe has to. He's lost these 2 fights pretty convincingly. Does he swap up anything? Darthnub swaps the Rip Herald in the end. Has that been a mistake? No, the Rise swap comes through from Saya as well, so Darthnub very clutch. Last-minute positioning of the Rip Herald right in front of all of the enemy's DPS carries.
We'll watch the Volibear on the side of Saya, see if it can wrap to that backline, but the Baron's HP bar is holding strong with the amount of healing it does have. The Volibear is onto the backline and now wrapping around.
Pero el Rai se muere, el Rai se muere.
Darthnub taking down the Rise in the backline, and Darthnub will be taking the Tactician's Crown back to the Americas. Congratulations, our Lore and Legends champion, Darthnub.
Wow, look at this.
Saya se lo merecía, pero fue un muy buen partido.
Ever since his last appearance at the Tactician's Crown, he is going to end up as your champion of Lore and Legends. Wow, congratulations.
Playing right on the line the
Qué buena última partida. A Saya le frenaron mucha compo entre Daisy y Elia no. Daisy y Li Xiao le frenaron demasiado el sacar Rise 2 temprano. No puedo subir al 10, Saya.
It feels almost perfect that we started Lore and Legends with a vertical void win at the TFT Paris Open, and we're going to bookend this incredible set with another one. How phenomenal is it that we get to see this happen again?
Not just that, but the 3-2 Augment pickup is literally called Win Out. He pivoted his entire game line. He was playing a Buildwater line. He said, okay, I'm playing Void now. He found the right pieces, made it to 10 on 4-5. He had a Baron online, taxing everyone else in this lobby, lowering their cap in the process. The great positioning on every single one of those fights. 3 wins in a row against Saya to win it all in the end. Just a very clean execution from Darthnub. When you feel so much nerves and pressure, he clutched up.
And knowing exactly what needed to happen on 4-6 getting to level 10 is unprecedented, but playing around Scuttle Puddle, knowing what it would take to win a game, and while trying to be uncontestable, well, get Baron 2, get a rest of your board upgraded, and there's nothing you can do to stop him.
It's just been really impressive to watch all of our competitors across the set give it their all. Whether it's been in the TFT Pro Circuit, where we see the best tacticians from every single one of our major competitive
que de los 8, el único americano era Darthnub.
It has been at the regional finals and in Tier 2, where we get to see these new stars born. We finish it out.
Todos eran europeos, chinos o asiáticos en general, pues.
So cool to be able to see Darthnub reclaim this glory. His first time and last time at the Tactician's Crown and into the Arcane, he went dead last. Didn't get a chance to make it back here until this set, and now look at this. He's completely rewritten his history.
Actually, first or 40th.
Yeah, first.
It's so incredibly. It just makes so much sense for who Darth is as a competitor, and he's someone that throughout the set that was his journey. He went first in TC2, but the rest of the time he really just had middling or bad performances in the TFT Pro circuit. And so going in this event, we're saying, hey, he didn't have a great showing at regionals either, and so we don't have the highest expectations.
But you know, he got so close to the final lobby of the Paris Open.
Yep.
That could have been him. He might have been able to have one of those legendary.
No sé si Reven con su top 6 fue que sacó esta partida. Se quitó el top 8, creo que no. Creo que no le daba.
Had only one more chance to make it into the Grand Finals. You had to win in a checkmate format.
Creo que no le daba, pues.
Grand Finals on Sunday. And so you must imagine Darth has had more experience, not only being able to play
Darnup campeón.
still at the same level of
No, top 8 Reven.
but also in the TFT Pro circuit where he was able to take a couple
18 Binbin, 18 Daisy, 21 Elia. Hoy terminamos 3 horas más temprano.
Another tack round for the Americas. The streak continues. CN and EMEA.
No teníamos campeón americano desde Dish Shop, ¿no? Si mal recuerdo.
Listen, 6 of those players in this final lobby were trying to end those streaks. They couldn't get it done. The freedom came.
Título es japonés.
Come out on top, bringing it home in the Americas.
Milala.
But I'm so
Milala.
I will say, we have to commend Saya. Another second place, 4 second places in a row across these last 4 games, along with that first in the very first game of the day. So truly an incredible performance from Saya as well. The typical kind of CN breakout player who has now surprised us in a massive way and is one of those elite players to look forward to in set 17.
I do wonder what's going to happen when we see Saya next. He broke a points record at a Tactician's Crown. He had just an amazing streak of games showing us some of the most entertaining TFT I think we've ever seen at the global level, picking hero augments, going for a Kiana 3 for a ginormous Ishtal cash out, and just all of these other things that make you look at a player like Saya and be like, oh, I want to see him play again. When will be the next time? Well, it'll be at the pro circuit, but like still, come on, I need it now.
It was incredible. 36 points in just 5 games today. 11 top 2s in a row. It's incredible consistency. It is a little bit of a shame that they don't get the top prize, but that's checkmate for you. And it is absolute cinema here with Darth. But Saya definitely needs to be rewarded and recognized for how they performed.
Making it to the Grand Finals, though, is an accomplishment that every single one of our competitors should be proud of today. As we take one final look at our standings, let's just celebrate these competitors. Li Cao also got so close when he was able to put himself into check. Mori as well, carrying Japan on his shoulders to maybe bring another Tactician's Crown home to that region. And huge credit to EMEA having 3 competitors in this Grand Finals.
A little bit bittersweet, especially for Dasik. Last time he made the tack round, he finished 6th. He makes it back, and he finishes in exactly the same position. So this is a player who I think we definitely have to watch out for. One of the most storied players to come out of our region. So consistent when he makes it these big moments. I'm looking forward to see what Dasik does in set 17 as well.
The amount of stories in this final lobby. Reven being the comeback hero, his goal was to make that top 8, make it back into the TPC. It's exactly what he did. Maybe a little bit too literal being top 8, but I'm sure I'm very excited to see what he does next set, especially with the way that he provides a lot of...
6, no mentira, 5, 7, 8, 8, 5. 12 puntos.
For Binbin, what a major surprise coming through from the JOC. Someone who didn't necessarily have a lot of competitive history. So I feel like that was one where you say, well, maybe there's going to be some nice surprises.
Y todavía duele
Our JOC players, because there's always one.
El Treshal 2 que no sacó. Porque pudo haber sido un 3, un 2 en lugar de un 7.
think we've learned our lesson at this
Bueno,
point.
7.
No
Esa fue la
aggressive
partida que él quedó
JOC
quinto.
whatsoever. I want to give a shout to Leah as well. Without him, we would not have made it to this game 5.
La primera partida. Creo que sí.
A top 5 from him, his best set ever, becoming a MIA regional champion and now making it to top 5 in the TAC round as well. So just a really good showing from a player who was going to retire 4 or 5 sets ago, was very close to going away from TFT forever, decided to give it one more try, and now has had such a crazy career after that.
And Li Xiao being one of the CN representatives that's the most consistent, getting 4th in Inkborn Fables, now getting a 3rd place, so getting a little bit better, but just showing that he is consistent and will continue to be dominant every tournament he plays.
The scaling. Seems like Li Xiao is one of those players that's due for a Tactician's Crown win at some point as well. But all of these competitors today, I'm like really impressed with just some of the line selection that they made in the Grand Finals lobby. Obviously, there was a bit of contesting with something like the Demacia, but a lot of players saying, okay, well, maybe that I can't play that, but what if I flex into Mel, or I flex into Rise, or I try to play Shadow Isles because it's uncontested? It's just really cool, and that's what we expect to see at this high level, and I'm glad that these competitors could deliver.
Yeah, the real skill has been not what their final board looks like. I think everyone knows how to copy, the highest cap possible Rise board from any meta website. But the thing is the process to get there. How do you cleanly play on high tempo, know when to balance your resources and your HP? I think Saya has been a great example of that. Every single game, he has made it to a very strong high cap level 9 board throughout very different avenues. That's where the real skill comes in a TAC round lobby like this one.
And I think maybe the biggest takeaway for me, AVP of your region, it might not matter. You get 1 in the finals. That's all it takes to take the crown home to the Americas. I'm so excited for Darth Nub, and just the way that he showed up and proved all the doubters wrong. I'm the doubters, by the way.
Well, guess what? You're going to be excited because we do have an interview with our Tactician's Crown winner, Darth Nub. Congratulations, man. It's just such a pleasure to be able to see you achieve this height. How are you feeling? Oh, I see you're sitting. Is this the new emote?
Felicidades, campeón.
The Darth walk?
Yeah, I mean, I got to sit between games. It's kind of tiring to do all that.
Well, I mean, tell me about the emotion that you're feeling. When we last saw you at the Tactician's Crown in Into the Arcane, that was a 40th place for you. And I know you've been fighting really hard to come back here to prove yourself. And you got so close at the Paris Open, getting 11th. So now in this moment, what does it feel like to realize the dream?
I mean, it has not set in at all yet. At the end of the day, like, I kind of just feel like I won tournament, it's like that's pretty cool, but I kind of feel like over the next few hours, few days, I'm going to be celebrating. I'm going to be watching the tournament VODs, Brodan's VODs. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's going to be great. It's going to be a good time.
You got to take the time to soak it all in because this is an achievement very few players can say that they've been able to do. And for you, did you feel any particular pressure knowing that you had a chance to prove yourself here? The regional run did not go the way that maybe you might have wanted it to, but you had this chance now at the TAC Crown.
Yeah, like, to be honest, like, my goal going into today was just to be like kind of proud of like the way I played, because sometimes you just don't get the chance to win, right? Like, if Saya had ended it in game 4, I would have been pretty happy with how I had played my day 3. I would have felt that I represented NA as a region well. So, going into game 5, like, there was definitely a bit of a, like, unease, right? Because now I have another chance to potentially win, but also potentially do some absolutely disgusting gameplay into an 8th, right? So,
well,
yeah.
I mean, Darth, you are a very first or 8th player. That's been kind of a trademark of your playstyle in TFT for some time now. And when we looked at our Grand Finals participants and even just the Tactician's Crown competitor roster as a whole, you stood out as one of the highest first or 8th rates across the field. So were you feeling kind of confident coming into Checkmate, or were you just like, no, I just love playing good games and getting the firsts when I can?
Yeah, I definitely felt confident going to Checkmate. I feel like if I get into a spot that's supposed to lead to a first, I'm just going to execute. and it's like a very relaxing time, right? Like I know what I'm supposed to do, so I'll do it.
But when was it in the final game where you noticed I won? Like, was there any moment before that final fight where you're like,
Quiero revisar
oh, I
algo.
got this in
Déjame
the
ver si me
bag?
da chance de revisarlo.
Yeah, I mean, the first moment was when I saw win out on 3-2, and I was like, okay, like it's win out in Scuttle Puddle. I can get the Baron like on 4-5. So like I have a path to victory, right? And then the second moment was, well, first of all, I saw Mori with a 3-star Yunara, and I felt a bit of despair. It's like, oh, like I did all this and it's just not enough. And then he just died. So then I felt pretty good. Like I scouted the lobby and I saw a bunch of these Rise boards, and like they were never gonna beat me, right? So I kind of just realized that I won the game.
Your day today has been insane to watch. Watching you take those Demacia long shot games and then saying, no, I'm actually going to slingshot myself into a third place. Talk to me about, like, were you feeling nervous at all knowing that, wow, you could be at the brink of elimination in these games, but then you're able to capitalize and convert over to those top 4 placements?
Yeah, those first 2 games were so crazy. Like I felt like my spot was so bad in like stage 2 and 3. And I'm going into like stage 4 with 2 lives, and I just have to claw my way out there, just playing my strongest board every stage, and just like winning every fight by like a millimeter. I feel like I played some good TFT, at least like post stage 4. So that felt really good.
Sometimes that's all it takes,
those are some good thirds.
They were such good thirds. You got to pat yourself on the back for that one. I think that was the most impressive thing about today. And so I'm super excited for you. When it comes to your very like 1st or 8th place style, I'm wondering like how intentional is that? Is that something where you're going into a tournament and that's just the game plan, or is this kind of a recipe from the formats that you're playing? Is it more fun for you?
So to be honest, I don't really consider myself to be like that flippy of a player. It's just like, because I feel like most of my 8ths are because I don't really know what I'm doing or like what I'm supposed to do. So I feel like it's mostly just me playing like bad. Whereas like most of my 1st, like I'm just correctly piloting my spot, and it's like not that high risk, I feel. And so like for instance, like this tournament, I think I did a pretty good job of like mitigating a lot of my low rolls. And that's because I felt like had a pretty complete understanding of like the meta and like how to play the comps and how to really like salvage placements. Whereas sometimes like I don't have that understanding, so I just kind of flounder and die.
You played a lot of Demacia. Was that a part of the script going into the regional finals as well as the TAC crown? And what other prep did you do to get here?
Yeah, I mean, Demacia was definitely a comfort line. Like I played a lot of Demacia long shots and scrims, and like the AP Demacia as well has been a comfort line for me for quite a while. So I was very happy to like get into these Demacia spots. And also, I don't know, like I kind of felt pretty bad about like 3-cost reroll, or at least my own performance on it throughout regionals and this tournament. So I think I personally wasn't like ecstatic to pull out a Mal's game or like a Darius game or a Jinx game, right? I feel like a lot of those games would end up like I'd much prefer they be Vayne or like AP Demacia. As for other prep, yeah, so I prepped going into this weekend with Cam, Weijin, and Revan, and I think they definitely helped me a lot in like very specific ways. For instance, the Demacia Freljord Rise comp was like the highlight comp of this tournament, right? And I didn't really know how to play it on day 1. But like I studied the VODs, like we studied the VODs after that, and like after that I pulled out like 3 games of Demacia Freljord Rise on day 2, and had I not done that studying with them, yeah, like I would not have made it to day 3.
It's
So that was
the
really
hard
important.
work that goes in between days that ends up paying off. And, you know, I'm sure that you have a lot of kind words to say about your practice partners. Is there anything else that you want to say to the other people supporting you and the other people you might have prepped with?
Other people. Okay, I mean, the thing is, they were the only ones I actually prepared with, right? Like, it was like that group of 3 Worlds competitors. But I guess like overall, like the uncomp like TFT server with like Dehua, Weird, Defias Bro, Fortinator, like Coleman, like I've like been friends with those guys for a long time, and they've like always supported me. So shout out to them.
Last couple things. Are you going to make a post on our Compete TFT?
I already did. Yeah.
You already did it? Oh my god! Well,
Yeah.
I couldn't check. So okay, well everybody go look at that. And then Darth, in terms of thinking about the things you want to be remembered by for TFT, you know, every competitor has had an augment go into the game. And so if you had to pick something, would it actually be something you would want to be known more for like your Demacia conversion gameplay or Void?
I mean, so in Paris, like I was all about the fast 10 Void, right? Yeah, I was spamming Void in Paris. So, and like I almost made it to the final lobby on a Baron game. It's just I couldn't
Ahí
get the Baron
fue Loran Legends.
So
Ah, sí.
like, I definitely think
Sí.
Baron and like Void has definitely been a big part of my gameplay throughout the entirety of set 16. So I definitely wouldn't
¿Verdad que fue al
mind
inicio del set?
being remembered by that.
I think that we're gonna have to think about another Baron's Lair oriented augment for you. And then finally, Darth, what does the future of TFT look like for you?
I don't know. I mean, like all of a sudden, I probably have a lot of EWC points, so that's a thing. And I mean, I guess I'll try my best next set to get back to Worlds. You know, maybe go for the 2-peat.
That would be awesome. Darth Nub, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us after this victory. Hope you're able to get some rest. I know this has been very early days for you.
God. It's 4 a.m. What? Like, why do we care about European daylight savings time? What?
You don't only had to go through daylight savings and regionals, you had to do it again for the Tactician's crown, even with those nerfs.
Like, I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. I was like, oh my god.
Okay, well, you deserve it. Darth, thank you so much again. Congratulations on your win. Go enjoy it and celebrate it, and we are looking forward to seeing you soon. Woohoo!
Oh, man. So exciting.
That is amazing. It's just so cool because especially we come from the Americas broadcast and we've been following Darth for some time. I mean, he's been competing since like I can remember, like dating all the way back to Reckoning, maybe even before that. And so Darth's legacy in this game has been pretty long. And so to see him achieve something like this, I know he's been chasing it for a while and it's very exciting.
Yeah, prominent community member. He's a moderator on r/Compete TFT. After he won TC2, he went and posted, he's like, hey, this guy won a tournament, and it was just like him posting it, and he said he already posted. I just love to see the victory lap and just engaging the community in that way. He's just a great guy. He's a stats guy. He does these raps at the end of the sets. It's fantastic.
You have to imagine he had the post preloaded just in case he wants to just hit like one button, post. Okay,
he's writing it during game.
I'm ready to go look at that after this. But that's going to do it for us here for Lore and Legends. It was so amazing to kick off this set in the Paris Open, and now we end it here at the Tactician's Crown. What's next? Well, that's set 17, Space Gods, which you can get access to on April 15th. We cannot wait to see you there. Thank you all so much for watching. To our competitors for being able to put on such a good show for us. To all of us behind production, we want to say thank you. And we will see you all next set in Space Gods.
Bueno, terminamos relativamente temprano. Gracias, Aya. Así que muy probablemente vuelva a aprender de una vez. Da chance de volver a aprender. Jugando TFT puede ser, sí. Aprendimos mucho ahorita. 15 de abril, Space Gods. Y PvE probablemente pasado mañana. Ahí los dejo. Vamos a estar jugando mucho el PvE. Probablemente. Ya hice espacio para descargar el PvE. Por eso, en 19 días, 18 días, perdón. Sale Space Gods. Vuelvo al TFT. Ya pasó mi set de vacaciones. Así que vamos a ver qué bien me sale este set que ven. Después de quemarme en set 14. Set 15, perdón. Y nos vemos. Uy.